some crazy stuff's going to have to happen for Liquid to feel comfortable at like the 30, 40, 50-minute mark with the Spectre scaling and being able to just dice these core heroes up. Because I think this Necrophos is going to get absolutely massive, and he can cause them a lot of issues.
Well, they're not getting the upset in the laning phase, that's for sure. We're going to have a support trade-off in the bottom lane, but it's going to be the Spectre who will probably be worse for wear here as Divide gets a little bit of extra damage on him on the way out.
I was looking up some of the stat counters right now to Spectre, since, you know, this hero's different than he used to be.
Sure.
Necro's still in like that top 5 for sure.
Doesn't surprise me.
And I think he's always been. It's generally sustain. Io's in there, Chen's in there. Heroes that group up, push, don't give you good Desolate targets, they're going to make your life hard. And I think this is a lineup that could do that for Enigma Galaxy, right? There's a decent amount of group, but there also are targets he can jump. He's great against the supports, he's great against the SF, so this pick really could go either way. I see the arguments for it. I could also just see it fall flat if Enigma Galaxy get a bunch of utility up.
Now, we did actually see a Spectre picked up just earlier today, a couple hours ago, in the Rune Eaters versus Boom Boys matchup, where Rune Eaters did manage to get the upset over them. Build looks pretty normal. Radiance, Manta. Scotty, do you think of this sort of game, Radiance, and break it apart for an earlier Nullifier to try and just shut down the Necrophos 1-1?
Not super early. He's actually going to go earn first here.
Okay.
Which I think this is the item you want on the hero, but there's some weird thing where you play with a lot of mids who also want Urn. So then it's kind of like, are you just buying Naked Urn and not upgrading it? Because Distiller isn't amazing on this hero. You already have a Vision mechanic. There's like a lot of weird things with the Urn upgrade on Spectre. And it's not a jungle farming tool, right? So you got to get aggressive. You got to find some kills to make this work. Definitely fits Mickey style. I like it. See if you can get some charges cooking here. But then you really just have to go like Treads Radiance. This hero needs Radiance.
Desperately needs a refill on the bottle here. Nisha does manage to secure it. Will he live, though? High levels of the Flame Guard will help protect against this magic damage, but even still, the Fairy Fire and the bottle charges are going to be expended. And he pretty much ends up where he was before. Ace tries to get aggressive in the top lane. Maybe he got Nightmared out of position there. This is a combo that's really deadly. Nightmare pull you into a bad position. What a bushwhack in the bottom lane. That's going to be Tofu dead. Liquid is just going to be losing all of these lanes, it seems, as this bottom lane was the one hope for Liquid. And it now has seemingly been won by Enigma Galaxy.
As I would predict that 3 lanes go Enigma's way. Like, I'd rather be in their lane on any of these 3.
Yeah.
Just, in a vacuum. I think there is some outplay potential with the Doctor down here, but it hasn't worked out. And that means you're not getting Urn charges, which means you can't just snowball that out of control. So, some work to be done here for Liquid. Maybe some rotations coming through from...
Yeah, but their supports aren't the best at doing that rotating.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be wary of this Reaper kill mid, too. Lornoff will get there first. You always look for it in this Ember matchup, and Nisha just suffering, man. Got thrown to the wolves here. He's doing okay, though. He's not getting completely massacred.
All right, so let's just say that they managed to just get by the rest of the laning phase without giving up too many more kills.
Sure.
They stabilize a little bit. They're down in net worth. What does this lineup look like going past the laning phase? Because right now, we're obviously not seeing anything good about Liquid's draft.
I think you will need a fast blink on the Undying.
Okay.
Well, you've seen some people just go first item blink. It might be that kind of game. You have to get some fights going between him, the Ember, and the supports behind that. Abuse Chakra magic around the map. You need a Vessel in this game. And I assume it's going to be the Ember. But his Vessel is going to be mega slow because he had the rough lane. Still, you have to find a way to get there and just start killing people, honestly. Like, that's what this lineup's designed to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can see a world where it's, like, hard for the SF to play every single time. It's Undying, blinking on him with a Flesh Golem. Spectre jumps on him instantly.
Your spells are strong.
About that?
Even if you're behind in net worth, you have very powerful spells if you can get the skirmishes and the fights going and drag Enigma Galaxy into some unfavorable exchanges.
Nice play there from Nisha, dragging the creep wave, hoping to kill the Siege Wagon or force Lornoff to take a lot of damage for it. Tavai going in deep here, trying to get out of the range of this Witch Doctor. Does not want to be caught in that Maledict. Will finally teleport away.
Heads up TP.
All right, finally the Siege Wagon dies, but the damage is done. That mid tower is almost gone. And now Lornoff is going to start strolling his way over to the Wisdom Shrine. Liquid may see this coming, but can they do anything about it? Well, the TPs are going to come in, and Lornoff is actually not looking great here. He does have Magic Wand. It's going to be full heal for him off of that one. They try and bait him out a little bit, slow him down, see if the blast can land. Does not.
Too tanky.
Yeah, and he is very tanky. And Sumail's going to take the Wisdom Shrine. Okay.
Maybe if you had Haunt there was some potential action, but Lornoff, he knows his limits. He had full Wand, Fairy Fire, Ghost Shroud on the bank.
He's going to take your stacks. I mean,
yeah.
Absolutely everything is working out for Enigma Galaxy right now.
This is looking rough for Ace. No lane, you can't pull the waves against the Bane. You stack, and then your stacks got stolen. You lost the Wisdom Shrine, and now you're getting nightmared
Witch Doctor's
into
dead.
Requiem.
It's going to be Requiem point blank. Quick kill on Tofu. Some damage done onto Boxy as well. Nice cast. Not that there's anything that's going to come of that.
Gree value. That's a real silver lining.
Yeah, that's true. There is the level 6 now on Mickey. Boy, Mickey's going to have to get a whole lot done in this game, it feels like.
Nisha does not get the rune. Well, we would have loved that amp damage. That's something that could have given you some opportunities in this game. Instead, it's just going to be an amp damage lane into your mid tower.
Hey, you know you're feeling good when Necrophos is able to hold on to 1,500 gold because he's going the Boots of Travels first and just hit the mid tower. GH, okay, well, that was a bit optimistic to go for the dive behind tower during nighttime to get the positioning, but the ward was there.
I will say that's not a ward you expect.
No, not at all.
What is this a ward? It's just trying to protect the Ember. That's not a ward if I'm a Bane I would ever expect to be there.
It does make me wonder how often Enigma Galaxy makes that move, you know? If they're placing a ward like that.
It's a natural place for Bane to kind of roam with the nighttime vision and just kind of aggressively scout when you've won your lane this hard.
Yeah, I
could see the argument. It's just not a ward that's going to provide you a lot of innate value other than blocking that specific play.
Yeah,
but hey, it blocked that specific play, so
it did. Dying's dead again.
He just can't even enter the lane.
Ceaseless Dirge will bring him right back, but yeah, where do you go if you don't have a lane to play?
Into the jungle with Decay. Ugh, that does not sound like a good place to be. Boots of Travel already online for the Necrophos. Mask Madness flying out for the SF. The farm is just going to pick up here. And you always have that gate to come in. If Liquid do make an aggressive play, you have to be ready for all the cores being there.
Honestly, I can't believe they're only down by 2K.
It looks a lot worse.
It feels like it should be like 5K right now. GH looking for some vision. Finds Doctor.
Well, Mickey has been free farming. So
yeah.
It's been working out well for the Spectre. None of the pressure's gone into him. There hasn't been some gank with, TP and Reaper onto the Spectre. That said, he also still doesn't have earn charges, so he's looking for some sort of haunt play.
Yeah, free farm, but you've delayed your own build-up on the Radiance by going earn, which has been no value so far. Trying to get the bushwhack. A little bit of a poke here. Amar trying to slow him down. Boy, they're really reliant on blood grenades to help set up these kills.
He threw the
lack of stuns.
Remnant right as he got Acorn, and it just didn't go anywhere.
Oh, that's sad.
Mega awkward. Maybe we get a replay. That was kind of funny, but none of the little things going right for Liquid right now, as this tower is probably just going to die to this catapult wave. I don't think you can defend it. Don't have enough levels in the supports. If you had Solar Bind, I could see you doing something here, like Solar Bind, Maledict, Death Ward. Pretty nasty combo. Let's see this.
Oh, yeah, that little slow. That's
Feels bad,
That's
man.
rough. That's rough.
Feels real bad.
Mid tower does die. It does get denied.
Oh, that's value.
So. But are you going to be able to deny this tower as well? Sumail stepping up to yet another tier 1. Necrophos pushing deep into the tier 2 mid area.
If you
Liquid
lose
have
this,
no capabilities to stop any of this.
how do you defend your Ancient stack if this tower goes down?
Yeah, that's a good question.
This is like the last refuge you have, If Ace doesn't get this, what is he doing in this game? It's looking rough.
Well, here it comes. Triple raise plus the Necrophos' AoE. They can clear out this stack pretty quickly.
That's pretty fast.
And it's just gone.
Cuddle Blast?
Might take...
Got none of it. Oh, you got one creep.
Yeah, one creep with a blinding light. That's it.
That's pretty sad.
So now it's a 4,000 net worth lead. Chasing after the squirrel. Can't stop him.
You need Solar Bind. You need Death Ward. You need it now. You need this Vessel on the Ember too. Then you'll have some kill power. Then you can threaten this Necrophos before he has Dispels online. It will be an amazing Lotus Orb game for the Necrophos, but if he goes the Radiance first, it will be a long time coming. So you will have a window to punish Lornoff here, especially with Haunt coming through on top. A lot of extra damage to offer.
And not getting a whole lot of value out of this Spectre. He's level 9 and is yet to use Haunt.
Opportunities just aren't there.
Yeah, it's not on him. It's just the rest of the team is entirely incapable of setting up a kill.
Maybe you were supposed to Haunt to when they were stealing your Ancients to just reality in to get the XP off. Like Haunt Dagger the Ancient stack to try and steal some of the creeps and then just go back bottom. I don't know. That's an Eternal Envy play for sure.
Every nightmare is so scary. Like, he's not going to die here, but Ace is probably wondering, oh god, is the Shadow Fiend here? Am I dead again? Am I about to get triple raised or requiemed?
No, they're just doing some stacks of their own.
And it could also be Boots of Travels in from Lornoff, who is rapidly farming his way to Radiance. He's going to get to that Radiance before the Spectre does.
For sure. He will be a force to be reckoned with, but he can die if Nisha can get some Vessel charges cooking with Solar Binds. It's a very nasty combo. Not a lot that Enigma Galaxy can do against it in terms of spell interaction. When they get farmed, sure, but right now they're very susceptible. So this is the time to get something cooking. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine's coming. You know they're likely going to look for it. You just need a cheeky support kill here to activate the combination.
Oh,
they can find Sumail.
This would be massive. Pop out from the trees. Sumail just starts hitting Nisha. Here comes the Spectre. Here's the Haunt. The Tombstone's going to be laid out, and Sumail does end up going down. But Mickey jumps into it, and the Requiem combined with the Reaper Scythe, and now a Fiend's Grip in the back lines holding in the Ember Spirit. Nisha is dead as well. Ace is going to march forward. Hits a big decay on 3 different heroes. Can he finish off Amar? At least he does.
Nice.
Okay. Triple kill for Ace. His other cores suffer, but Ace finally can breathe a sigh of relief. He's got a bit of a game to play with. He will get Blink Dagger off of this.
He needed it. Maybe not the core you want surviving out of all those 3, but you'll take this fight. It's a great target to start on. Yeah, Sumail does a lot of damage, but he never gets the Requiem off. That's the power of the Ember mobility. Unfortunately, mobility is right into a deep grip that no one can cancel because you have very limited stuns.
I actually legitimately think it's the best core for them. Because I think Spectre and Ember Spirit will be able to recover. I think if you don't get this Undying Blink Dagger right now, he's going to be useless for the rest of the game.
Yeah, maybe there's some truth in that. It will be first item Blink, and now he can do some work. Again, his spells are super strong here. He has a very good matchup against, I want to say, the SF and the Underlord in this early game. Right? If you can just like jump, even if you, yeah, the SF's scary, but if you can just Flesh Golem, Tombstone him, he gets stunned by something, he'll die.
Yeah.
Same with Underlord is like your best matchup here. If you can ever just jump on top of Devi, you really ruin his day.
Yeah, the Flesh Golem hit really enables the, I mean, they just do not have great damage on Liquid right now. But if you get a Solar Bind and that Flesh Golem hit, it amps up the little damage that they have by a lot.
Flesh Golem, Solar Bind, Vessel, Spectre Haunts on you, you're going to be gone in like 1 second.
Yeah.
And that's what they're looking for here.
Also, Nisha got a lot of charges out of that fight since he died pretty late. Checking for another kill up here. GH will get the Nightmare off, but he's been hit by the Solar Bind. Wake him up from the Nightmare. Easy kill. Will it be enough to take over this area and claim their first tower? Liquid has gotten pretty much no objective damage done anywhere on this map.
Really abusing the freedom the Ember has right now. Underlord Ags will change that considerably.
Oh, yeah.
And it will be rushed here from Divide, but he's pretty poor, all things considered. Like, he did not have the greatest laning phase, being left alone bottom pretty much, so...
What happened to the Rod of Atos build into the Aghanim Scepter?
I think it's still viable.
I think this game it's pretty good, right?
The thing is, Gleipnir is not as interesting as it used to be. And you have a lot of people that prefer Shivas for the Chasm Stone buildup over the Gleipnir, so then you don't want to go Atos and kill an Atos.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't want to go Gleipnir if you want Shivas. You're overlapping Chasm Stones. It's a waste of gold. So I think that's the issue. Like, whenever I'm looking at buying Gleipnir, I'm like, this is a solid Gleipnir game. I kind of want it, but I'd rather have Shivas in my 5 or 6 slots.
All right, Ace is going to heal up, and the Radiance is going to be done for Mickey. It's a lot of focus on what Liquid's doing, because frankly, I think Nigma Galaxy, time goes on with Liquid not doing anything, it's probably good for Nigma Galaxy. They're going to be out farming you. They've got SF, Underlord, and Necrophos, who are all just going to be greedily soaking up all the neutrals on the map.
They're chilling. They have a lot of time to scale in this game with this Tricore, especially Lornov. He's just powering into some nice dispels. It's going to make him invincible in this game. Right now, he's very susceptible. If you walk this Necro into the fight, he is going to get massacred, right? You're getting soul-bound Vessel and just chunked.
Yep.
He needs at least one defensive item, so he's fine farming right now. He's not in a rush. And if the fight breaks out, he will join that fight as the secondary apron, so to say. But he does not want to be the first point of contact.
Samael, excellent timing to be clearing this out, unless he goes back as the camp spawn, but he does not.
I think Manta is enough to get him out of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, 1 or 2 dispels go a long ways in this lineup. And the counter smoke here from Nigma Galaxy with an Invis rune on GH breaks and gets some information. Lorna, oh, look at this pit. This is going to be beautiful with the Bushwhack Requiem coming over the top. It's just a bunch of AoE damage. Liquid are going to have a trouble dealing with this Ace. Goes straight to the SF, though. See if he can handle this physical damage. Not so much. He's having a hard time dealing with this. In fact, he's just going to die. This is going to be 4 dead. This Liquid, nothing they could do about it. I think Mickey saw that fight and was just like, I can't do anything here, boys.
Especially when your Ember is getting gripped. Like, just a 6 setup from GH with that Invis rune. He already has an Aether Lens done. That is a disgustingly fast time for Aether Lens on Bane. Extremely good this game because he can be the first point of setup every time, and the rest of the lineup's going to be super happy. So you get a sleep on the Doctor, grip on the Ember. You Reaper the Coddle, which is kind of like whatever, right? And then you still win the fight. As the Ember just can't get out of the pit. Double pit here off the Ags. Underlord reveal. And Sumail is just sitting there dishing the DPS. So this game is getting a little concerning now for Liquid. Can't lose too many of those types of engagements with this Undying.
Oh, what a nasty Bushwhack. Kamar catches Mickey, so he's going to die as well. So effectively, a bit of a drawn-out team wipe there. From the top lane, the Spectre was the only survivor. Now he dies.
It's getting a little out of control. 10K.
I think it's getting a lot out of control. In fact, the game is pretty much... I don't know if Liquid are capable of being able to bring this back from this point if Nigma Galaxy plays, you know, near perfect.
The threat with this Bane running around with such an early Aether Lens is just... it's pretty nasty.
Mar trying to juke at the trees. Boxy spots him, blows him up. So they do get that. They'll get GH as well. All right, some support pickoffs. They still have the capability to do that much.
Little something going their way. I don't know. I'm still concerned about the dispels. It feels like every defensive item Enigma Galaxy get in this game is going to go such a long way.
Yeah. Well, you do have Undying trying to get to a BKB. If he gets to a BKB, he still has that physical damage problem. We saw Samael actually do pretty decently.
Has no armor right now.
In that man fight, yeah.
He's pretty farmed, though, considering the start.
Yeah, he really is.
And it is a Spectre game. You can never underestimate winning one big team fight with this hero. Yeah, he gets guaranteed assist gold on everybody. Just farms the map with the Manta Radiant Solutions afterwards. He can absolutely become highest net worth very quickly here if things go his way.
It's just up to Nigma Galaxy not to let that slip up happen. Give Liquid a chance back into the game. Ember Spirit is going to join this side of the map here. The smoke. 2-man smoke here from the 2 supports.
Looking for Mickey, but he got out of that area.
Yeah, not going to find him. And they've taken over this area enough that they feel confident to do the Tormentor, which they've got very good Tormentor options. I mean, if it goes into the Hoodwink, that's definitely the better of the 2. Boomerang to amp up the damage. Instead, it's GH, who will now have some better opportunities to farm with AoE Brain Sap.
He's very wealthy now. Gonna gate top, Shadowblade on Sumail, looking for a nice little Requiem Shadowblade pickoff on the Ember, who does not have BKB yet. Does he linger? He has a sentry down. Should spot this. Yep. Oh, Haunt for the Necrophos mid. He got Solar Bind.
Oh, but a good save there from the pits. But the Solar Bind, it's too much to handle. He tries to Reaper's Scythe, hoping some damage would come in. It does do a little bit, I guess. But Ace, he's in trouble. Again, Sumail is so damn hard to deal with. He does so much physical damage. They do manage to catch him, though. Got him inside the cast with the Maledict. Toss him up in the air, not allowing the Requiem to go off. A bit of damage, and he will die to the Maledict. Will it be enough?
I don't think it's enough.
The final tick. Oh, got him.
The Urn.
The Urn finishes him off in the end. Mickey will receive that big bounty, 628 gold. Still not good for Liquid, though. They get 2 big core kills, but they will lose 4 heroes for it.
Again, a lot of things went their way, and they still can't translate it into some overwhelming victory.
Technically, they got more gold out of it.
Yeah, it's just because these heroes are far ahead.
Yeah.
The streak is worth a decent amount. The last Urn tick on that SF was a big win for Mickey. He got, the 5x streak on Sumail. It's worth a lot. This is Lornoff before he has that defensive item. That's where he's weak. You wanted this at least a couple times in this game. That might be the one opportunity you can snag it. Divide kind of left the fight. We'll have to come back in on the second half. Sumail's left all alone. Death Ward does some decent work here. Sumail not happy about that last Urn tick. Would have loved to have survived there. But he's still in a very fine spot. Sometimes you get docked, What can you do?
Manta is almost done for Mickey. The BKB is done for Lornoff. So as you said, you had one opportunity to shut down Lornoff a little bit. That's going to be the last opportunity. That defensive item is going to go a long ways. Divide not even really needed for this setup. Just the pit itself is the death of the Doctor.
Map control is going to start to pick up here. Your Necrophos can play more aggressively. This Bane is still just being able to run anywhere and do whatever he wants in terms of setup. Underlord can join any of these sorts of fights. It just creates so much natural map pressure. Still looking for the BKB on the Ember. That'll give Liquid some breathing room. This Ember will have to worry about only the grip. The downside for him is there's not a lot to cancel the grip.
Yes.
I guess
it's literally Spectre needs to
just
jump
kill him.
Kill the Bane fast enough.
It can happen pretty fast with Manta. If you haunt Manta on top of him, he gets hit by the Desolate. He will die like 3 volleys of all that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pretty quick.
But that also takes away from what I thought the original game plan was, him jumping on top of the SF alongside the Undying, right? That's what happened in that top team fight. He had to kill the Bane, and the Undying jumped on the SF, but then he didn't have a Spectre hitting the SF with him, and he lost that fight.
It's got to all punch together here. But they get their Manta, they get their BKB, they instantly smoke. Very fast play from Liquid. They're going to hit a nice timing here. Yeah, you're behind, but if you can get the team fight going your way with a nice cask or something, some of these heroes are still susceptible.
I mean, it would be pretty nice if they could go to the global hero in Device Underlord, but he is so deep in the map right now, unlikely. Liquid making a little drawing here that they want to try and slip through the tier 1, tier 2. Don't let the smoke break. Get into the triangle. And if they could catch Devi, I mean, he's a very hard hero to bring down. 3,000 HP with a pipe.
He dies fast to Flesh Golem Solar Mine.
That's true.
He has no Dispel, so you shouldn't worry about going on this Underlord.
He's going to show in the mid lane. They're going to re-smoke up. No, he doesn't quite show. He stays underneath his tower. Devi is just being just defensive enough that Liquid is failing to find this opportunity. Instead, it's going to be the straight 5-on-5 perhaps, as the smoke's going to break in the river, and they've already got the pit on Nisha. Nisha trying to make his way up to the high ground here. Pops his BKB, gets another pit, go to the high ground tombstone. Tofu almost dying there, and Lornoff will finish him off with a deep dive in with his BKB. He's not afraid of anything. Trying to deal with the tombstone to let the rest of his team on in here. Ace is in some trouble off that silver edge hit from Sumail. The Undying making a run for it with his BKB Flesh Golem. And now with the TP, there's no way out. He's going to be caught and killed as well. 2 dead. Pretty easy for Nigma Galaxy, despite the fact that Liquid were set up in a nice high ground area with the tombstone and everything. It wasn't much of an issue for Enigma Galaxy at all.
Just can't stand their ground with that high ground tomb against the Necrophos hasting up. It was a pretty nice rune on top of that BKB timing. You're trying to find Sumail there, you're trying to find supports, but they're all grouped. There's nothing for Mickey really to jump to there. No one for him to jump with. An awkward engagement. I mean, on one side, you can sit there with your tombstone, but you're also sitting in double pit Firestorm.
Yeah.
Both teams have a decent amount of zone control here. You just plan it down and say, you know, come to me. What are you going to do?
That'll be Roche and Aegis for Sumail, so they do not have to worry about Sumail getting jumped any longer. It's not been a problem for him the entire game, and now he's got an extra life to bolster that.
Looking at Nisha top. Could burst him here. He can just Requiem him out of the Shadow Walk. Might get it here. Gotta time it with the
Catch him on the slide, come back and hit him point blank. Requiem, double raise.
He didn't.
Okay, well, he still got the hit.
I was gonna say he didn't walk into the second raise because he just
he
got
was stuck on the trees.
That was almost extremely unlucky for him, but he gets the kill anyway. Nice little pop from Sumail. That's a big win for the map. You're gonna get so much net worth off this kill because you can just collapse the lanes now.
I feel like one, because it's Spectre, and two, because it's Enigma Galaxy. There is still a chance here from Liquid because we've seen Enigma Galaxy, they've won plenty of early games. They've won plenty of mid games. And that's so many times something seems to go wrong.
I will say I think that has shifted a little with Lornoff coming into the squad.
Sure.
Lornoff tends to carry games. You can criticize him for being maybe a little bit of a slow mid laner compared to some of the pool, but honestly, he's not that much slower, and I feel like more often than not, you're happy to have this guy on your team when it goes to 40, 50, 60 minutes. Like we saw what he did with Ember yesterday. He will itemize correctly. He will carry you over that finish line. It's a very good 1-2 punch between him and Sumail in terms of the confidence in the late game team fights, right? Even if you slip up a little, these two guys, they'll make up for it. So I think this version of Enigma Galaxy, they've proven they can not throw that game a lot more often than some of the past iterations. I have some confidence here.
And I do like Lornoff's builds quite a bit. Radiance, BKB, Manta now going for a heart.
Double Dispel already online. You're just going to tank up. You can get more Dispel from supports here. We had a Lotus being built by Omar. I really like that. This is a fantastic Lotus game.
Ooh, that was an interesting cast opportunity, but of course, anytime you show, it's the Underlord gate. Into pits, into another pit.
And Reaper the Doctor, taste of his own medicine.
Sumail Silver Edge breaking on Boxy. Yulsefter trying to dodge some of this damage. Sumail just gets in front of him because he knows he's not going to die. They're not going to challenge him. He's got the extra life after all.
So strong. Gunpowder Gauntlet Silver Edge hit is a nasty combination.
Yeah, that is true. And straight to an early high ground.
Why not? You have Sustain from the Necrophos. You have Aegis for 2 minutes here. And Liquid are not great when you ball up. Like, the Undying likes it, but the Spectre does not enjoy it.
No.
Early Basher for Mickey as well, by the way. Trying to rush an Abyssal. Great item against the BKBs here. Great against the SF for the interrupts, and you can maybe, like, cancel a grip off the Haunted, but you need to be able to teamfight with this item.
Hey, this is looking like Liquid are just going to have to forfeit a lane. They're just too far behind at this point. Got to reach the next set of items or something.
And this is where SF is good against Spectre. The matchup is very one-sided outside of it.
He's going to try. Tries to catch the Hoodwink here. Spectre also goes off. No, that cast is bouncing around. That could be dangerous. Requiem is going to cover him here, trying to keep these heroes back at bay. Nisha, though, with his BKB still chasing after him. Got to deal with the physical damage to the SF, though. Still a menace. Standing in the middle. Throwing out damage everywhere, trying to pick these heroes apart where they can, but as long as they stay near Lornoff, stay near Sumail, there's not much hope for Liquid to win the second part of this fight.
Too much sustain. You already had a pipe on the Underlord. You had some big Lotuses on the supports, and so many Death Pulse heals, plus that Death Seeker.
Well, that's going to be one lane of barracks into two now, as Sumail is not slowing down at all. 70 seconds left on the Aegis. He keeps it going.
Why stop? Power of Necrophos against Spectre. If you don't win those haunt fights, the game accelerates so fast because you're just a dead hero in the game.
Nisha pulled back in by the Bushwhack. He's going to be burst down here. The Reaper Scythe is not quite enough, but he couldn't get very far with the Remnant, so still in that AoE, still to die. Tofu with this pipe couldn't bail him out, and Tofu in the fountain can't get bailed out either. What a stomp. Enigma Galaxy destroying Liquid off of a draft that just did not work at all for Liquid.
Nope. Lanes were unsuccessful. Early game was unsuccessful. Some of the items were delayed. Can't find that one team fight to turn the momentum. And the more and more these defensive items come out for Enigma Galaxy, the team fights are just too easy. Group up around the Necrophos Underlord and just damage test Liquid.
Man, you had a question of like whether or not the Aegis was going to be able to get them a lane of barracks. It got them two and almost ending the game outright. They take a tier 4 and almost a second one. Aegis will finally expire and they'll start backing away. They've got a heap of items to be picking up, I'm sure.
A lot of gold in the bank to spend. A Wind Waker on the Coddle. Wow. Okay, Boxy just brings that out of nowhere here. Honestly, the supports for Liquid finding a decent amount in this game between that and the Blink Pipe on the Witch Doctor. That's a big Wind Waker. Can save against the Reaper.
Oh, if you're Liquid, how do you make this happen? Slight getting away from the pit at the nick of time.
Sahan trying to go on the back line.
Trying to go for the Bane, and he tried to go for the Feed Script. He hit an illusion instead. Still, though, he's alive. The Requiem forcing back the heroes and managed to kill the Ember Spirit. Witch Doctor runs away from Lornoff. He's going to be okay for now. Close range gate to stop some of these heroes from retreating. BKB has to be used by Ace. And while he has plenty of HP, again and again, we're seeing he just cannot deal with the SF's damage.
Sustain is doing so much work here for Enigma Galaxy in these fights. You just can't play that poke style.
Yep, Lornoff on the front lines with his heart. Untouchable, hasn't used his BKB. The SF is hitting for 550 damage a hit with the Daedalus now done. Cast bounce around a little bit, no opportunity there. One last melee barracks left for Megas. And Liquid have already expended most of their kit. No Flesh Golem, no Tombstone, no Haunt.
Gotta go when this Ember's back up. Make something happen against this Necrophos. Still has BKB available.
Oh, Broken Spectre, Reaper's Sight.
Wind Waker.
There's that Wind Waker. There's that save. He's still going to come back into the pit. No, he's okay, actually. Little chains there. Okay, you lived, but you didn't do anything to Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma Galaxy is doing something to your base right now. Mega's gonna be inbound here. It's almost a guarantee. Lornoff just will not die fast. Oh, with the shot for the Firestorm combined with the Sharpshooter kills Mickey. Samael didn't even have to do anything to kill the enemy carry. Wind Waker dodged the bushwhack. Liquid, they're just really proven. They can hardly take this in like a 2 versus 5.
And look at
Lornoff is fighting 5 heroes right now, and the team isn't even bothering to help him. They just wanted to see what would happen.
What, just go up there, bro. We'll back you up. Just kidding. You're on your own.
And he got out. BKB walked away. No stunts to stop him. Well, Mega Creep's to 35 minutes. I don't think there's ever been, in a professional match, a Mega Creep come back from that early.
That's probably true. Well, Spectre's one of the heroes that can maybe do it, but...
No doubt, no doubt.
He had to buy back, so there goes a lot of his economy.
Well, Dota Plus loves Spectre. And they say this game's over. They say 0% chance. It's done, and it's been done for a couple minutes now.
To be fair, if you get Megas at 35, I think you do it a 0. You're not supposed to win that game.
No hero should be capable of coming back from that.
What about Naga Siren in a true, like, 0 illusion clear Naga Siren game? Because you can't buy anything to kill illusions anymore, right?
Yeah, but there's still, like, even if I guess you could say theoretically you could hold out the game, like the enemy team should still be able to overpower you and just hit the Ancient.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like, you can't, as Naga Siren, do enough damage to stop them.
Well, we'll find out here. The greatest Mega Creep comeback in Dota 2 LAN history.
Lornoff is almost level 25 at 35 minutes. Another Roshan for Enigma Galaxy just to secure that extra little bit. Watching these heroes try and deal with Mega Creeps this early is so funny.
It's pretty tough.
It takes so long to deal with the wave.
You got to feel for Ace in this game. This is not Undying's forte.
No. You could decay the wave like 7 times to kill it. He still does not have his Shivas.
Time to buy the Mjolnir, you know?
Yeah. All right, he's got his Shivas now.
See if it can keep him alive here.
It won't. It won't.
Okay.
The damage that the SF has outscaled the tank of the Undying every step of the way.
He's already level 25 on the SF and the Necrophos.
Yep, Shadow Rays now applies attack damage, so double pits coming out. Holding Boxy in. Wind Waker doesn't manage to get away. The Ember Spirit trying to jump the back line. Just like before, they're going to assassinate poor GH's Bane. Maybe they can kill Omar as well while the cores struggle to chase after these heroes. They will get a second hero. The Reaper Scythe gets dropped onto Nisha. Nisha survives for now because the BKB lasted long enough. But again, the AoE damage is the problem.
He's going to live.
He got off of Flame Guard and does live, but the Ancient is in trouble. There is lots of Mega Creeps to be handled. I have to deal with that.
They won the team fight, though.
Yeah, I guess so. Enigma Galaxy is not going to keep it going.
Time to start Chakra magicking that Undying Tombstone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, successful assassination on the 2 supports. They melted pretty quickly here to the Ember and Spectre combined jump. Full Abyssal on Mickey definitely helps.
What do you give the chance that, not that Liquid makes the comeback here, but they kill a core before this game is done?
Not a very high chance, probably 10%.
Yeah, I would say 10%.
Maybe you killed Divide. That's who I'm kind of banking on. But
yeah. Divide is almost level 25 too. Sumail does have an Aegis here. Quick little Fiend's Grip. Wind Waker to get rid of that one, but it's still, the pit is the problem.
Such an obnoxious spell to try and fight into here.
Yeah. All right, Ace. Just 23 decays to go, and you might be able to kill Sumail. There's 2.
I think if Sumail crits off the silver 3 Giant Small hit, he one-shots Boxy. Yeah, it's very close.
4, 5. Ace is slowly lowering his strength. Bushwhack pulls it back in. Wind Waker, he's going to come back into the pits and will be sharp shot down.
Boy. That's a lot of damage.
Again, the Wind Waker combined, it can only save so much against these pits, and in this case, sets up the sharpshooter beautifully. Throne is exposed, and Enigma Galaxy will take their time. They're going to try and kill the Liquid heroes first, really demoralize them. Nice use of the Slight to dodge the scythe. He'll still die when he comes back down. Too many Megas, too many heroes, too much net worth. Enigma Galaxy, too dominant of a victory here in Game 1.
Sumail just farming some extra KDA. He's like, fine, I'll kill you some more.
Yeah.
If you're going to glyph it there, take some extra kills with me for the road. And yeah, that was a very one-sided game. I don't know. I feel like that draft was pretty telegraphed, right? If Liquid don't make something happen in the first 10 minutes there, I think those fights just become increasingly harder and harder. Like, the Spectre pick has some upsides, but one of those upsides is when you just get 5-man pushed and tempoed, you feel real bad about your options in that scenario. And we saw some of the strength of, like, you can double jump assassinate the backline. And I think that was the idea. If you take supports out of the engagement, then you can start to open up this ball a little bit and just kind of power through. If the early game looks better, I can see that happening. But then you also have to ask the question, like, how does that early game look better? Because I think all 3 lanes are either losing lanes or a draw at best. Maybe you're supposed to win the Witch Doctor lane a little harder because you're against the melee hero, but that got really weird early in some, like, awkward trades, and Coddle's not going to rotate down there. That's the thing. If Boxy's on a roaming hero, I could see your potential go up a lot, but he's on a Keeper of the Light. He has to, like, stack, maintain that control. They lost the stacks, but that even compounds it. The Undying cannot enter lane against Bane Shadow Fiend. The Ember cannot lane against Necrophos. Like, there's no skill matchup in Ember Necrophos, right?
Yeah.
I don't care how good Nisha is, he's not getting out of that lane. So it's hard for me to see how you get to a point where that assassination can win you the team fights when you have 2 lanes that are going to be hard no matter what, and a third that's just kind of a wash.
This puts Liquid in a rough position. Being who they are trying to vie for top in their group, but because they already lost the game to P-Time, and now a game against Enigma Galaxy, that top place spot to get you directly into playoffs is looking, well, perhaps out of reach.
But it's looking great for Enigma Galaxy.
It is.
They're cruising here. They are a solid team, man. Like, you really have to respect what this 1-2 punch can bring to the table, and then the supporting cast is setting them up beautifully. They're all doing their job, right? The stuns are landing, the support items are being bought correctly, they're pushing with those timings, and I think this team is just really confident in their late game now, which is, to me, the biggest difference of this iteration to past iterations. Like, when they're going late, as this game's scaling, you're just seeing Lornoff's network tick up. You're seeing Sumail's tick up, and it's not all on one of those two. It feels very comfortable.
Enigma Galaxy slapped down Liquid in game 1. Let's head back to our panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enigma Galaxy 1 win away from proving that stats do lie Lacoste.
Almost there. They need one more dub, Shiver, one more game, one more map, and they're going to do it since 2022. But I don't know. Enigma Galaxy, they just look better with each game that they play. You see the squad, they have like RMN, they have Kuroki, they have Jam Vincento as well. Maybe people know him from the DPC times. He was a player. So a lot of people behind them that can try to, you know, figure out what the other teams are doing. Like, this kind of reminds me of Team Liquid back in the days when they had like 3 coaches, 2 analysts, like basically more people than they're playing in Dota at the moment. But very nicely executed strategy. I think it comes down to the laning stage where they're unable to get a lot of stuff done. This type of a lineup from Liquid, they need to be able to like punch back, but they just can't. In theory, they're just going to be losing these lanes, especially this mid matchup. This is the old school stuff that we have been, you know, maybe thinking about. Maybe that's going to happen more because Ember, he's a very popular hero, looks very strong in most of these matchups, but not so much against Necrophos.
Yeah, the Necro pick really paid off. I think it did exactly its job, exactly what they needed it to do. Like, as planned, the Undying Cuddle lane went really rough. Bane SF, probably top 3 strongest safe lanes of the meta right now, and I don't think Cuddle Undying can ever be an answer. So that already shut down the Cuddle. When he tried to play with his Ember, he had to go to an Ember that was starving, and that's all you have really. Then what else is there? There's like a Spectre, but Spectre just wants, you know, quiet and time to come online. There were like glimpses of hope for Liquid in certain moments. I think there was like the first team fight that they got was pretty even. It went like 3 each, and then the second play that they tried to make, which was the Spectre Radiance timing, they ended up running into a GH Bane that had an Indus rune. And, you know, there are Dota moments like that where you can call it just unluck, you know, but at the end of the day, if one, you know, bad luck moment kind of seals the game for you, it probably means that you have to rework certain things in the approach and in the draft in particular.
Yeah, there probably were bigger problems than just that. At the end of the day, for this game, I kind of feel like we're coming back a lot to the draft. Also, when talking about it before the game even began, we already saw these problems coming to light for Team Liquid. Do you think that's how Team Liquid will reflect back on this, Lacoste?
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna recognize what the issue is and maybe even do the full 80 and just completely pick like different heroes and recognize that they need to be able to, like, I did say that they are a very strong, like, lane-oriented team. We haven't seen it in this one. I think it comes down to them having these type of picks. And Sumail, he was dominating this safe lane completely. Mid lane, Lornoff. Like, the stability between these two players, it's really showing. Nisha, one of the most stable players of all time, he is sitting at 0-9-9. Like, this is the score that you never see Nisha have. Like, he was trying to drag the creep waves, trying to get the most out of the lane, where he's pulling the mid creeps to the enemy triangle to the big camp and getting some extra farm. It just wasn't enough because at the time, they were inside their triangle as well, getting a good amount of farm, stealing their stacks as well. Enigma Galaxy, all of these boxes, like, it definitely, you can tell that they made the right preparations for it.
Yeah, also good news for Sumail, of course, that Shadowfiend is indeed in the meta, and that's another hero that is, or used to be a mid hero, kind of still is maybe, that he is very well versed on. But we also talked a lot about the offlaners, and I think we should talk about that a little bit here as well.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough start of the tournament for Ace so far. I have to say, I think he's had very strong games, and then he's had games where he didn't get to play. And this is really a player that you need to secure like a stable start. He's able to do a lot. He's shown it in many iterations in this team also. So you really want to set him up for a decent laning phase. And I think it must come down to some sort of theory, because you do see the SF, it's first picked. I think they saw, I mean, maybe they didn't see the Bane, and the Bane was a reaction pick to the Coddle, but they did see the lane assemble. They knew they were going into a Bane SF. So you decide to click the Undying. He also must have a say in it, 100%. He called for it. And then it goes this way. And Undying is not a hero that has like a fallback mechanism. We heard about Device say, well, I do have the mindset when I lane versus Necro or SF that I'm just going to jungle. Well, that definitely wasn't the plan for Ace, because you don't pick Undying for that. The hero cannot jungle. The hero just plays for the lane. So you pick it for the lane, and then you can't get any CS, you can't contest creep waves. You need to get back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and we saw on the other side the Underlord. We said beforehand that he would have a little bit of a tough lane, but his timing for Ags was still quite good.
Yeah, it was great. I think like what I referred to is him having a bit of a harder laning stage. First, like level 2, level 3 maybe, and then he's gonna start to outshine the Spectre, especially because his position was good. I think there was one moment where he was, you know, just there and then getting the damage from Spectre isolated, and it's like, not doing that for the rest of the game. I need to stick around with my team. But I believe there is a clip that's gonna show like a very good synergy with within Enigma Galaxy and how they manage to synergize the timings as well, because at this time, 16 minutes in, they are gonna be smoking. Both of the teams are going to be using smoke, trying to find something on the map. And if we look at closely, there's going to be a courier coming out on this Ember Spirit. So they see exactly where the enemy team is, plus also GH, he was invis at the time, and making sure the rest of the team is coming. And then immediately, as soon as Aghanim Scepter gets delivered, he lands a 3-man pit of Malice into Requiem, and immediately Finn's Grip coming out from GH, making sure that this Ember Spirit is not going to have a good time. Plus another pit of Malice on top of that. It's just way too big area of control that at the time, Team Liquid isn't really going to be able to punch back.
Yeah. And I mean, that team fight loss, I think, I don't want to say it seals the deal for Liquid, but this is the Spectre Radiance timing, the Vessel on the Ember. At that point, there was a huge advantage in the laning phase for Team Liquid, for Enigma, sorry, but that went into a Radiance on Necro. You know, Yash, like SF on his way to Manta. This was really the moment where Liquid could bring the game back. And I think, yeah, the fact that this Bane is running around in Invis, it is what it is, you know. He gets to scout all of you when he's not supposed to, because if he was an invis, if he was smoked, he would have died right away. Like insta, chained by Ember, Haunt, Bane is dead, the whole fight is different. That's Dota for you, you know. Sometimes it's just how it is.
Sometimes, I mean, we can call it unlucky for Team Liquid, but you can also just call it stars aligning on the side of Enigma Galaxy. And this game proves that they are very strong, and we iterated it already at the start, but I'll do so again. This series is super important. There's a couple of teams we expect to see on top of this group. And if you know who will win this series, also make sure that you put in your pick'ems on the esportsworldcup.com website. Because whoever wins this has a super high chance of being in that top of the group stages, because Enigma Galaxy already won Aurora. Liquid and Aurora haven't played yet. But with Enigma Galaxy also already taking one game off of Team Liquid, that top part of this Group B is getting super spicy. So extra pressure on this upcoming game. On the side of Enigma Galaxy, Lacoste, is there anything you would like to see changed? Because, you know, it did go very well. You just run it back?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are running, like there was one game yesterday, the first game that they played, where it was kind of like pretty standard type of a draft, and then they really spiced it up in the second game. In this one as well, bringing new heroes, some old school stuff. This is why you have like Kuroki on the team, because this guy has been playing Dota for 25 years pretty much, and then knowing, like you did mention yesterday, that Dota is kind of works in cycles. Some of these old school heroes are still coming back. Like we changed them even back, like in some of the recent patches, to what they were before, back in like Dota 1 days, and he knows all of that stuff. So he's bringing in some counters that are working really well for them.
Yeah, it has been working really well, and that's the start of the series. We also heard from the Vi how he had good vibes and lots of confidence coming into this series. We're also going to find out how Boxy with Team Liquid felt before going into this one.
I'm here with Boxy of Team Liquid. Now, you guys got second in the club championship the last 2 years. Does that add more pressure to your guys' performance here? Are you just sure that someone else is going to help carry the points as well?
Well, I think we're one of the first games playing here, Dota, like in terms of the season. And the other years we were one of the last, so maybe then it was more pressure. Now I feel like, you know, you're going first. You do as well as you can and hope the others can.
Whatever happens, happens, right? Someone else will pick up the pieces. Yeah, that's great. What's something that you guys have struggled with as a team this season?
I mean, I think a few different things. I think sometimes we didn't really like find our footing or like flow in certain tournaments. Like a hard time like finding which heroes we think are like the best ones until like later on, and like really figuring out like what is like our core playstyle. I think now it's gotten more. We've gotten more like. I feel like we know ourselves a bit better. But I think that's been a problem for us this year a bit.
What's that process like in a tournament? Because I'm sure you play lots of scrims right before the tournament happens. You play scrims, before you get to the tournament. Then you get to the tournament, you play scrims as well, you learn more. Some teams figure this stuff out during group stage, for example. Is that like your normal routine and sometimes it just doesn't come together in time?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you scrim beforehand, it can be a little bit like you scrim sometimes the same teams a lot. You have like your own meta a little bit, you play your own heroes, and then you get to the tournament and there's a lot of other things going on that you or your opponents weren't playing, and you have to make a decision like, do you want to adapt? This is something we want to play. Does it even like look good? And I think it's, you know, a little bit of both. I think some things you like pick up, and some things you realize like that's not all bar park, and you have to like stick to your guns.
It sounds like a scary decision to make. You just have to lock in on some strat and hope it is the right thing. I don't know. Sounds tough. In your guys' last match, you guys 2-0'd against Level Up. I'm curious what the difference is in terms of like draft review when you win a series versus lose it. I assume you put more effort into the losing series?
Yeah, I mean, when you lose, you tend to review more because you lost. I do feel like even if you win, if there were like moments or stuff that you didn't like maybe you won because you were just better, or you won because, you know, you struggled and made a comeback. I think those moments are valuable as well, but it tends to be more you're like driven by by like negative emotions to like go into the replay and be like, this fucking
you messed this lane up for me, or you initiated a little poorly.
Maybe not like the blame game.
Boxy, you didn't force staff me here. You should have. Yeah.
So I think when you win, you tend to review a little bit less, but I think you have to be like honest with yourself also and not just be like, we won.
We won. There's no problems, right? Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
All right, thank you.
Now, before the series started, Nigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid here with Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, we said, no, this is definitely going to be a 1-1. Because historically, Sam, Liquid has the tradition of losing game 1 and then learning so much from that loss that they come back swinging and win game 2, and then often, if it is a best of 3, which is not the case this time around, but they win game 3 as well. So we are expecting big adaptations here.
Stop living in the past, Shiver. This is 2026. Nigma is back.
Oh,
okay, Nigma is back. Nigma is a tier 1 team. Nigma is winning.
Never
I was
gone.
gonna say winning tournaments, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Nigma is winning maps. They're winning group stage. They're winning playoffs games, and they're winning tournaments. This is what 2026 looks like. We're in Paris for Dota. You know, things have changed.
True.
So
that is true.
Nothing is to be, nothing is to be taken for granted. Everything is earned. Or I hope I got this one right. Well, don't take it for granted. Like, I don't care about your stats.
Okay.
They can 2-0 Liquid. It is a possibility.
It is for sure a possibility, and I'm sure that they're going to try to recreate what happened in game 1. They got their hands on the Shadow Fiend in game 1, and I do feel like that is a little bit of a, an expected pick. I can only imagine that Team Liquid had something prepared against it, which clearly did not work.
It didn't work. It seems like this is the puzzle that needs to be solved, mostly from the offliners. We are seeing teams that are kind of struggling from the offlane. If they don't have an offlaner who is used to be playing the sacrificial role, that they are not making the comeback. It's a very, very important role in this current meta. And even though we are in meta where carries are kind of dominating, but also a very important role to be able to counter that. And I'm just looking at Shadow in some of the numbers as well. He's sitting at 60% plus win rate. They're gonna ban it out this time, but Liquid opening up with the Earth Spirit. Big fan of this hero. The most picked hero so far at the tournament. It does change. The Clockwork, he's definitely gonna be up there as well. But the Earth Spirit, it gives you pretty much everything. This is the hero that excels a lot of different things. And Seb, this is the hero that you wanted to see as well being picked up.
Yeah, there it is.
Earthspirit gives you everything, man. Roche, team fight, towers, push.
What about Tide and T8? Is it as good or?
That's exactly what the meme I was referring to. So that sentence just stuck in my head. It gives you everything. I just can't take it. But Wisp first pick. I mean GH, the best Wisp in the world forever. I'll just put it this way. I think this guy has been, kind of making phobia, PTSD, you name it. It's like no one wants to face his Wisp. I'm really happy that Nigma go back to that sort of comfort zone. I think it opens up a lot of different strategies. Because Wisp is a hero that's about strategizing around. Like he's a buffer hero in a sense. So you really want to take a hero and put it on steroids. Essentially, that is what Wisp does. And if you're gonna do that with Sumail or Lornov, I mean, it could be Davai, but most likely it's gonna be with your mid and your carry. We could get some really cool strategy from Nigma.
We could. Last time that they played it was against Navi, and it looked completely dominating. He ended that game with only one death. They did pair up with Sumail's Necrophos, even extra bit of regeneration coming in, becoming unkillable. From the mid lane, not as much. It was Lornov who was playing Sniper, but Davai Lama, he was also playing the Beastmaster, and Omar was playing position 4 Axe. So this is the team that's going to be flexing a lot of these cores in a way where they can play from multiple different roles. Yet to see Davai play potentially Necrophos, where they can then flex it across 3 different roles, and removing Ancient Apparition, and there's that Necro.
Yeah, I mean, that is... so there's a few things to say about the second phase draft, for, the bans. What is interesting to me is the Doom has been banned by Liquid, which I think is a little bit scary when you play versus Wisp, because that is a ban that I'm sure Nigma is very happy about. And on top of that, they go back to the Necro. As Lacoste mentioned, this is a combo that they've run before, especially if it doesn't... one of the few counters in the game is going to be Doom, right? Against Wisp Necro,
yes.
The amount of heals is completely out of this world. I also think the Necro could go mid against Earth Spirit, because we saw what happened to Ember Spirit. I think the very same can apply to Earth Spirit. The Necro can't shut down the hero that much. And I don't think you can afford to have an Earth Spirit that is too shut down. You need the Vessel in this game. If it's not coming from Earth Spirit, there's no AA, there is no Doom. Vessel is your last option to deal with this amount of this
insane amount of healing.
Yeah, it's like a broken strategy, honestly.
Yeah, we are in the heal meta, and after the changes to Shivas, it just doesn't feel like there are many items. God is too expensive. It needs to be Spirit Vessel. Drow can potentially do it with the Aghanim Scepter, even though most of the Drows that I've seen recently are not opting to go for that item.
It takes a while.
It takes a while. Even though Ame did try to start a trend where he was picking up Aghanim Scepter straight away, Falcon Blade into Aghanim Scepter, other players are also building different items with the Pike, with the Manta styles of their own. But in this one, I think it might need to get slightly more priority.
Mm-hmm. I like the draw clock pickup. It's pretty good heroes against what Nigma has. I think it makes IO's life also much more difficult. They have lots of ways to mess with the IO. The Cog can break the tether, the silence, the Gauss is also pretty good. Liquid's lineup is looking good, but they have to cover certain angles when it comes to laning, because typically this IO Necro, if they're paired together on the lane, is absolutely terrifying. I think this is a case of they could just be behind your tier 1 tower 2-3 minutes into the game and you just can't kick them out of there. So we'll have to see what Nigma decide to go for.
I would love to see maybe some kind of a stunner, maybe a lion, just a casual one, and then... Because I feel like with this type of a strategy, we've seen it being ran multiple times. If you can't really start a fight, it's gonna be Lycan, a hero that we have been calling out for quite some time now. We haven't seen it on our stream, at least. The hero feels very, very strong, like with the Howl, with what you can do in the lane, manipulating the creep waves as well, and the scaling plus the timing that this hero is going to give to you.
I mean, Nigma's taking time because Omar is trying to click Hoodwink and it doesn't work because it's banned. So he's gonna have to, come to the conclusion that, you have to play another hero this game. He's just, I've seen his mouse. He's just spam clicking the hero.
Now,
quite unfortunate.
Will he be the one playing Wind Ranger, or will it be Sumail?
I mean, it's open. I say most likely it's open. Actually, Wisp Wind Ranger, one of the better Wisp combos. We probably haven't seen it much. But Wisp obviously benefits a lot from mobile core heroes because that's how Tether works. Them running around together with the Tether movement speed buff is impossible to catch them. They're just running around and extremely elusive. They roam the map at the speed of light. It's a really cool combo. I love it. But again, I think the position 4 Wind Ranger with the cheap stun on the shackle shot, low cooldown. This is really what they need because we've seen what can happen when you have no stuns in game 1 for Liquid. Nigma was going down the exact same path, so that was a little bit worrisome.
I would love to see something that can set things up for them, so you can relocate in, you can have some kind of a play that's gonna be maybe punishing the side lanes, because right now they're that's shackle shot, that's pretty much all you have, and on the other side you have very mobile heroes. You have Earth Spirit, who's difficult to catch. Clockwork with 1 cogs, he can stop you from getting any kind of gank that you're trying to get into. Very strong lineup from Nigma Galaxy. You can definitely tell that has been a lot of work put into the drafts they've been having, especially since yesterday. Day 1, it looked kind of okay, pretty standard, but they definitely spiced it up.
Okay, so it's going to be an Earth Spirit position 4. They pivot, which again makes sense. I think Earth Spirit versus Necro mid would have looked exactly like game 1, and I'm sure Nisha doesn't want a round 2. That must have been miserable to play. So they go for the Nisha puck. That's an absolute classic. It's an absolutely perfect puck game. They have nothing to threaten him so far, so there's going to be a lot of pressure on the last pick. At the same time, we said that Nigma need stun, lockdown, and initiation, which was not going to come from a Necro mid. So I think both teams are pretty happy with the switch of the draft, where Necro is probably looking to go safe lane with the IO, and they will pick a Lauren hero that matches well against Puck and will bring the stun initiation Nigma is lacking. The likes of Tiny. I don't know if teams are valuing Monkey King at all anymore, but these are the kind of heroes that are required, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe even a Void Spirit, even though there is good amount of lockdown. It's a hero that works well in the laning stage. I just want to see them have some kind of a catch. I was also thinking about, it crossed my mind, I'm like, it could be a good Dragonite game, but this hero is nowhere to be seen. But this is a very good, we're gonna group up together. Let's say he's tied up to a Wisp. You have a guaranteed stun against the Puck. It works well in the laning stage. Maybe some blast from the past, probably not gonna happen, but one can only hope for.
I'm just worried for Ace because it's IO Necro, and you have an Earth Spirit +4. As an former as an offlaner, I'm like, what do you want? This is gonna be hell on earth. Your +4 can't really do much for you, and you're laning versus an obnoxious lane.
Ooh, what about some off-lane Snapfire for him?
Yeah.
I mean, it could work, but if you don't have enough damage with Earth Spirit to cut through the IO Necro, then it becomes just really bad, because their push potential, the double heal on Necro because of the tether, it's going to be wild. They are gonna get behind your tier 1. That's how strong they are, and they will just confront both the heroes and the creep wave. He goes for an axe. I'm very surprised by this. They're thinking about cutting waves. That's the only explanation I can come up with, and they're hoping. But the thing is that IO is not like old IO. IO play with spirits now. Old IO was completely harmless because it's just tickling you, and it has tether overcharge. So as soon as it's split with his core, it does nothing. But the new IO is actually very heavy harass with spirits. It's very cost-effective damage. The mana you spend for the damage it does is borderline broken. So I don't think creep skipping against IO is as good as it used to be. Slightly worried about the offlane for Liquid once again. I hope they find a way to get into the game and give Ace a solid start.
because he's gonna need it. I think we've seen Axe also be pretty much on the receiving end this hero. On paper, it looks very good, but didn't find too much success so far at EWC. I just gotta double check the numbers, see where he's standing. Never mind, it got up. It's more than 50% right now. But some of the games that we've seen Axe struggle quite a lot. Like even if he's off to a good start, and let's giving them the last. Pretty much directions how this lineup needs to be played, because I feel like this lineup kind of plays itself out. Problem is you are playing against a lot of tempo. One mistake, two mistake, the game can get out of control relatively quickly.
I would love to see a Tiny for Nigma. Okay, they go to Alk. Never mind, they switched it up completely. They are gonna put the Necro mid anyway against the puck, and they're running an IO Alk lane.
Yeah, looks like it.
Looks like it.
Okay, so I mean that is gonna buff the Axe a lot. Now it's a pretty decent lane for Axe, laning versus a melee hero and IO that also likes to be close. I don't know how much I like that. I think Nigma was in a really good spot drafting wise, and I think that gives a lot of playability for Liquid.
Yeah, it's a free puck game. Like they have literally nothing to stop this puck from having a great game. I'm also looking at the potential Aghanim Scepter. Whenever you think about Alchemist, he gives it to the Wolf, and then Wolf bites him back. It's like, yeah, I'm actually buying this for myself.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, probably. I think in this one, he needs to play for himself.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing Aghanim Scepter. Aghanim's on Necro is good, but it's also not an early item that you want to be getting. So I feel like Sumail just, plays for himself. He gets the Radiance, he gets the Blink Dagger, BKB, AC definitely needed in this game. Maybe even Bloodthorn in this one, just to be able to have something to shut down this puck. But
Early Orchids, honestly, even earlier than usual, Orchid sounds amazing.
They might need that. Yeah, they might need to pick it up.
It's a really good Lycan game. Also, something to note. I think none of these heroes actually threaten Lycan anytime soon. Hall incredibly powerful with the Alk. The amount of minus armor they're going to have. So Davai could also just take over the game. Honestly, this is one of these games where Lycan can just be unstoppable.
Is Clock not considered to be decent against Lycan? Because you can box him in. Oh, you're in.
No.
You can box him in and force staff yourself out and haha.
No. Lycan is very good against Clock because with the two walls, Cogs is just extra gold for Lycan basically. So sure, later on you can box him in, but you actually die in the split of a second against Lycan. You're so squishy. Also Clockworks, they usually are really low net worth. They don't have any gold. They're just running around with brown boots and blink dagger. It's finger snap and you're dead.
The side of Nigma Galaxy looks like they will be looking for one peak timing where they can kill anybody. They can push towers really fast.
Infinite amount of healing. They have infinite amount of sustain. If Liquid can kill them that one time, it's just gonna turn, all they're looking for is pretty much 2 items, Radiance +1. Also, they have Necro available, so I want to see if this time around they go for double Radiance or if they're gonna be trying to speed things up, because double Radiance also doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if they can change things around and find a different item build. It's most likely going to be on Necro in that case. I don't think maybe some Battle Fury out or something, but it sounds a little bit underwhelming. I wonder if also, because I'm trying to think from Liquid's perspective, who's going to deal with the healing? Maybe Vessel on Axe is a possibility, because I don't think Blade Mail is that high value when they have so much heal behind.
They have
a Vessel Blink. I mean, they have Earth Spirit, but I think from support it comes a little bit too late.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But do you think Axe is going to be able to farm fast enough for that as well?
Yeah, you could definitely get it on Axe. It feels good.
It's the same cost as Blade Mail, essentially, almost, so... Yeah, I'd like to see a Vessel into Blink for him.
Yeah, well, I like to see an explosive game. We're going to find out if Team Liquid can weather the storm, as it were, with the Alchemist and Lycan that might be knocking on Team Liquid's door sooner rather than later. Let's find out how game number 2 plays itself out with Cap and SVG.
A lack of stuns in Game 1 led Liquid to a draft that has plenty of stuns. They start off with an Earth Spirit, they've got a Clockwork, now an Axe and a Puck. Stuns, lots of initiation, lots of lockdown, all for a Drow Ranger. We've seen plenty of Drow Rangers, Avery, try and carry games. Is this a Drow Ranger that could carry this game?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks pretty good for Liquid in the late. I feel like they went to the, emergency break glass box and time of emergency button, which is the Nisha Puck. Anytime Liquid needs a win, you go to the Nisha Puck. On some level, I feel like that's getting to the level of like the old Boba Storm Spirit meme.
Yeah.
Where you're on the ropes, we need a dub. You break out the Nisha puck and hope it carries you to victory. Definitely a good puck game, though. Like, I can't fault it for the pick. Very limited lockdown in this Nigma Galaxy draft. It's their time to play with very limited stuns. There were some picks in here that were pretty interesting. I was surprised to see the Wind Ranger come out just because your first 3 had no stuns, and then if you were going to pick up a 4 to give you a stun, Wind Ranger's like the most unreliable stun in some ways.
Yeah.
It was like kind of funny. And then I didn't expect to see this Axe either because I feel like Liquid had so many stuns that if you're going into this last pick for Ace, maybe just something that could have guaranteed him a good laning phase and give you like some utility would have been nice.
More of a standard Ace hero.
Yeah. Like, did you need the jump? You know what I'm saying? So, kind of curious that we had a reverse of last game's draft in some ways.
Ooh, Omar manages to snag away that bounty rune, which is important. Manages to get the 2-2 split as a result. And you're going to need it. You're going to need that extra gold because this lane is pretty rough. I started talking about the Drow Ranger in the first place because this hero has been very meta in the first place, and you have offered Lycan as a suitable answer to this hero. I mean, it's been long since considered a counter to Drow Ranger. Why don't we see it more?
We do see it. We saw some teams first phase this exchange, right? Give the Drow, take the Lycan, and they're confident in what this hero's going to do, not only for itself, but with the potential bite later on another hero. You get double gap close on the Drow, just crit her down. It's a pretty nice answer. You play some tempo, you take objectives, you can force Roshans before the Drow's ready to fight. It's a nice answer. You have to be able to play the hero, though, and you have to be willing to play that style. And Lycan is not a hero that just straight outscales the Drow, so there is some lack of comfortability there for some teams. Like, I don't want to have to be on a timer against a super scary late game hero. It's really team dependent, but it can be super successful. Let's see what Divide can do with it here. And as we watch Lornoff on Necrophos for the second game, though this time it doesn't look nearly as easy of a Necrophos game. He does have some melee heroes he can kind of abuse, but there's a lot of silences to play around, a lot more stuns that can kind of chain stun him and 100 to 0 him. Puck's an annoying matchup, the Drow's an annoying matchup, so he won't just be able to get strong and exist in the fight against 5 heroes like we saw last game.
Oh, he's doing very well in CS so far. 10-4 against Nisha's 4-1. He's
cooking.
Killing it today.
Yeah, he's absolutely cooking in these early portions of the lane. Get another range deny too. Ooh, yeah, he's looking good, 10-5. We also saw this Sumail Alchemist yesterday just have one of the fastest Alch games I've ever seen in this current meta. So if he can replicate that, this lineup can come online a lot faster than Liquid expects. And this is another hero that can be a good matchup against the Drow. You're not good in that late game isolated scale vacuum, but you're good in terms of I can out-tempo him, I can take faster Roshans, I can get, BKB Radiance Blink, and you just blink on top of the Drow and start smacking him. Not fun for Mickey in this game. So there's a lot of tempo elements that could work well for Nigma Galaxy, but they have to be able to get there in the right moment and make it work. And if that falls apart, you might just get pucked in this game. See how many golem camps GH can spawn this time around. It's always a big factor. Early CS looking quite good though, especially against that Axe. 5 CS for Ace. Once more, he is struggling against this Sumail safe lane. Gonna have to pull creeps. I mean, he has an Earth Spirit, so you're not really doing a lot to play the lane straight up.
No. Simultaneously, they don't have the best heroes to stop you from backlaning.
No.
IO's not great.
I think this pick can work out. What it can do is it can give a lot of freedom to Boxy. If Ace can get into the creep cut mode, be self-sustaining, then Boxy can lead the lane with the Earth Spirit, which is what he likes to do with the hero. And he can just start either chain killing mid with like a roll kickback. He can go top and tri-lane a Lycan that you can just chase down as long as you have a stun available. There are gank options for the Earth Spirit here as long as you get this Axe online.
I mean, the Earth Spirit of like 10 years ago, it was a premier 4 position for its roaming potential. I feel like the hero's not nearly as potent as he used to be in that aspect.
Definitely doesn't do as much damage. Doesn't have the same all-in threat. If your other lanes can chip heroes down, I think he can still give you that option. Blood Grenade helps, though.
It's true.
He's a great Blood Grenade hero. And he doesn't need much net worth to create the threat either. You can kind of just exist for a little bit and then still find those opportunities. I'd say he's in that category of Pudge, If the spells connect, you can kind of kill anybody. If they don't, you're a bot on the map and you get reported. That's life sometimes. We've all been there.
Man, Nisha is getting ruined in mid. 15-4, 25-10 for the Necrophos.
Here's a conceptual question for you.
Uh-huh.
Let's say you go up against a team like Liquid where you feel they have, the best player in the world, Nisha, on this mid lane. Nobody can defeat this guy over the long run. Is there some advantage to just giving him a cheese matchup like both games? Just being like, you can't outlane me no matter how skilled you are, and you're not going to snowball the game because you have to lane against Necro both times.
Yeah, I've always felt like Falcons is always kind of a funny matchup against Liquid because Malrine kind of cheeses his way out of most mid lane.
For sure.
Right? So I always feel like that's pretty beneficial to Falcons. So, yeah, this is kind of a similar idea hero-wise.
Quinn's a big cheeser, too, so.
True.
Let's explain it, All these Huskar players, right? I think that is one of Nisha's weaknesses. Like, he's not as good at cheesing you back. So if you cheese him, it's unlikely he's going to counter the cheese. Like
sure.
He's not the guy. If you Huskar him, that he's going to Viper you,
right?
Or if you Necro him, he's going to Sniper you. Like, it's pretty rare that they end up in that situation. So I think this is one of the teams where you can kind of just throw that cheese hero mid and reliably know it's going to do some work in the lane phase at least. Doesn't mean this puck can't come back and just absolutely carry the game. We've seen that a billion times. But I do think it gives you something to play around, at least in this matchup against Liquid, that's working well for Enigma Galaxy because they are owning this lane phase. They have the top 3 CS, they have the top 3 net worth, and the puck is really suffering in mid, and he's your big playmaker here, so it's looking pretty good so far for them in this game too.
I do kind of wonder, is Izzar Spirit ever going to try and help Nisha out in this mid matchup? I mean, they're not even set up for the power runes right now. Ace is going to try, but he's being chased out by GH and Samael. They finally put a stop to all this backlaning that he's been doing. The Reaper's Scythe, not enough to get the kill on Nisha, but maybe the follow-up is he jumps the orb. The power shot lands, not enough damage. Meanwhile, roll in from the Earth Spirit, pushing back the heroes with the cogs, but didn't actually get anybody inside. They're all free to run away despite being on low health.
It's big that Nisha gets that rune. Lets him survive the Reaper early raindrop, of course, helping out too. And now that spell's on cooldown for a bit. He can chill. Though he probably has to go to base here. You're not getting to use the coil. You do have that Earth Spirit puck combination. That can always be nasty with the coil snap.
Part of the downside of this matchup, Lycan is very good versus Drown Ranger, but Drown Ranger is so tough to deal with in lane because the increased damage that they gave Frost Arrows. But he's doing all right with his Helm of Iron Will, and he's been farming some of the Clockwork Cogs pretty well, so.
The fabled Lycan IO combination.
Yeah, GH.
Not a great one.
Felt compelled to come up here, I guess.
I will say the IO synergy in this lineup is mainly around this Necrophos.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a lot else to play with here, right? It's a little lackluster. But it's a GHIO, so never doubt the GHIO.
I mean, as long as you have a good lane partner and then one person to play with after, it doesn't really matter.
No, it's kind of good enough. It just kind of limits your early game options. It's nice to have options in life,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
For example, I had no options with my casting partner.
I knew it was good. I mean,
somebody had to.
I was sitting there going, am I going to say it? Is he going to say it?
No, I'll say it. I have no qualms. 8-minute power rune. Perhaps Nisha will have an option of getting it, and he will. Look at that. Shield
rune gets popped. Tofu is going to join in on this. Lornoff is just going to get outnumbered.
Where was the help? The help was the IO who went top and back to bottom.
Yeah, and Omar tried to secure top rune, doesn't end up being there. All in all, it does feel like Liquid's supports are making the better moves so far.
Kind of interesting. Again, that goes back to that TP top for GH. If I'm the IO in this game, all I'm thinking about is helping my Necro abuse this puck as much as possible, in the early game at least, right? That is the hero you can play through. They miss a little bit of that opportunity. We haven't seen a Reaper kill. It's been a slowish game for Lornoff relative to how much he dominated the 1v1. This is letting puck come back in the game right now. Some better support movements from Liquid in this game too. As
Ooh, accidentally got the Lycan inside of the cogs. Not what he wanted. Right next to Mickey. Mickey will die as a result of that. And Tofu is likely to fall as well here. Nick McGalaxy is just surrounding him. And Devi gets to shut down the Drow Ranger. After all the annoying frost arrows thrown his way, it's got to be cathartic to get the kill here.
That's that big kill you're looking for every time. You have Helm, you have ult, just run at this Drow. He gets the Centaur, so there's no chance of TPing out. And you get the combination for the IO. It's the Helm creep. Super fast move speed there.
That's true.
That's a great little target. Great micro from Devi. Very nice kill up here.
Now that that shapeshift is on cooldown, Drow Ranger's going to come right back to lane with the puck. Coil lands onto Devi, trying to body block long enough that either Tofu or the Drow Ranger could join in. Drow doesn't actually chase. It's just going to be up to Tofu. Hits the cogs. They get the kill.
Nice return. They get a courier bottom as well. Axe is going the Vessel. I think this was mandatory. Too much heal in this lineup for somebody not to get that Vessel.
Yeah,
you want the puck to scale more than the Axe here.
Sure.
Pretty bad Blade Mail Blink game, so I like this build up. He could even just go like Vessel Pipe. I wouldn't mind it here.
Ace has certainly been annoying in his positioning here. Double wards plus the Watcher and doing this really deep back laning where he's pulling creeps to neutrals all the time. So if Nick McGalaxy ever want to try and kill him, it takes them so deep into their own side of the map that it doesn't even feel worth it.
He's also killing these small camps behind the tower, which means Alex not farming them.
Sure.
You can't stack them.
Yep.
As the Axe would just take the stack. So it's really annoying for Sumail down here. That said, Sumail is still pretty damn farmed.
Do you think that's where that Axe pick came from then?
Yeah,
the
for sure.
concept then, okay, we can't let this Alchemist farm any stacks. We need a hero that can do that.
It always is a factor. That's why Sand King used to be great back in the day.
Sure, yeah.
I think the majority of it was they want a hero that could free up
they had
the Earth
sentries. Nisha did not expect that one. Thought the Invis rune was a get out of jail free card. It's not the case.
Beautiful setup from Omar there. Again, landing this Shackle as your one stun in this lineup is not going to be easy. That's a huge kill to find before the puck gets out of control in terms of mobility. And you get some Reaper Sights going for Lorna. Very appreciative of that gank.
With a Focus Fire, they're going to take mid tower, yeah.
Super value kill, just kind of out of nowhere. You can ping it all you want, but that tower's gone. Last hit to the Necrophos. That'll bump him back up the chart. Liquid going to try and get the return bottom. And this is a tower that nobody has any interest in defending. Lycan will never defend this safe lane tier 1. Alk is not the best hero at doing it either. So this was going to be a gimme no matter what.
Simultaneously, Nick McGalaxy are likely to take the Liquid safe lane tower as well. Nobody wants to fight into the Lycan lane if he has Shapeshift up, so.
Could be a lot of just objective concessions here from both teams as you try and ramp into your first set of carries items. And then they're ready to join some of these objective-based fights. Everybody doing a bit of jungling. Vessel is done for Ace, and he's eyeing that pipe, so I fully agree with this build. It looks pretty juicy here. Needs to get some Vessel chargers going, though. That could be the harder part.
Yeah, the fight never comes his way. He doesn't really have a way to force the fight either. Battle Hunger is not going to be particularly useful a lot of times. You have a Dispel on the Alchemist. The IO is dependent on other heroes for movement speed.
I think it has to be Earth Spirit plus Puck with the snap guaranteed off the kick combination, setting something up for the Axe coming in off a Smoke Ink. Could kill whoever shows mid with this kind of play. That's what I'm eyeing.
Here comes the smoke move. They're going to make their way to the Alchemist. And if they can get that kill, it would delay the Blink Dagger, which would give the Drow Ranger a little bit more security for at least a minute or two.
You can get reload out of this game, though.
Yeah.
That is the concern. You need to check the IO while you're killing the Alk.
And they definitely know it's coming. I mean, the Lycan came through the gate to join this side of things. They did manage to hit the hook shot initially, going after that IO. Did they stop it? They did manage to. With the coil going out, the Alchemist does manage to get a two-man unstable concoction.
Killing him.
Another beautiful shackle shot from Omar. You've got one stun, and Omar is making it work.
The boy's a beast. I give it to him every time if he's going to land those. That was an absolute beauty. That's one of those game-changing shackles because that's a big commitment of a move for Liquid. Bringing all the heroes, trying to get the urn and the vessel charges off of this Alchemist kill that just goes horribly wrong. Sumail gets the ult off. You have to commit stuns to stop the reload here. You get that, but there's not enough damage to finish Sumail off. And then Shackle into Concoction, into Reaper Sight. Everybody joins the fight. No way your Drow gets here, so you're going to be outnumbered no matter what. Devi was already down there, kind of reading the move preemptively.
And they stole the Wisdom Shrine. Liquid have to punish here. And all they'll get out of it is Omar. So does not feel great. They are going to be down in experience in a big way. 5-level advantage right now for Enigma Galaxy.
And this Alk is it's not out of control, but he's getting there. Going to have a nice timing because he's going to be able to have the IO tether him in the fight too for some extra moves, attack speed, sustain. Like, he's going to be amped up here.
Yeah, pretty much nothing is going to stop him when he hits that BKB timing. He blinks in, unstable concoction. I mean, what do they got? Hook shot? It's kind of it.
It's the axe call. It's supposed to be the big deterrent.
Yeah, but then the axe just gets slowed down.
Yes, it's not a
corrosive weaponry, so he probably dies instead.
It's not a blade mail axe call that's doing anything to him. It's just a deterrent. Will be double radiance here. Lornoff still opting for it, so little loss value for Enigma Galaxy, but honestly not much. I think it's totally fine.
Liquid can't get little pickoffs like this. Another shackle shot that lands.
That's a lot of damage.
This is actually going to turn into something. Nisha's almost dead off of that one. Jumped away. Unstable concoction. Sumail sandwiches him on the other side. Nisha is having a rough series, and Liquid is having an even worse game 2, perhaps, than game 1. 7K up on Enigma Galaxy. Sure, you could say it's an Alchemist lineup, but this whole lineup is going to scale very well.
He took so much damage from the Wolves. Howl coming through, focus fire, just pelting this puck. That's a sad death summary
really
for a puck. It's just not working out on these offensive moves. And so far, Omar, MVP of this game. God damn. We could be sitting in this game going like, they have no stuns, how do you kill this puck? Instead, you just land a shackle every time. Game looks easy. Sumail even gets the Grievel's Greed off the puck kill. Just falls into his lap. Back to the Trolls, back to the Golems. He has made this Alchemist look really good. It is a classic Sumail hero. Pretty cool to see him play this again.
Well, Liquid is definitely not going to be running over Enigma Galaxy. So at this rate, this kind of lead that Enigma Galaxy has, you're back to, okay, Drow Ranger, can you carry this game? Beautiful silence, though. That is quite the initiation. Not the fastest kill in this IO. Now they're going to turn back to Devi, and they'll get both of them. So Mikke actually making the first successful move for Liquid in a while.
That is a very solid turn of events up here. That was a Helm of the Overlord Lycan looking to get a creep and use it. Instead, he just dies. 5 vessel charges on Ace now. Not even sure where he got all of these.
Radiant are scanning.
Huh. I mean, he has 1 kill and 2 assists, so just storing him up on deaths.
Yeah, I guess so.
So that means he hasn't used one yet.
Yeah.
But now he will have 5 at his disposal. A very good vessel game.
Well, you've already got BKB on the Alchemist, and Lornoff is building one. So the effectiveness of this vessel...
Well, it's always good against the IO, though, right?
That's true.
I guess you can get a faster Greaves now on supports. So maybe GH will just rush the Greaves here.
Yeah, it is a cheaper item. Oh, he got a stable concoction Reaper Sight. What happened to the Nisha puck? The legendary Nisha puck. He's getting killed by Alchemists out here. Another shackle shot lands. Earth Spirit not going to be able to roll out. This Wind Ranger is a menace.
He's everywhere. Doing everything with these Wolves, too. Now they're going to reload in. You land another shackle.
Yep, Ace body blocks by the Wolves, and now he's guaranteed dead.
Beautiful gameplay. Just beautiful gameplay. I mean, you're saying legendary Nisha puck. This is a legendary Sumail Alchemist.
I guess so.
Legend against legend. You can't count him out here in the battle, and he is taking names right now. Enigma Galaxy are just feeling it today. They're in top form. Really cooking with this drafting game, too, and putting Liquid on the ropes. I mean, yeah, you have a Drow that can scale in this game. Hypothermia is going to be great. You can definitely outrange some of these heroes in the late game. But once again, you're worried about getting tempoed here. We've seen some nice tempo games today. People just don't get to that late game status, and Nisha's got to be frustrated. Girl's like, see, I told you, bro.
Undoubtedly.
That's the thing, I think... Oh, Wolves?
Boxy is going to die to Wolves, maybe. He does... Well, I guess he can always roll out if it's just Wolves. But that can't feel great. Devi is quietly farming up an Orchid to make Nisha's life even worse.
It's going to be good in this game because the puck's so far behind.
Right.
The window to ruin his day completely is going to be a lot larger than normal. And nobody can bail him out. There are no saves in this Liquid lineup. It's kind of all aggression rather than any sort of defense bailout ability.
Yeah.
These Wolves are just so annoying, man.
Here comes the Alchemist with Lord off. Boots of travel in. It's not really needed. That was a free kill for Enigma Galaxy as is, but they're grouped up. They can go for a smoke off of this.
Sumail's doing so much work in this game. He is not AFK Alchemist farming. He is hunting heroes around the map. Here's another one.
It's going to be a clockwork death rather easily.
She's running him over.
Couldn't even get the power rune off of it. Lucian gets denied.
Reload.
Making a run for it. He's going to push back GHIO, who did not bring anybody with him. And throw some multi-shots, slow him down. Sumail still going to get the blink in onto Boxy. Even when they seemingly fail a gank attempt, it still results in a kill.
Completely out of control now. 11k net worth lead. They're just running at whoever they want. They have so much sustain here. You want to go Roche? You can do that. You want to keep hunting heroes on the side lanes? You can do that. You want to look for the reload ganks? Even when it's a little weird, it works out anyway. Mickey is sweating right now.
Yeah, he's like, guys, what is happening?
How?
Every move you make goes horribly.
He's just seeing the death toll rise. Thinking this game is getting harder and harder to carry right now. Nisha gonna look for a Wisdom Shrine steal, and he gets it.
Oh my god, he gets it just because I guess you're not actually
you're not
the Wisdom
on the map.
Shrine when you're a Death Seeker form, so very close call.
Lycan can solo this Tormentor, by the way, so Enigma Galaxy can just take it off the back of his strength. Don't know where his big creep is, though. It's mid.
Well, he's got some support help, so that'll make up for the lack of ancient creep.
Brother, this is...
Sumail soloing Boxy.
Oh, they got the Gale. That's the shard I think you want here just for some extra control and lockdown. Like, it's really nice in this lineup.
Yeah, you relocate in on somebody. They're trying to run away. They're getting Gale Force pushed back into the relocate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A fast AC for Sumail, done at 22 minutes.
That is extremely fast. Fast is an understatement for how farmed he is. He's double the axe net worth.
Is this faster than his last Alchemist game?
Yes, for sure.
20,000 by 22 minutes?
I don't think the first 10 minutes were faster, but the overall trajectory is steeper. I mean, he's not only having a free farm out game, he's killing heroes on top of it.
And he can give away an Aghanim Scepter that will in turn benefit him, right? Do you think this first axe goes to Devi and then he gets the wolf bite?
I think so. I don't think the Necro Axe is really doing anything this early in the game.
Yeah.
So who else are you going to give it to? Give it to the Lycan, he bites you. The IO can tether, and you're just off to the races, right? You're an absolute monstrosity. There's no way Drow can stand there and fight you.
So awkward that Axe has built for these auras. You put a good case why it's very good in this game, but when you're so far behind like this, you can't actually take a team fight to utilize the auras. So now you wish you just had a Blink Dagger for like pick-off opportunities.
You're not picking anything off in this game, no.
Certainly not going to be contesting Roshan. You have the information, but you lack the damage.
Very quick Roche.
Yeah, that was really fast with all that minus armor.
And you know, the nice thing about being this rich is you can just kind of itemize to make up for any deficits your lineup might have and just make the game even easier to play. If Enigma Galaxy just want to buy extra stuns here, they can do it, right? Throw a Eul Scepter in there, throw a Scythe in there.
Yeah.
Throw an Atos if you really have to, but You can also just itemize to go high ground early in this game. Because you have so much sustain, you can just tank up, take a tier 2, start hitting the tier 3, dare Liquid to fight you. They are going to fight at this tier 2. Great coil.
A beautiful coil on 2, and the Alchemist is going to die quickly here. Now the second life, he's going to have BKB. Let's see if they can stop the Blink Dagger at least. Oh, what a shackle again! Sumail gets off the BKB, pushed back a little bit by the Cogs. The multi-shot trying to slow in, down here, roll in. Boxy does manage to hit the Magnetized, Unstable Concoction, landing on a 2, and nothing really stops Sumail. Once he activates his BKB AC, they lack the damage to handle him. They can't kill anybody. It's going to be 4 dead on the side of Liquid. An easy team fight win for Enigma Galaxy.
And Devi effectively just solo killed the puck. With the Orchid plus the Desecrate on the backside of that fight, Nisha just got 100 to 0'd because he has no defensive item.
Nope. He got the latest Blink Dagger I think I've ever seen him get, which means that second item is so far away.
This game can just end. I mean, they're at 1,000 net worth advantage per minute, basically. And when you have these sustain lineups, it's just all gas. There's an Ags. Straight into the Lycan. Wolf Bite is available. What a game here so far.
Yeah, what do you do to stop a hasted, tethered Alchemist? Because you can't coil him, he's got BKB. You can call him, but we've already talked about how that kills the Axe anyway. Omar does walk into this ward area, and they'll get that quick little pick-off. Boxy does not die for it. Let's see if everybody from Liquid escapes. Sumail, here he comes. They push it back with a gust. Try and keep these heroes at bay into this choke point. Enigma Galaxy do not dare to keep that dive going. They're going to chase after the puck instead, who's out on the map. Self-stun. You know, get him.
Well, a victory for Liquid. The first team fight they won.
Oh, that was a cute play. Hops back up to the high ground.
Please no.
With the tumbler toy and does find the opening to roll away. Pretty much it continues that the wins, quote unquote, for Liquid are them surviving Enigma Galaxy's aggression. Not actually turning anything back around themselves.
You need time for Mickey to get items here. Yeah. Like that is just, you're just praying this Drow can get to the next item, Did survive that Aegis period, I guess, and you got a D-wards. You have a little map control to work with.
I mean, it sucks because he can't go straight damage to threaten these heroes. He thinks that it's a requirement to get a Lincoln's. Which I don't blame him. Like, one unstable concoction, he dies. But at the same time, it feels like you're just going to be lacking in damage because the rest of your teammates do pretty much nothing.
Maybe you're supposed to just go straight Daedalus here. I don't know.
I do kind of feel like you should go all in and just, you know, whatever. This game is probably lost anyway. You might as well just try and get some sort of fight where you are magically not targeted by Enigma Galaxy and free to hit heroes.
Well, if they can abuse buybacks and just kind of throw bodies into the fight, if Mickey gets 2 to 3 multi-shots off, you probably win that?
You don't sound confident.
I'm not confident, but that is what Drow's designed to do.
If you can keep the Drow Ranger alive in a team fight for 27 seconds.
Yes. A 30-second fight, that's all it takes. You get 3 multi-shots off.
30-second fight, somehow Enigma Galaxy simultaneously don't run away, but they also don't kill all of you.
You need the hypothermia pops, basically. You need to stack it up on some heroes, get the big pop, and just chain it. You can land a big coil. BKBs are going to be obnoxious, that's for sure. You have to kite those out somehow, but there is a route to a team fight victory, however narrow. You do have Lincolns on Nisha. Perhaps he can start playing more aggressively around the map, pushing lanes a little deeper, stall this game. They give him a gem here as well. Pretty necessary against all these Lycan Wolves that have been very well micro, just scouting everything out.
Yeah, if he's spotted somewhere on the map, there's potential of a blink instant unstable concoction.
Shiva's for Sumail. Interesting itemization choice.
Yeah.
Just tanking up. Not that high of DPS for him. but he has a lot of armor to work with against this Drow.
It's an insane amount of armor. He's got plus 36 armor.
Oh, I guess he doesn't lack for damage. That was very convincing.
I mean, frankly, the rest of Liquid are so underfarmed at this point. Boxy's rolling out. They do manage to hit the silence on Omar. Catch him at the coil. Heavy commitment to get that one kill. Mickey's outside of the base. Lordov gets behind him, and he's just dead. He can turn around, multi-shot slow these heroes, but once you're outside of that base, Enigma Galaxy, they only have one hero they need to stop, and that is the Drow Ranger.
Oh, Nisha.
Got the Orchid on him, Nisha.
He's just ruining his day.
Dead again. The gem is going to be dropped.
Dude, he went Diffusal, I think, just to be able to pop the Lincolns.
Nasty.
Just so he can absolutely murder this. I mean, it's brutal. Brutal out here for Nisha.
All right, well, Liquid are going to try and slow this down. Don't think they're going to be able to stall it even a second here.
It's giving him the 3-core call if he wants it.
Yeah, go for it, Ace. I dare you.
Do you want it? Without the damage dealers, it's not really a point. I will say the Shiva's on the Alex seems kind of nice. He has a bunch of AoE, right? Concoction and the acid spray.
Makes it so that he has so much bonus armor that marksmanship doesn't change anything.
Oh, yeah. You're not doing anything to this guy.
You're getting past 10 armor, but there's still the bonus 36. 2 lanes of barracks. Gonna fall here, Liquid. Okay! Well.
Read him like a book.
That feels a bit embarrassing.
Still, they are smoked here. Still look for an opportunity. If you can get a team fight win into the Roche spawn, that is your best opportunity to come back in this game. So it's do or die here for Liquid. Gotta make something happen. They're gonna find
separates from the rest of the team. He's gonna show on this Watcher.
Sweet,
he's gonna break. Managed to get the BKB off. Still pulled in a bit. Lornoff, though, is ultimately fine because Liquid are not certain they can take that fight. They don't know how many heroes are here. They're gonna get the Wind Ranger again. Boy, they hate Omar.
I don't know if they hate him. That's just the only hero they can kill.
Yeah, that's fair.
8 vessel charges on Ace. This is such a weird game for him because it's such a good vessel game, but I don't think we've seen him use it once. He's just stockpiling charges, and he was so... Liquid were so far behind, like they never got a chance to fight with the vessel. So in some ways, it just ended up being a dead item.
Yeah, every fight, the cores show up, they pop BKB, and the fight is over by the BKB going down, so...
Really awkward, man. You're going to end up in a losing game with 8 vessel charges. It's really weird to think about. You know, normally you lose a game, you're expending every charge to try and win some fight or something.
Yeah, if you have 8 charges, you should be heavily winning the game.
Exactly. I don't know if I've ever seen so many charges in a losing position.
Yep.
Very awkward for him. And there's the Lycan Tormentor solo. Shard going to the Alchemist for even more HP regen, move speed, attack speed.
Devi pays Samael back for the Aghanim Scepter that he got.
It's all juice here. He spent his gold on something else. Overwhelming Blink for the Alk.
Yeah. Okay. I was about to say, he is kind of 6-slotted here, so probably expect another Aghanim Scepter to be built soon. He's killed Boxy a lot this game. Boy.
Amp damage will make swift work of him.
9-0 and 10. Samael.
What a game from him, honestly.
Yeah, we talked about him, you know, kind of a one last ride scenario. He's already called his retirement potentially. He's certainly going out in top form potentially as another support is victim to the Samael blink-in assault.
Got Omar, though.
Well, they got him again. Bloodthorn done for the Lycan. Yeah. So even, like, he's probably still aiming for the puck, but if he uses 100%. It on anybody else, they're going to be taking so much extra damage.
This is one of those games, if I'm Devi, I'm not wasting my time or my net worth on anybody but Nisha. I am just running in the fight, and I am barreling towards this puck. Every time, Diffusal Bloodthorn, he's dead. And he can't play Dota if this threat is available. If you use your items on somebody else, you're opening space for the puck to maybe do something, right?
Yeah, I think Nisha can't go Shivas. I think he actually needs to get a Dispel.
Yeah, what is that? Yules? Then you're playing into Nullifier territory? Normally you just kind of tank up with like Shiva's Octarine, you're able to survive a little bit. Against this amount of net worth on the Lycan, I don't even know if that's I don't think it's the case.
Yeah.
Technically you have 3 frontliners who should be doing something here for you, but it's been a rough one all around. We'll see if Liquid can hold the high ground. They do have a barracks top, so this is not technically for Megas, but if you lose this lane, the Lycan will take the remaining.
Here comes the wolf fight.
Oh,
Shiva,
boy, he is
unstable
bad.
concoction. Everybody scatters on the side of Liquid. They do manage to get the initiation here. Pull in Samael. Samael says, okay, well, I'm in this deep. Might as well keep going. Goes after the Drow Ranger, forces her back to the fountain, gets him inside the cogs, wasting much of the BKB here. Liquid plays this pretty well. Now the BKB is going to expire soon. Can they actually kill the Alchemist with no Wolf Bite, no BKB?
Got
a lot
all
of
the
Frostbite
hypo
charges.
stacks.
They've got him stacked up, but he's got so much armor, they can't kill him alongside the sustain that is being
And the
offered
puck.
from both the Necropos and the puck. Almost dead again. This time does survive. Another call. I mean, they just keep on pulling in hero after hero. Will they ever have enough damage to kill somebody? Boxy rolling in. Bit too deep. He's going to be Reaper's Sight. That brings Lorinoff back up to full. That is going to be another lane of barracks. Almost Megas.
That is
Divine,
Megas.
Committed. Gets the Megas. Maybe gets Tofu as well. Unstable concoction. It lands. Half HP for Samael. Committing for the kill. Nice shackle shot to follow that up as well. Catching Nisha and Mickey. Mickey, he'll die for the cost of an Aegis on an Alchemist. They just simply cannot do anything there. They're going to buy back, kill the Alchemist again. Congratulations, you got him. All it cost you was everything.
The streak goes to Ace. Probably not the hero you wanted getting that extra 1,400 gold
not,
here.
Probably not.
They will claim it. The beast has been slain.
Well, it's 35-minute Megas, so we're back to the same storyline from before.
Man, you got Megas to 35 twice in a row. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be either the proof is in the pudding, Liquid is just not in shape, and they're not going to be able to contest the other teams, or this is going to be the series that wakes them the hell up. Because this one was...
it was brutal, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty demoralizing, I would say.
The thing is, they did play against this Necrophos mid twice, where he just kind of owned the lane. But this game had a lot bigger issues. Like, you were just getting outplayed around the map.
Yeah, you could be like, oh, guys, we bad draft, whatever. You got outplayed in game 2.
Yeah, I agree. There were moves to be made here. There was some finesse to be had. You could find those little openings with some of the initiators. It's not easy, but it was there.
Well, Samael's having a good old time.
Oh, yeah, he loves this style of Dota where he can just play some initiating carry and just run in, start chunking people, force the enemy into a position where they have to make a call in terms of, are we strong enough to take this fight or not? Otherwise, he's just already slaying you.
The sad part is their cores. Drow Ranger can deal with Megas perfectly fine. The other two are weak enough that it's going to be a bit difficult for them. But they can stall this out, and Drow Ranger is closing in on level 25. Combine that with a completed Silver Edge.
He technically has the scale.
Yeah, he does. He does. It's too bad that Nigma Galaxy's lineup is pretty anti-carry.
For sure.
Right? You've just got so many heroes that can just get on top of the Drow Ranger. The Wolf Bite. Some Blink Daggers. Speaking of level 25s, you've got it on the Necrophos as well as the Alchemist.
Oh, and they pulled an axe to the Isle.
Okay.
That's pretty cute here. It's not normally the most broken ags in terms of like, oh, it's a timing ags and we win the game, but this does add a decent amount of damage and slow to the fight. And it also lets him just absolutely farm the map. He has a heart.
Yes.
So like he can just become a hyper beast now. You gotta remember, this hero still has the attack tethered allies target talent at 25 if you get there.
Yeah.
So if you actually scale up on IO, you start hitting really hard. I like this Axe pool. It's kind of just scale security if this game somehow gets weird, right?
Yeah.
Now, you're not expecting it to, but now all of a sudden GH, he's just going to free farm the whole map. He's just reloading to farm. I mean, he's living the IO dream. And you know what? 0, 1, and 18, that is perhaps the perfect IO scoreline. The perfect GH scoreline, right? He's just a helping friend. I'm not going to take any kills.
not going to last hit anything, but 18 assists, I'd never die. Feels good, man.
I like that play where he TP's back for a little bit of regen before the relocate completes. BKB for the like and a late BKB. Man, that's got to feel great to pick up BKB when the game is already done. You know, you're like, I wasn't even at my full form yet.
True. So we see Enigma Galaxy going to group up mid, look for the final push. Not going to wait for any roast. They're not going to play Falcons Dota. They're going to play Enigma Galaxy Dota, which is full send it. Timings be damned.
Somehow end up in the enemy fountain. Well, here it comes. Combination of Mega Creeps and Sustain. The initiation on Lornoff. He's going to be healed up a bit, but they do manage to break that tether, and Lornoff needs some help, and he will get it. Had the BKB, got off the Ghost Shroud, full heals. Still, though, Liquid don't lose anything for this. Puck not dead yet.
Oh, big trouble, though.
Is he going to be able to blink away? He will. He'll get farther away, but he won't get far enough away. These heroes are just too fast. They have too much mobility. They'll come in with the Shivas, eventually get him. So they did lose something for that.
Just nowhere to run. Too much disable from the itemization here. They're going to send the creeps in, start pelting onto Mickey, look for a jump.
Try to go for that jump. Geomagnetic Grip pulls him out. Self-stun for the Alchemist. They just can't get the kills fast enough, though. Tofu's going to be overwhelmed. Reaper Scythe managed to get the roll in, and quick silence on many of these heroes, but the damage is there. Call goes out. Sure, got Omar. They might be able to kill that Wind Ranger one more time before the end of the game. Throne is exposed. The Vayu Llama blinks forward. Another Geomagnetic Grip to be able to save the Axe. Trying to kick back these heroes. Kick back the Wolf instead. Not the Wolf he intended to. A nice relocate save. Ace, another call, trying to pull them into the fountain, but the throne will explode first. Enigma Galaxy top it out Group B right now with another 2-0.
They're looking in peak form, and they are peaking at the right time. This is a nice tournament to find some momentum. The drafts are looking stable. They're playing really well together. They're scaling comfortably. Like, this is another game, right? Is there even any risk of them throwing this game? Like, it's impossible. It feels almost impossible. So if they got rid of that weakness, there's not a lot of weaknesses left, because I think they've had very good laning stage for the entire season. And, you know, if you look at this team right now, like, what are you trying to exploit? It's not so obvious what the weak point is that you're trying to exploit. So they're firing all cylinders and just manhandled Liquid today. I think Liquid are still trying to find what do their hero pools look like? Like, can you tell me what their hero pools look like right now? Because I have no clue. It's not all really, over the place, right? Like, I don't think Mickey's hero pool looks comfortable. I don't think, like, they bring out the Nisha signatures, but he's not really getting into lanes where he can transition to that mid game in a solid spot. Yeah. And then I think Ace's hero pool is kind of all over the place. Like,
yeah, I think for this entire season, Ace's hero pool has been a little weird, so.
They need to figure that out, and I think it'll start clicking for them. And I think maybe that's what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to pick a diversity of drafts and figure that out. But, man, it's tough when you're in these matches and you're just getting ransacked, and it feels bad. Standout plays from Omar. These shackles were super clutch in the early game.
So good, man. So good.
They need those to land, because you don't have a lot of other stuns in this lineup. But my MVP is Sumail. I think he just terrorized that map.
He did.
Like,
that's twice now with the Alchemist. Other teams have got to be thinking about this hero.
He's looked really good at it. And I think when people talk about, you know, the Sumail one position, like, what differentiates him from other one position players? It's the aggression.
Yep.
He's not going to AFK in the jungle, even in situations where he can. He's not just going to play passive on the map. He's always looking for the kills, always looking for the opportunities. And it creates so much space for Lornoff, who just soaks up all the farm and scales. And it's a great pairing.
Well, we're going to talk to the man of the match right now. Let's go to the stage where we've got Sumail ready to go.
Thank you very much, my friends. I'm here with the king himself, Sumail, joining me. What a thrashing you just delivered to Team Liquid on the other side. It was kind of a walk in the park in many ways. You feel like you won this. Why? Because of what? Drafts? Was it more your prep? Was it just outskill? What's your take on it?
I think it's a bit of all components combined. We had a good talk about how to play the map yesterday. And I think our drafts were a bit too good for them to do anything about it.
Well, you're one of the rare characters that actually gets in the front lines when it comes to the big fights, always in the middle of things, the thick of it all. Where does that confidence come from for you and the rest of the team?
A lot of delusion, to be honest.
You need a bit of it, right?
Yeah.
And how's the chemistry so far with the entire team, having now kind of consolidated together?
So far it looks good. I feel like we're just getting better and better every week. So pretty confident, to be honest.
Well, if, and you know this even better than I do, if it was a Team Falcons that are playing in this, they'd have gone up to a 60k gold lead. We'd be here for an hour and a half trying to close the game, but you just go into it and make sure that you're locking down the game. Why is that the case? Is it because the King is leading the charge for the army here?
I mean, it's something I don't really think we're playing as aggressive as I would, but there's a balance for sure. I mean, for example, Lenovo wants to play a bit slow, so we're adjusting. We're trying to find a mix where I play slow enough that it works for him, and we play fast enough that we don't throw, you know? So yeah, trying to find the balance on that.
It's good to have Lorinov that's kind of around you in here, GH helping you with a bit of health here and there when it's needed. But since it was such a one-sided affair in so many ways, I want to ask you, is there any points of feedback or any things you'd like to give as kind of help for Liquid on the other side in the rest of their journey?
Not really. I'm not their coach.
That's fair enough. Thank you very much then, Samael. Congratulations on a huge win. That's Nigma Galaxy. We'll send it back to our panel to break it down.
As Lacoste said earlier, nobody beats Nigma Galaxy 16 times in a row. That's right, they beat Team Liquid a 2-0. And as our commentary team already said as well, Nigma Galaxy is topping their group. They already played against the other favorite that people also had for Group B, which was Aurora, and they tied that series. So looking pretty confident, looking pretty good. We heard Samael on stage as well, Seb. He's talking about finding the perfect balance between wanting to go in and needing to also make sure that they don't throw. It seems like they found a perfect formula.
I mean, no jokes aside, and it would take a couple hours for me to break it down. So you just have to trust me on it. Like, Nigma is back. I'm not kidding. Like, they're actually back. This is Tier 1 Dota that they just played in so many aspects, and I'm not saying they'll win the tournament, I'm not saying they'll be in top 3 necessarily, but if you ever thought that team was really good, they're back to that shape, like 100%. So there's a lot of other really strong contenders, but they'll bring the challenge to them.
And they also need this confidence that they are getting from the wins, knowing that they're believing in the drafts. Because if you fall short, I would say like 2-3 times with these type of drafts, you're kind of losing a bit of a confidence in it. And they've been winning. They've been showing that these heal strats they've been running are working out. Alchemist now 2 times being picked by them. They definitely cooked, and they're really glad that there's chemistry. But also, I think with the Lorinov addition, there's a good amount of stability coming out from the team, knowing that he wants to play it slowly while you have this guy that you need to put on a leash. You're like, yep, we're gonna back you up, but also like they gotta need to sync up the timings. Something that we've seen extremely well in the game number 1, even in game number 2, where everything was like really on point, gelling together.
Yeah, and this game, more so even than game number 1, it was, sorry to say for a team, like it was so one-sided. It was like, there was nothing Team Liquid could do. It wasn't just an outdraft. It was for sure an outplay as well.
I think there's like a little bit of both, right? I think Nigma is very strong. They have their own identity, and teams are probably going to start now looking. It's like everybody's looking at, oh, what did P-Vision play last? What did Team Spirit play? What is Falcons doing? I don't think the top teams are looking at Nigma this way at all, let's be honest. But after today, after these last 3 days, this is going to change 100%. Teams are gonna like get inspired, they're gonna study them, they're gonna copy them, and they're gonna come more prepared. So there's that on one side. On the other hand, I do think that Liquid is in a weird spot where they don't seem very in sync yet, or very clear on what their identity should be, especially on their offlane. I might be completely wrong about it, but just by watching and feeling the game, I feel like there's like a big misunderstanding between Boxy and Ace. Like, I don't think they're trying to play the same game exactly. It starts with the draft, the hero that they select for each others, and how they play around that. They've had these sequences at some point in the season, and then it became really good, and now maybe it's back. It could also be related to the meta and the heroes. So anyways, long way to say that they have like a lot of work to do in that regard. Also, I think Nishine is in a really good shape, but I think Nigma identified that, and he had a losing matchup both games in a row. He's playing versus this Necro that is just in his face all the time. He's starving in XP, in HP and mana. He didn't really get to play the game, so he had to rely on his side lanes. But unfortunately for him, the side lanes were going terrible. I mean, Ace got to pick his hero twice as a reactive pick. He decided to pick Undying into the SF Bane lane, got destroyed on that lane, and now he decided to pick Axe after seeing the safe lane again, after seeing the Wisp and what he thought would be a Necro safe lane. Yeah, anyway, they have some there's a lot of work to do on Liquid side, unfortunately, and I don't think they have that much time for it, so they better hurry up with it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a problem, especially. I mean, you're saying how Nisha had a tough game with this, and we all saw that. Lacoste, we said after the draft was done that it should be a free puck game. How come
Free
it
puck
didn't
game
turn out
in a
to be?
way where they have no stuns, like no guaranteed stuns. You know what? Apparently you don't need it. You just put Omar. He got kind of annoyed that they banned his hit. It's like, you know what? I'm going to show you what I can do with other heroes, because he was landing some really mean shackles, like 2-man shackles. Every single time, like you need that to be able to get the Reaper side, maybe get some other spell on top of him. And he landed it every single time, which was pretty impressive. These are some like probably one of the best, if not the best performance that I've seen Omar have.
You know, I think Liquid after that, or anyone else after that, is gonna be like, you know, you can have Hoodwink, actually. Just keep the Hoodwink. We don't want to see any of it anymore, because that was even, as you said, maybe even more impactful than the Hoodwink, and he actually plays a very mean Hoodwink.
Yeah, you say how people are going to look at Enigma Galaxy and take inspiration from it. We already heard 9class earlier this week talk about that IO might be on his radar and that he might showcase it to us. We saw the GH IO, and as a position 5, probably still a little better than as a position 4. We've seen it banned frequently against them as well, but is this hero like truly back in his form, or was this a hero specialist at work?
No, I'm an IO spammer. The hero is very good. It's very good on both support and core role. I think it's just that IO takes, first of all, IO specialist. I think in the wrong hands, it can look really underwhelming. And it also takes a lot of practice for the team, because it changes the dynamic of the map completely. The classic Dota dynamic now is the supports are playing with the mid laner, they're running around, making stuff happen around the map. With IO, it's a little bit different. Like, he spends more time with one of the side laners, so you have to rework the synergy between the mid and the position 4, or the position 5 for that matter. So the whole team has to kind of get on the same page to how do we play the map with IO, how do we use relocate. You can't just like pick it up. You have to put some work into it beforehand. That's why not every team is going to look at it. But the IO teams are definitely going to use IO this tournament.
Maybe Team Liquid needs to use some IO in their upcoming games. This was a rough one for them. Very curious to hear how they have experienced this. And for that, we are heading over to Purge, who is talking to Nisha.
Is Purge here with Nisha of Team Liquid. You guys just had a tough loss, unfortunately, against Team Nigma. Why don't you tell me what happened?
We lost to Necro and a lot of healing. But I think first game was like reasonably easier. I think we could have had it. Kind of misplayed a couple fights, but I think we had better timings. The last game, I don't know what happened exactly, but it felt like we couldn't like do anything. But I think we kind of failed to like connect me, Clock, and Earth Spirit together in early game at least. And then it's just kind of, I don't know. I'm dying to like Shackles and just Windrunner. It was weird.
It felt like they had a lot of damage, yeah. Game 1, you played Ember Spirit against the Necrophos. You said you struggled against Necro a little bit total, but it seemed like the lane was hard, but you got back in the game, you got a bunch of kills, and then maybe things didn't go from there?
Yeah, I think the first game was kind of okay, as I said, but I'm like level 10 against level 10 Necro, and I have Kotal. I think we should have kind of be able to run them down with Vessel. Kinda ended up getting gripped every fight for 5 seconds, but like we have no cancel, so it's just life. Could have played better.
So do you think it's just gameplay issue or draft issue?
I think mostly gameplay at that game, because I think it was kind of easy.
What went wrong in the draft in Game 2 then? Felt like they had all these heroes that were like impossible for you to kill, and you're playing Puck. Like, who do you kill on their team? I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, they shouldn't be able to kill me, first of all, and we should like choose the fights how we want to take them. We have like better jump, better map, but I think the early game was kind of shit. I got kind of stomped mid, I guess. I don't know, 1k behind doesn't feel good. Should dictate the tempo of the game, but didn't.
Okay, well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Seemed like everything fell apart a little bit for Nisha in the early game, especially in Game 2. And you got a feel for the guy, Lacoste. Playing against Necro 2 games in a row,
Yeah, it's not a traditional mid hero in a sense. Like it's a bit of a blast from the past, and he's experiencing some right now. Also, maybe getting caught a little bit off guard. I think he had a great point about in the first game them like because he was doing a very good job pulling the creep wave into the enemy big camp in the triangle, making sure that he's keeping up with the levels. So everything was good on that end. It's just that as he said, they failed to connect, and it definitely feels bad. And we said prior to this matchup, it's not going to be easy. This is not something that he's going to be stomping because Lorinov, like, he has been mercenary. There's a reason why this guy has been on like 7 different teams as a stand-in, and now finally Enigma Galaxy decided to pick him up because he has been looking so stable pretty much in every single performance that he did have.
He has been looking very stable, and he seems to fit in very well with Enigma Galaxy. We are going to take a look at where we stand ourselves in today, as these matches from Group B now also done. Enigma Galaxy and Team Liquid will get some chance and time to reflect on today, and we'll see them again tomorrow. We are moving forward with the second half of our day. We got LGD Gaming versus 1W at the very end, but before that, Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit. That will be our upcoming matchup. But before we circle in on those two teams, it is Slack circling in on some players.
Now, the most exciting part of this is when the last team comes. Team Yandex, my friends, they have made it to the event. Oh, my goodness gracious. It's media time, baby. You pumped?
Yes.
Hell yeah, we're walking in with full energy. Oh, my God. Hello, sir. Are you ready for Media Day?
Yes.
Give me your best Media Day pose. That was really good. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Now, a lot of these teams are not used to Media Days, but you, sir, have been through a... What the hell's going on in here? You have been through a lot of Media Days, huh? What's the good thing about Media Day?
Seeing you.
Oh, that's cute. But what's one that's not a lie?
There's nothing good.
But it's over fun. You get some time. Don't you think that Media Day is important? Because they see you in the grand finals. They see the picture you take here today, and that's what they take home with them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Who is your worst Media Day person that we can hype up on your team?
Melody.
He's really good. He gives great interviews. All right, we'll hype up Melody. Melody, your teammate said that you're the worst Media Day person. Why?
Because I hate everyone.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. But what if today we got the smile and thumbs up? What do you think?
Smile and thumbs up?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, this I can do.
Hell yeah, we're ready for Media Day. Thank you so much. Off you go, Team Yandex. And I gotta say, I think they're going to do great. Oh, this is OG. OG's here, too. We're doing seamless transitions. Welcome to Media Day, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Welcome to Media Day, though. I hope you're having a good time. OG boys, hello. You guys are in a line here. Do you have anything naughty in your backpack?
No, only keyboard.
Can I check it out?
No.
How confident are you right now to put this camera in your backpack and we're not going to find anything weird?
100%.
Okay, don't do that. How about your backpack? What is this? Is this your Labubu?
It's my something, I don't know, it's my lucky charm. We got us here.
Charm. Okay, good luck, little guy. Thank you very much, OG. Good luck, everybody.
KJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing super fine. How are you doing?
Why are you the most attractive player in Dota?
It's your eyes. You're like, you see me that way, you know? There's nothing I can do about it.
Who on your team, I've been asking I don't know what happened today. I woke up and I felt like fist fighting, apparently. Who on your team would win in a fist fight?
Me, for sure.
You?
Yeah. I mean, depends against who.
No, your own team.
Between yourselves?
Yeah.
In this case, me.
Wow, very confident. What gives you that confidence?
I
think that look was enough, actually.
They're not very aggressive. Neither am I.
Talk to me about your mid laner. I mean, he's been a beast this year.
Yes, has been and continuously. Actually, has been is still be. Yes, he's a beast.
I actually don't know the origin story. How'd you guys find him?
But at first, we didn't really know if he was good or not, and then we were gonna make changes, and then we talked to people, and then we basically heard that he's good. I heard that he was rank super high, playing on a toaster with 200 ping from Peru, and we're like, imagine this guy with good quality of gaming possibilities. So we tried him, and then he was super good, and he was super good teammate. So yeah, that's it.
I feel like there's not as much young blood in the scene, but South America and SEA at times feel like the two regions that bring in the new blood a little more often. Why do you think that is?
Actually, I don't know much. I feel like Dota is good in these countries. Like people enjoy Dota in these countries for some reason, and like they have like the setup properly for them to happen. So for example, in Brazil, cyber cafes, LAN houses, they are dead. But in Peru, it's a big thing, you know? So like people go there and they play, and then they can actually play with good PCs. And if you have a good PC, why would you play League of Legends instead of Dota?
Great question, yeah.
So like, I feel like at least in Peru, it's like a more of a cultural thing. I have no idea for CIA or Russia.
And last question, how are you guys going to do at this tournament? Are you confident?
We are confident as hell. I know that we are the team that most try-harded before this. Like, we haven't stopped playing since our last tournament, and because we had TI qualifiers. So like, since our last tournament that we got second place, we probably got like 3 or 4 day break days to rest, and other teams, they took like weeks. So you guys made a mistake by resting too much. We are coming at you.
Oh, thank you. Here with Art Style, legendary coach. How are you doing?
Kind of fine. Kind of happy that we are...
Kind of happy what?
Playing on this tournament.
Oh, yeah. How long have you been with this team?
Near 6 months or 7, something like that.
Where have you been?
I was coaching Navi junior team that became main roster. It was like 2 or 3 years.
Do you realize how much of a legend you are in Dota?
No.
No?
No.
Do you still play a lot?
I'm more watching, to be honest. Right now I'm more watching and replays and scrims, clan wars. So, yeah.
So when you watch these days, do you, not to bring myself up here in this scenario, I used to play Counter-Strike a long time ago, and when I look at the current scene, I'm like, man, I wish I could be playing now. Do you ever get that feeling?
Yep, sometimes I get it, but I feel like my brain is already tired for it. I need to think about family, about a lot of real life stuff, and I don't have enough time for it.
How do you think you're going to do at this tournament?
We hope to do our best, but on this tournament there are really strong teams. Also in our group, it's like 2 teams that was finalists in previous big tournament. I don't know. We will try to reach to the playoffs, and after that we will see.
On your team, if a fight were to break out, fist fight, who would win?
I feel like Lace. He's kind of fat.
Right, good answer. In your long history of Dota, have you ever had a team that you've been on that there was a fist fight?
It was in my, not my first team, but in first team in my Dota 2 career. It was in Navi. I will not tell you, but there was kind of accident like that.
The original Navi?
Yeah, original Navi, first one. That one, first international.
I can only imagine who that person was.
Nope, it wasn't. It's not this person.
Okay, well, process of elimination. So he's off. Chavos, by any chance?
Nope.
I'm just kidding. Thanks for joining us, Arsa. Really appreciate you. I hope that you guys have success at this tournament.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
We have reached our Group C match of the day, and that means Vici Gaming and Team Spirit will soon take the stage and go head-to-head in a 2-game series. And for that, we also changed things up on the panel. I'm joined by BSJ and Effie. Effie, how are you doing on this 3rd day of the group stages?
I'm doing great. The Dota's been pretty unexpected in the sense that a lot of teams have been evenly matched. And then also unexpected in the sense that teams I thought would do better haven't looked that great yet. And, you know, not to spoil, but a couple of those teams are playing right now. So I'm looking forward to see how they've rested between yesterday and today.
How have you rested between yesterday and today, Brian?
I got my 8 hours last night, Cheese. I'm feeling pretty good.
Feeling good. How are you feeling about today's Dota?
Yeah, I've been enjoying the meta evolution. This is my favorite part of the group stage of the tournament. I feel like we're at that point where we're seeing a lot of the melee alchemists, the Lycans, like these melee guys that get up in your face, kind of winning over the Shadow Fiends and the Drows. So I'm also, one of my favorite heroes in Dota is Necrophos. So very rarely do we get to see this hero in competitive regularly. Lornoff putting on a clinic in the last series. I'm hoping to see more of it.
I am looking forward to seeing more of it as well. Different roles, maybe a carry. Spectre again, who knows? We're going to focus in on Vici Gaming first. And if anyone is going to play Spectre on Vici Gaming, it's Shiro. Let's find out how he's feeling before the series.
I'm here with Shiro of Vici Gaming. Shiro, you had a tough match yesterday against P-Vision. I was wondering, with time since yesterday, did you figure out what went wrong in the game?
大家好，今天呢，我们有室友在这里接受我们的采访。那我们知道呢，这个之前您的这个比赛还是很艰难的。我们想要了解一下您的感觉是怎么样的呢？有觉得哪个地方出错了，所以导致这个比赛没能够成功呢？
首先他们是一支非常强的队伍嘛，然后我们现在还有很多不足，所以输给他们。 就对我们来说也是一件好事吧，我们能从中吸取更多的经验。然后出的问题在我身上的话，肯定就是因为第一把的对线我打得比较差，所以导致第一把的崩盘嘛。然后第二把可能就是整体都没有对面打得好。
Well, first of all, the opponent is a really strong team. We played with them. I think we learned a lot from them, so we can reflect on what we have done. Hopefully, next time it will be better. So, talking about the match itself, I think during the first round I didn't perform very well. So that's a loss that comes to this consequence. But hopefully, we will do better next time.
Okay, you've got Team Spirit coming up next. How do you feel confidence-wise against them?
那么呢，就讨论到一些成员之间的共同合作，然后呢，您觉得您是否有信心在下一场比赛当中取得好的成绩呢？
我觉得就打好我们自己的，至于能不能赢的话，我现在也说不好，但我还是有信心的。
Well, we will definitely try our best. We collaborate as a team. We don't know if we can win or not, but I have the confidence and I will really try hard.
Okay, great. And then one last question. What's your favorite hero right now to play as carry?
那么下一个问题就是您在这个整个的项目当中，您最喜欢的那个英雄角色是哪一个呢？
我最喜欢 Tiny。
I like Tiny.
That's a good choice. Very good hero. Okay, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
非常感谢您参加今天我们的这个采访，希望您一切顺利。
谢谢。
Thank you.
To be honest, getting to play Tiny in this upcoming game, I think Brian, he's got good odds for that.
Yeah, as long as the Necrophos is banned. There's a few heroes in the patch right now that are I think has made it difficult, because a lot of times a hero that was top picked like Tiny, they tend to fall off, sometimes because of the numbers nerfs that have happened to him, but also because of the shift of the meta. So I think that Tiny's more situational, but it does enable XM's hero pool of all these ranged like snipers and vipers that they've kind of strayed away from a little bit, so I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, and Tiny's still a pretty good solution to Puck, which is a hero that Laurel will definitely be looking at. But I'm pretty happy with what I heard from Shiro in that interview, because in their series yesterday, in their Game 1 versus P-Vision, there's really not that much you can take away from it if one of the players on the safe lane isn't able to say, I messed up and that was on me. And that's what we got in that interview. He said, I just didn't play well in that first map. And that's what happened. You know, they lost a lane that they shouldn't have lost with their Shadow Fiend and Oracle. And to be able to just take personal accountability for me is a very good sign.
Yeah, very strong, and it also gives me hope that they can adjust against their opponents today, which will be Team Spirit, the defending champions of the very strong roster that seems to be aiming to peak at the right time. We normally say that around this time Spirit does come to life, and part of the reason why they potentially might be coming to life here is because of one of the changes they made recently, of course, adding Miposhka as a coach. How did that came to be, and does it fit him? Let's find out from Yotoro.
Miposhka as a coach, like the same guy, but he more looking from the
auto game, and he's like more chilled about like his job. Like he can like talk a lot about Dota, like what he always loved. Like talk like 8 hours about some like laning, like some theory crafting of Dota, and it's fit him maybe more. We'll see like how it goes. I would say we always like changing our play style about the meta. Anyways, it's about like some what is more reliable to play, like play for farm, play for kills, play for early or mid lane. We like trying to understand what is better and trying to follow it about like what is the best option to win. The last months was a bit tough because we like had no coach. And into first we had no Larl, then we had no collapse for some tournaments, and we have troubles about our roster like with Panto, and it was hard to stick up like team together and trying to win because we like trying to fix our like problems about our game, and also we had no coach. So when Milan comes, it's like give us more breath for the game, and then Miposhka comes, it gives us more, and we made a roster change. So now like feeling good. I think we are playing not bad. If we're gonna be prepared well for special teams, what is like the best one is this tournament, as I see by the preparation and last tournaments. So if we're gonna play at 10% better, we're gonna smash them like no chance.
So how has Team Spirit been doing? For that, I'm gonna ask Effie how she feels that her team's been doing.
They're definitely looking better than they did earlier in the season, but they're still not in Team Spirit top shape, and I hope that they can fix that through this group stage. Because while they did 2-0 Nemesis yesterday, it wasn't in the way that you would want a team to do it. Like, it felt like their laning stage wasn't that strong. They were down in net worth, and they had to do the Team Spirit thing, which is find a good fight, make a comeback, and they looked really good after that point. And ideally, you're not playing for comebacks. I know it's a Team Spirit specialty, but I would like for them to today to focus a little bit more on lanes, which ironically is the same criticism I had for Vici from yesterday.
Yeah, for me, I always go back to that interview with Collapse at Dream League, the last Dream League, where we asked him about what was it like to get not me on the team, and he was coming back from a break on Collapse, and his response was like, I came back and found out I had a new teammate that was laning with me. So there was like clearly that lack of leadership and like vision for the team, not only inside the game, but also outside of it. So I think we're seeing glimpses of it, like Mira was mentioning, but I really do think that they will grow exponentially as the tournament goes on. So I have high hopes for them.
Well, I thank you for both of your insights so far. We're going to get some more insights. I believe we got Seb and Lacoste to talk about this very series.
And here we are with Seb. Just want to talk a little bit about this incoming matchup, because there's a lot of history between these two teams' squads. Bak, Y, Jin-Q, he's back in the squad against the gigantic team like Team Spirit. Who do you think has the upper hand?
It's hard to say. I mean, to be fair, I'm excited about this one because I haven't seen Spirit play yet. It's been so hectic, like so busy the schedule. I'm looking forward to it. You don't know. It depends which kind of Spirit you're getting. If you're getting Spirit peaking, I don't think anyone can stop them. If you're getting a Spirit that's like finding their form, their identity, this is a good squad to take games from them, because there's a lot of history, right, between these players.
Oh,
they
absolutely.
met each other's in TI finals. Like they know each other's in and outs.
Also, with the addition of Miposhka, how do you think that's going to influence how Team Spirit is going to be playing? Because the results, they were kind of lacking.
I mean, obviously a big buff, right? I think he's always been part of their success. He's the core of their identity. And they know each other's in and out. So Miposhka to Spirit can only be a good news to Spirit fans. I think they're looking pretty strong this tournament, and even though they always tend to start the tournaments a little bit slow, but this is like two superstar rosters. On the other side, like, Vici, this is a Chinese year, like TI is going to be in China. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders,
Absolutely.
and I know that it can be a double-edged sword for Chinese teams usually. They can crumble to it also.
And for the last series, 1 dub against LGD. This is the LGD squad. I mean, this should be a banger.
Yeah, crazy one. This one, probably the two most crazy creative teams in terms of like strategy, in terms of breaking the game. So like perfect way to finish the day. I think impossible to know what to expect, literally. It starts from the draft. It's going to be chaos all around, but the highest level of Dota.
Oh, absolutely. Can't wait to see it. But first, we're going to have to see Vici Gaming against Team Spirit. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit will be a good one. Both teams have done decent so far. I think if we're focusing on Vici Gaming a little bit more first, they're 2-2 right now. They had a rough day yesterday, Brian, with a 0-2 against P-Vision. But at the same time, that was kind of a result that we were expecting. And I also feel like the first series that they had against Reconics also was one that we were expecting. So do we know what their power level is right now?
I mean, they've been relatively consistent in their results recently between like 8th and 12th in the 2 tournaments that they played in. But for me, the concerning factor about yesterday was that the first game I felt like was a skill difference. Like Shiro himself even said we kind of messed up the lane. And the second game itself felt like a draft loss against Puppy. I think Puppy crafted quite the masterpiece in game 2 there. So I guess for me, it's like when I look at a team like Vici, I'm always asking myself, what does it take for them to take games or series off of the tier 1 teams? And yesterday, when they got outclassed in 2 different ways by 9class himself, I think that, I guess it just doesn't bode well for them. But I think that they will be a team that bounces back. And I don't think Spirit looks nearly as invincible as P-Vision. So I will get a much clearer gauge after this one.
That's fair to say, I think, Effie.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I mean, both of these teams have work to do in their early game, just based on what we've seen from yesterday, but sometimes I think you can just get caught off guard. Vici hasn't really, I mean, I don't know exactly where they've been boot camping or what they've been doing, but I know that it's very unlikely that they've faced teams like P-Vision in their scrims while they were playing their qualifiers, right? So you come into this tournament, suddenly you're shocked by the quality or the difference in laning from a team like P-Vision, and maybe that's just what you need, that snap back into, I can't make this small mistake. This tiny play that I was getting away with versus other teams, I can't do that anymore. And if that clicked for them, I really do believe in Vici Gaming as a team. I think they're very high skill.
Yeah, I think this may be also one of those group stages that because you play 1 series per day, it gives you a lot of time to make those adjustments. And if, like Evie says, there's not been those type of scrims that they can learn from the matches here, and they can learn a lot from the other games that are being played at the same time. So a lot of information to learn from. The question is, how much have they learned? Have they learned enough for Vici Gaming to beat Team Spirit, or has Team Spirit also learned enough to take this 2-0? Let's find out as we head to the stage for the game.
Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel. And yes, this is the fight in Group C. It is the middle of the pack, only in name, as our next 2 opponents go up head-to-head. Our first one, bringing them up on stage, is Vici Gaming! 5 years have passed since the Vici York took down Spirit, but this is a different time and a completely different squad with a whole lot to prove. Some issues to fix from yesterday for sure, but we all know they have more than what it takes to be and stay on top. Right now, sticking middle of the pack again in Group C. An important moment for Chinese team, though, on the other side, it's our EWC 2025 champions, Team Spirit! The Spirit Dragon has awoken off of its hoard of gold. And my God, what a hoard it was after their Dota 2 victory last year at the Esports World Cup. What makes them so good, you ask? Not me, Coach Maposhka, who knows, whatever it is, they have no plans to slow things down. And I tell you, nothing will slow down here, as please, Vici, please, Team Spirit, you may place your keys, you may take your seats, gentlemen, and prepare to do battle. Go ahead. This one is about to begin. A big fight in Group C. Where do we go? Where to head? We'll see what sort of draft we'll get out of it. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Milos. As we will prepare for this series, I'm interested in hearing where our attention should be. What is the strength of both of these teams. Where do their wins come from? Effie, we already talked a little bit about how Shiro also said himself wasn't looking too hot in that first game yesterday. Is normally for Vici Gaming that where the success come from, or would you focus on a different player?
I would say so. I think for both of these teams, it's very important to play through their carry, but the means that they achieve it is a little bit different. For Vici, when it comes to the way that they want to enable Shiro, a lot of it is XM getting a good late matchup, doing really well, and making very strong rotations. Whereas for Team Spirit, oftentimes Laurel can get shafted, and this team is used to playing in games where they maybe have to make a comeback, do a couple of comeback smokes, and play through collapse from the offlane instead of Laurel. Yesterday we saw that XM couldn't really make much happen out of the mid lane, and it felt like there was no tempo whatsoever from Vici. So I do wonder what they talked about today in terms of hero picks for XM.
Yeah, I was thinking when you were talking about not being able to make plays in game one, especially when the lanes went poorly, when they could have gone well, they looked very lost. And I think that happens to any Dota player when you're in a pretty crappy scenario. But I feel like the difference for me between these two teams after watching Vici yesterday is that Team Spirit always has like a vision of how are we going to take fights later on in the game? How is our team going to play the map? And when I looked at Vici's drafts, my concern for them was that they had overall last pick in both games, and it felt like there were parts of their draft that they still had to like round off in that last pick. A lot of teams I've seen will have, okay, they'll have the objective taking, they'll have the initiation and the gank potential, and the last pick can kind of just be good against what they're seeing. But when yesterday I was like, those are good last picks, but they feel like they had to be that, which means that you're just never really surprising anyone, and that's not going to work against the likes of P-Vision, which obviously it didn't, and I don't think it's going to be good enough against Team Spirit either. So I'm hoping there's more continuity in their first 4 picks, whether it's like XM's on a ranged guy and Shiro's on a playmaker or something like this.
Yeah, just more of a mid-game idea, I would say, for Vici. Just that if our lanes don't go badly, this is the play that we can make, and this is the hero that's going to lead the charge. In that game where they had XM on Storm Spirit in game 2, that was their idea. We're going to play off of the Storm Spirit, but what we saw was when they were playing that mid-game, he would zip in, get silence, die, and they had no means at all to do anything after that. Spirit, they will often think about, okay, what if we lose lanes here? What do we do? Who's farming and who's going? And it feels like Spirit, in terms of conceptualization, just have the upper edge.
I think going off of your point, it's like you pick Storm first, and they say, this is our playmaker. But then what P-Vision did was say, I'm going to pick Ember into Silencer, and you just aren't going to be able to move on Storm Spirit. I feel like what a lot of teams would do there is say, okay, Storm Spirit's kind of gimped for like the first 20 minutes of the game until he gets some items. We need somebody else to like carry the torch for that period, but they didn't have that. And it felt like that period of the game, there's a lot of these games, not just between these two teams, but that have quickly snowballed out of control around the 15 to 20 minute mark, where just like 1 or 2 fights, it goes from a perfectly even game to like 5 to 10K. So that's where my eyes are specifically for the series as well, not only because that's a trend, but that's also something that happened to Vici twice yesterday.
Yeah, and when we were talking about how the teams are adapting and learning as this tournament progresses, there's one series in particular that I think Vici might learn a lot from about Team Spirit, because the first day they faced Mouse, and yes, it was a tie, but to be honest, it kind of was a 2-0 in favor of Mouse, because that first game was eventually Megas versus Megas, and okay, then the Team Spirit factor, as Collapse said, it's in the air. It will, the EWC buff will prevail and come through. But it wasn't a great series from them.
No, it wasn't. In an ideal world, you're never playing for comebacks. Like, while it's awesome when they happen, that's not a scenario you want to be in, where the other team has megas and you have to find, as Brian calls it, the Doctor Strange simulation, where you find the one team fight that works for you. That's not what you want, and that's why I'm a little bit concerned for Spirit. But we heard in that interview from Yatoro where he said they're still trying to figure out what exactly they should play for. Whether it's the early game, the mid game, or the late game, they haven't solved it. So this group stage could just be about finding that X factor for them. Like, what is it that works the most?
Yeah, I see the Team Spirit identity when it comes to these late game miracle wins, but I don't see the Team Spirit identity when it comes to like the strategy. So I think that, like you said, that's something they're going to have to find their footing. I think it's quite possible that they do, but if I had to gauge like the success of Team Spirit for this whole tournament, if they were to just be the exact same team they are now a week from now, I think I would put them in like 6th to 8th range. That's where I think their caliber is currently, but I think they're quite capable of stepping up.
Yeah, based on that EWC buff, though.
Of course.
Surely it will come into
That's at least 3 wins out of the next 15 games for sure.
One thing I did notice watching Team Spirit yesterday, it's not an exact detail because I only had the time in the morning, obviously, to glance at, but they did lose their mid-tier 1 quite early, and it took them a while to actually cross the river and make some plays. And I wonder if that's something that they assessed themselves and said, we need to be able to hold this tower so that we can actually smoke across the river and not be the ones constantly run at. And in that case, they have to input more resources into Laurel than less. They can't last pick him Zeus and do nothing while he's getting coiled over and over.
I also think that's the reason why heroes like Snap and then honestly Necro now have become really popular, is because these heroes, there's no such thing as having superior lane shove to them in the mid lane. They naturally create this vacuum where the enemy has to respond with a bunch of heroes and your playmaking potential goes out the window. And this patch has really shaped up to be, we talked about the range carries and the melee supports in the safe lane, but I really think it's so much about this dynamic between these melee playmakers in the mid lane versus the heroes that shut them down. And so far, I'm seeing the heroes shut them down do quite well. And so I hope to see that trend, I hope to see teams adjusting to that and having the next layer of that meta evolution show up here. They've even seen the Snapfire ban first round.
Yeah, and we see the trend from our previous series continue, that when that Dark Seer is banned, you probably also want to ban out the Shadow Fiend. Just make it a little bit easier for yourself. We got Vici Gaming opening with a Treant Protector.
Very rarely let through. Treant's often first ban, and I think in the games he has been let through, he's mostly won. I was checking hero win rates today, and yeah, he has been let through 6 times with 1 loss. So this hero does fantastically. It's not just his ability to enable ranged carries, but his vision factor in the mid game just makes your game plan so easy.
Yeah, it's also the fact that he helps all 3 lanes at once with living armor being global. Don't know why it works like that. But then he also forces you to have some all-in for the tier 1 towers. It's one of the worst feelings when you don't have meaningful tower pressure and you don't even feel like there's a point in chipping down the tower over time. A lot of times for offlaners, they'll just be farming the big camp and pushing the wave and be like, I'll do 100 damage to the tower per minute. But that just doesn't work against Treant. So what I'm looking for in Team Spirit's draft is, if they're allowing Treant through, it's not as much about just the lane matchup itself, but what's your plan for the 5 to 8 minute mark to make some sort of substantial invasion of the safe lane that's going to boot the Treant out effectively.
I mean, early Dispel can maybe be helpful just to secure those kills, things like Enchantress, things like Largo. I could see those being effective.
We did see Enchantress have success against, I think it was Mao's that played. It may have been somebody else. Who was it that played Enchantress?
We've seen snaking Enchantress earlier this morning as well.
Hero, I was surprised wasn't as popular as it was in the last few tournaments, because it's still seeing play, but there's some of these other supports like the Treant and the Clock that are just having a bit more attention put on them. But I do think Enchantress is quite good against Treant in theory, because you do take the early tier 1 towers and you dispel the living armor, which is a lot of his early game potential. And you also don't really a lot of supports are afraid to walk through the jungle against Tree because they will die to a Tree +1, and Enchantress is one of those that won't.
We got the Hoodwink and the Mars removed by Vici Gaming in the second ban phase.
Mars is a weird ban. I know it's collapsed and everything, and he is good at finding Treant because the arena destroys the trees, but I don't know. I think Mars has just been severely underwhelming in the past few months. Quite the respect ban, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be one of those situations where you're gonna just pick that ranged hero for Shiro, and you think to yourself, I'm playing against Collapse. We kind of have to take this hero out. Because Bulwark versus heroes like maybe Gyrocopter or Wind Ranger, that could come out. You don't want to deal with that. And I believe Vici were in a situation where they picked Wind Ranger to flex it and ended up having to shift to an Ursa, and that didn't look good. So maybe just secure Shiro's game was what they talked about.
Yeah, I think the reason that didn't look good is because when you were flexing it, you had a problem to solve. It was not that, okay, we can just move Wind Ranger or not. It's they have a Lifestealer on the enemy team that we have no BKB piercing damage. So when you flex it, it doesn't feel like you're free to choose. It feels Like, you have to solve this problem, and that means, okay, I guess if Wind Ranger doesn't solve that and none of the 4s in existence do damage through BKB, then we just have to move the Wind Ranger, and that's an example of if their draft is a bit more well-rounded, then it's like, okay, what lane do we prefer? And that ends up being a more free-flowing idea of your draft.
Speaking of free-flowing, I feel like Largo is a free spirit.
He is, I agree with that.
He goes with the flow.
Yeah.
He's a viber, for sure.
He really is.
And that's the idea versus Treant, is we're going to have a Dispel, and they do it through the offlane instead. While Largo, I think, is not as strong as he used to be. He is quite the good hero for Team Spirit, which is not necessarily the kind of hero you'd attribute to Collapse, but he's played it a lot. He's had some really strong games on it, and the only issue with it is that it needs time. But again, Spirit are maybe like, it doesn't matter. We'll find that one mid-game fight. We're okay to go slower on our lanes.
Yeah, what is the... I mean, it's not really threatening to push Treant's tower. It looks like you're more content to just trade farm. Largo's more of a push out the lane, go back to his jungle camps kind of offlaner. They do go for the XM, Storm Spirit. I was very curious about the mid lane dynamic for this series. I would be curious if Laurel's willing to whip out the Huskars or the Necros. This is not a hero that's flexed. You can definitely punish Storm Spirit in lane. They might just go for the Ember like a lot of other teams do. But I think there's a lot of options to potentially punish this. And I feel like Liquid last series did not respect a player like Lornoff. When you're like, Misha, I'll give you Ember, I'll give you Puck, against Lornoff's Necro. And so I'm wondering if Team Spirit's willing to do the same thing.
I wonder if they're willing to play Keeper of the Light at all, because if they're thinking about this Ember versus Storm, they could just take a page out of 1W's book and just go for that Coddle, Ember, Largo.
That would be a nice trio. I always think of Coddle, you know, Ari even said himself, like, you have to be a Coddle team.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if Team Spirit is a Coddle team. I'm not sure if that's up Not Me's wheelhouse. Now, Skywrath Mage, that is an interesting pick. I'm wondering what their idea behind. Have we seen any Skywrath Mage? I haven't seen it myself.
We have, at least not on streaming.
In theory, it's good for bursting Largo, but then at the same time, it's really bad against Largo if you're not going on Largo, because whoever gets silenced into ulted by Skywrath just gets licked, which not only removes the silence, but it also moves you out of the ult. So they have this combo of root into Skywrath Mage damage that's all countered as long as you're not casting it on the Largo, which seems a bit unreliable unless they have some idea of, okay, we're going to focus Collapse really hard with this. But yeah, it's a kind of a weird choice for me. I'm wondering what Zinky's thinking here.
I think it's fine for me because you know how earlier we were talking about having a clear idea of what it is that you want to do? And they had this idea. We have this jump of Storm plus 1 damage dealer, and we're just going to really simplify it with the Skywrath Mage. We're going to have the burst, that first smoke with the Storm Spirit. We know we're going to have kill threat if Sky is 6, and to me that is better than just picking that Storm Spirit and thinking, oh, he's going to carry us through the mid game.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the only reason Skywrath Mage is not super popular right now is because safe lanes are so oppressive and they're like meant to win. Oftentimes Skywrath Mage played from the 4 he's meant to ruin the carry's life, and I think that's very difficult in the pool of 5s that are popular right now. They oftentimes either heal the carry substantially, like the IO last series, or heroes like Clock and Treant that draw a lot of attention to themselves. So I have to imagine that's why we don't see too much Sky. I think the hero's still, like, theoretically strong. Terrorblade, it's a pretty good blind pick, meaning you do know your lane, but you don't see your carry-to-carry matchup. A lot of the heroes that Terrorblade doesn't want to play against, like the Drow, are either not good or they're worth banning in the first round. You don't have a lot of these like Zeus's and Tinkers in the mid lane meta right now, so I was hoping to see a bit more Terrorblade. He is effectively a ranged carry when it comes to lane pairings with Treant Protectors and the Clockworks. I like the pick. I think it's good for Shiro. I think it fits his playstyle a lot.
I really like the Terrorblade here, yeah. I think versus Largo on lane, I look at Largo as a hero that you have to kind of address with a lot of single target damage.
Sustained damage.
And an overwhelming, right? Because ideally, this hero wants to take these long drawn out fights, pump out those gradual heals, and make it difficult. to actually run into them in that mid game. But Terrorblade, as a hero who can just throw everything on one target and take him out, exists to solve Largo in that sense. I also think that the strength of Largo is that he's got high armor and high damage. So on lane, he trades very well against most heroes, but Terrorblade is not an easy hero to CS against in melee form. Like, his BAT is better, and it feels like they've correctly addressed the Largo threat.
I mean, I'm liking VG Gaming's draft overall. The Skywrath Mage is going to remain a question mark in my head, because every time I just will approach it with a bit of skepticism, saying, why is nobody else picking Skywrath Mage? What is XinQ going to do? Is he going to roam on mid really early and try to shut down Laurel's early game and gives XM the playmaking potential that he was kind of lacking yesterday due to the setup they had in the draft? If that's what they're going to do, and they pick a hero for Bach that's more independent and able to play for itself, then that would make a lot of sense to me. I'm curious with their last pick.
Listen, I have very particular opinions on Skywrath Mage, and I do think the hero isn't in a very strong place competitively, but I also think if you're picking Skywrath Mage, you have to be a player like XinQ. You have to be somebody who plays for your own farm, finds a way to play griddily, get that early level 6, and you have to play like a pseudo-core if you're really going to pop off on this hero. He's not like a sit back and cast spells every once in a while kind of support. There's so many supports that do better than him. But if you're pulling some shenanigans and you get a really good start, the hero looks good. So I kind of believe in it in the hands of XinQ, where I probably wouldn't say that if anyone else picked it.
What does that look like though, in terms of, I understand what you're saying to play for yourself.
Shard.
Okay, early shard.
An early shard.
Gotcha. So it's a little bit of that mid game farming mixed in with not always going for plays, basically.
Yeah.
So we see Centaur, like a nice generic offlane pick when you know it's likely a ranged carry because they've got the Clockwork 5. Centaur does quite well against a lot of the range carry. I feel like it's weird that they banned Windranger and then picked Centaur, because Centaur, I think, is unplayable for Windranger because the focus fire is just useless against you. So that's a bit peculiar to me. I'm wondering if we might see like a Yatoro Morphling or something like this. It's going to be a bit susceptible to the silences, but I think like an early Manta buyer that's ranged would make sense to me. Luna.
Based on the tier list you guys made on the first day, this tier list might therefore already have changed. Nature's Prophet is still pretty high up there.
That would work. Oh, they actually go a completely different direction. It does decently against Centaur later, but I actually think Lifestealer will struggle a bit in lane here. I actually don't love this Lifestealer pick. Yesterday I thought P-Vision set up the perfect Lifestealer draft. I think that this is like a 7 out of 10 Lifestealer pick for Yatoro. I think it does offer them a win condition, but I think that if I were going purely off the drafts and I could not see the teams, I would prefer to be Vici, I think, for this one.
I agree. I really like what Centaur gives them in terms of an early pipe. Lifestealer does give them that physical damage and the scaling that they need to fight into Vici, and of course Rage versus Terrorblade, allowing you to maybe get those key kills on him before he sunders. But early game, that damage is going to be coming out of that Dark Willow plus Ember. So if you get this pipe and just run at them non-stop, and you don't let this Lifestealer breathe, I think Vici have a really good draft to set the tempo.
Yeah, my main concern with the Lifestealer pick was that I think that he is bullyable in the first 3 or 4 levels. I think that's exactly what XinQ wants when he picks Skywrath Mage, and I think there's potential that if top lane goes poorly for Team Spirit, that also bleeds into mid lane. And I think that the lane momentum will heavily determine this game, like it has been for a lot of the matches we've seen thus far this tournament. And if Shiro's given a free farm, I think that XM or Vici and the rest of their lineup will be able to capitalize quite well on an early lead. They have objective taking, they have pick off, they have good wave clear. So yeah, I mean, I think that both teams have a win condition, but I think it's all about Team Spirit slowing it down and Vici ramping it up.
And for me, the big question mark right now for Vici is, did they fix their atrocious laning from yesterday? Because the talk that we had about their draft, if they lose their safe lane and Largo gets a good start, then it's not going to be very relevant. And they're going to have to be playing on the back foot, going for a comeback. And that's not what you want in picking Treant plus Terrorblade.
Indeed.
It is indeed not. So laning stage has to be going well for Vici Gaming to have a good shot in this game. We feel like they drafted kind of well, so I'm kind of optimistic on this one. I am curious about the Storm versus Ember. I want to touch upon XM versus Laurel there a little bit, because I feel like that's the lane where it I think it's supposed to be even.
Yeah, the lane itself is pretty even. I'd say the lane slightly favors Storm, and then the game favors Ember.
Because that's where I feel like a difference can be made, with also potential rotations coming out. Skywrath is a very fast hero. It can tip the scales in the favor of VG Gaming.
Yeah, if VG Gaming ends up in a spot where Bach is just chill farming top and Skywrath Mage is roaming on mid, I think that favors them heavily.
Well, we are gonna find out which team will take the lead in this 2-game series between VG Gaming and Team Spirit. As it seems like Yatoro has found some friends. Let's head over to Sunsman and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Yatoro's in a bit of trouble. He's going to get stomped up, licked up as well. Everything in between. He will survive on half HP. As we begin game number 1 between VG Gaming and Team Spirit. We watched Team Spirit yesterday. They were pretty good. I mean, not their top form, but quite good. Vici, in the game that we cast, they just didn't show up.
Yeah, they were not that good. So I do hope that we have a bit of a better gameplay coming out from them, because I do think they will need it. And we've got some interesting drafts coming out. I think both offlaners in this game should do very well. Like, I think the Largo, Dark Willow, quite a strong lane. Same also with the Skywrath Mage and the Centaur in the offlane. So at least for now on the bounties, nothing really too crazy happening. You've got a 2-for-2 split. But yeah, the Skywrath Mage is a bit of an interesting pick. It's not a hero you see very often. Of course, he's very fast. He has very good early laning, so I love that. But this hero has always had the same issues. There's so many things that counter you. Glimmer, Force Staff, any items, pipes, really. It's
any item.
Like, it's literally any saving item. Illusion heroes kind of own you. Luckily for him, there aren't really any. But even Largo, I think if you're not silencing Largo himself, he'll just lick it off and he's going to be A-okay. So I'm looking at Jinkyu at least for this early game. I want to see them pop off up here.
Okay. Well, later in the game, I feel like they have a couple of good opportunities to get Mystic Flares off. The Hoof Stomp, the Electric Vortex, the Overgrowth. Not the worst. Not like a Cataclysm or anything, but Mystic Flare can certainly delete heroes.
That's definitely what they will want to be playing for. Like you said, they do have quite a bit of setup for that. So it's just important, like, can Collapse not be in those moments? Because if you just lick off both, like, the Ancient Seal, like, that's already enough. There's so much bonus damage that you're going to miss out.
My question is for Yatoro, are you relying on the lick, or do you need to go for a Manta or something like that?
I guess we'll just have to see what his item build is going to be, right? But most likely it is just going to be perhaps the Radiance Armlet that we saw yesterday. There is a lot of nice, like, good things that you would get from a Desolator, but I think when you're playing Lifestealer into TB, Radiance is just very nice overall for you. Just give yourself like a little bit of hybrid damage.
Let's see Jinkyu. See how much harassment he can get away with in this top lane. Brew playing the Clockwork this time around. And our boy, Faith Beyond, aka Bach on the Centaur.
I'm looking at him also to redeem himself a little bit. I would say especially the Largo game he had the other day was very uninspiring and way under his like usual impact that you expect him to have. But yeah, Jinkyu should have a good laning stage. You're just very fast, especially against the clock. You're against a double melee. Because you also heard, like, Panda was talking about it, Lifestealer. I think, yeah, the 1-to-1 carry matchup into TB is not in your favor, but the thing that Spirit have going on for the draft, it is actually quite difficult to kill these heroes. Like, you have Ember with Flame Guard, Lifestealer can be tanky, you have Largo saving each other, you've got the defensive infest, so it's more on VG later. Can they find this moment to burst through one guy, as Y?
Will be First Blood, not me. Gets the gold for that. I have to remember that throughout this game.
Of course.
And other than the Ancient Seal, what else can the Lick take care of? You got the Living Armor.
Yeah, very good one.
I mean, it works against Overgrowth.
Yeah, Overgrowth, Ancient Seal, and
now,
some Reflection
if you
maybe
get the
later.
Shard, the Lick won't dispel yourself still, right?
Correct. It's going to be like mainly on your items and what you're... Well, later on you get the double Lick talent. You know, if you're into the licking stuff, then that's going to be good.
Of course, everybody's into that at some point in their life, but I think Lotus has got to be the big item in this game for the Froggy.
Oh, absolutely.
Collapse will get the first Lotus of the game here. But yeah, mid lane, Spirit versus Spirit, XM on the Storm. Spirit doing a lot of damage to Laurel. Fairy Fire will keep him alive a little bit longer. The tree actually blocks enough vision for him to walk away. Very, very close to a solo kill, which would have been pretty disastrous for the mid laner of Spirit.
Very nice pressure by XM, and this is something else that you don't really see it so strongly, but you know, Treant Protector has a lot of value, especially on these lanes that are gonna play very aggressive and hit each other a lot, so it could definitely be one of the small reasons why XM can get off, you know, maybe a little more hits and a little more pressure than usual.
Yeah, 21 and 3 CS right now for XM. We're 15-4 for Laurel. I mean, how is this supposed to go in theory?
It is slightly Storm favored. There's a lot of skill variance that can push it like maybe a little more one way or the other. But most of the time you should see Storm coming out on top. And I think especially with the Living Armor, I'm not too surprised right now at the CS.
We're going to grab the Water Rune pretty much uncontested. We'll see what the rotations look like at the 6-minute mark for that first Power Rune. Shiro was getting gone on, but is going to be perfectly fine. How does this feel in terms of a Terrorblade game?
It's a pretty good TB game, I would say.
I mean, historically against Lifestealer late game, it's pretty good, right?
No, you have a good matchup into the Lifestealer. You're also pretty good against Clock. I think Willow can be both ways, but overall, the longer the game goes, you're quite good against her. You get Manta, you have many illusions. You're not really ever in threat of getting solo killed. It's more about what I'm looking at is the Largo Ember. Like, usually TB suffers against the mids and the offlane heroes because it's more about the magic damage, the spells, there's like more spell items or auras, as Shiro in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, pops the Fairy Fire to try to stay alive. Obviously has all that physical armor. Now the living armor on top of that. Nice block from Y. Is that going to be enough? The Shadow Realm not going to have enough vision to finish the job, so Shiro will survive.
That's nicely done. Good fogging, and of course the living armor. So it would be nice also if you have Y that he can clap a creep. He'll give some HP to his boy Shiro.
Another Bramble actually will root Shiro. A bit of a weird spot, gets licked back into the fray. This is with meta up. He's going to fall here. That's a huge kill for Spirit. He's going to come back to lane with no meta. And obviously the death. We saw Shiro kind of, well, not to put it bluntly, but feeding yesterday relentlessly.
The SF, yeah. But that was, I'm not gonna lie, that was a nice connection by not me. Like, finding the Bramble behind Shiro, who had an illusion up at the same time, that's not an easy feat at all. And it's, I still feel like Largo he's getting disrespected when it comes to the laning stage. Like, this hero is not a weak laner if he can play aggressive. This is a double melee lane. You have the strongest support. I think that's usually also what tips it, like, over the edge. Just not me on this Dark Willow in a very good Dark Willow lane. Like, there's nothing pressuring you, really. So that Collapse definitely up to a very, very good start here with the first active rune. XM is level 6, Laurel is not yet level 6.
Yep, Searing Chains to start things out for Laurel. Looking for the rune, will get the shield. As XM will be forced out. First rune going the way of Spirit. Yatoro and Bach in a 1v1, and I guess Centaur wins that for now.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see too much pressure. Like, what's going to happen is top lane is either Jinkyu can find a nice timing on, like, a silence where they, you know, kind of surprise Yotaro. It is semi what they are kind of looking for right now, but I think other than that, you can just have Jinkyu look at potentially other lanes. I think him and XM going together is quite good for Vici, but of course, they didn't get the active rune, so XM, he doesn't really have any resources to work with.
And Jinkyu, we'll see how fast he can get level 6, because I feel like against Lifestealer, Ancient Seal is insanely good as long as Collapse is not in the area.
Yeah.
Get some early pickoffs on the carry.
And they do need that follow-up damage. Like, Centaur is not the type of offlaner who moves all that much, very static. You want to get your Stampede, and that's how you help your team. As Rue is being very annoying. I mean, they are bringing Laurel over as well, who's very strong on the Ember.
Yeah, they're stealing. So they're going to get both runes, actually.
This is a little bit too easy. I mean, very nice play from Spirit, just angling over, you know, with the clock. Of course, Ember loves doing this. You leave a Remnant behind in the mid lane, you posture your body over, and it's like, okay, if you're not coming, you just Remnant straight back to the mid lane.
I have to ask the question everybody's wondering.
Yeah.
Kazoo, how many chainmails is Rue going to eat this game?
So how long do we think this game is going to go? I'm going to go with 0. Ask me again when we get to 58 minutes.
I mean, even at that point, I don't think it's worth
It's true.
it.
You have to, like, play offlane Clockwork at some point. You need an offlane Clockwork game at minute 78, which you'll never see because the hero's too goated as a support.
Yeah.
This time around,
Spirit, they're no strangers to the late game, though.
No, they definitely are not. But if I look at Rue's net worth, that's kind of sad. Like, sub 1K. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Searing Chains with the Bramble nearby. Bedlam not up quite yet. The zip away with the first crown. He mistimes it a bit. XM does zip out, but takes away to not Mii's Blood Grenade as Jinkyu looks to be next on the list. So in the end, 2 big kills for Spirit as Collapse will show up mid.
That was a pretty costly, silly mistake there by XM to not get the dodge off, because he didn't just get himself stunned. He also got his friend Mr. Jinkyu stunned. So that's pretty bad news over here. I also like that Collapse went over there to the mid lane. Of course, you can push out your lane with the Largo, then move over to the mid lane, because Collapse, he's having a banger of an early game here.
Yep, top net worth, not too shabby. He actually made the rotation mid as well, so We'll see how much he can snowball with this. And I mean, I'm trying to remember Collapse's build of choice. I guess it's just the standard Meteor Hammer now.
Yeah.
For basically every Froggy that we're seeing.
As long as, like, if there's nothing that makes you deviate, it's pretty nice if you do end up getting to go the Meteor Hammer. It helps you farm, because you also don't pressure all that much, but you have very nice wave clear. You can chip away at towers. As you just see a lot of maximizing. Like Laurel here with the max flame guard, you love being able to do this on the Ember.
Yeah, I've been trying to deal with the Ember, but 2 rotations in addition to XM being there, not enough.
No, that's nicely played. You just know that now there's 3 heroes in the mid lane. You can use this to push a little more aggressively in the top area on the bottom side as well.
A little bit of pressure to Bach, but obviously has that Stampede, worst case scenario. I feel like there's no real variation on the skill build for Centaur. It's typically just the max of return.
It's just too much about farming. You get the Dominator, you pull some waves, you hit the neutrals. And also, to answer your question from earlier, it looks like Yotoro is going the Radiance into the Manta. At least that's what he has
going to bring up chainmail eating.
Oh, no.
Got me excited there.
No, buddy. This is not happening.
The sub 10-minute chainmail eat.
That would be kind of lit.
I
would love to see that.
It would be a misclick. Shin-Q.
Block grenade.
Yep. He's dead. Very easy killing. Gonna try to give it to Laurel. Living Armor is going to delay it a bit. He will get the kill nonetheless.
As we got the Prowler.
Yes, we do. Trying to remember his name from Artifact.
Didn't play the game, so I wouldn't know.
Something that Farvon the Dreamer.
Yeah, definitely Jackal and Hyde's type situation.
Hey, you got it right this time.
I did.
You looked it up after our cast, the research. That's really good. Tier 1 under peril. TP on the way. Good cog placement. Gonna push Bach out of the way.
This is not good.
Bedlam. He's in a lot of trouble. He's just gonna get bursted before he can do anything. But they get the Ancient Seal and the kill now onto Yotoro. So a good turnaround from Vici, despite not having the Centaur at all, really. Another zip in from XM to try to finish off Rue. Terrorize hits 2, and away they go into the Searing Chains from Laurel. Can Spirit now turn this around? They're going to get the bowling action from Rue, and that should put things to an end. Basically, everybody's showing up here in the mid lane. Other than Collapse is just chilling.
Yeah, he's full on chilling. I mean, it's nice that you kill the Lifestealer and you get some levels like injected into your team, but you brought 5 heroes mid and you still lost your tier 1. And now in the meantime, Collapse is just chilling bottoms, gonna have his Meteor Hammer, which also means, you know, you're gonna get to slowly chip away at the tower sooner or later. So even though like they hold the area somewhat, this is not a very good sign.
Yep, Shiro gonna have a masterful performance. I mean, he's second net worth despite that death, so
he definitely can do it. Like we said before, it is a very good TB game. I do emphasize a little bit though. Skyref Mage, Jinkyu hasn't really gotten much done yet, and I don't think it gets much easier. Like, you
wait for that 6, brother.
Okay.
Wait for that 6. Trust.
I'm just saying, you hate playing versus Ember Spirit. Like, this hero is so annoying. If you can kill him a few times in the early and mid game, that's nice. But high-level Flame Guard, once you get Slide or Chains, like, you're in so much trouble.
Yeah. But if you get the Ancient Seal on him first, I mean, you can't rely on licks from Collapse every which way. There's only so many tongues that he can use.
True.
As he does get the tier 1 tower, XM making the rotation though. Collapse healing up, completely out of mana now. As he gets brought back into the fray, should be being taken out here. It's actually why to get the kill.
This is a good one. Like top net worth, top level hero of the entire game. You take him out. You did pay the price by losing your tier 1 tower, which of course does hurt you a little bit, especially when you're playing this type of very map-centric heavy lineup with the TB and the Treant.
Now Shiro. Surprise on the high ground is the entirety of Spirit. It feels like the Bedlam doing a massive amount of damage. He can't get anything off. Laurel gets the kill there. They're trying to separate themselves. Looks like Spirit may be wanting to retreat. Laurel want to focus on XM. There's the first Mystic Flare of the game. It's enough to take out Not Me. And Laurel still with that damage rune. Will be pressured away for now.
Yeah, should be okay. Does have the remnant available. I'm like, this Not Me guy, he is very good. Like, I didn't know him all that much before he joined, but his first stunt with them was at like, what? It was at Dream League where he had some banger games, and here too. Like, I think his spell usage so far in this game on the Willow has been very, very good. So Spirit overall.
I mean, I feel like they've gone through quite a few roster changes, and this one has stuck better than the rest, is why. Trying to get things started onto Laurel, but he's just a little too mobile for the likes of Vici.
I mean, definitely the best thing that Vici can play around currently is, of course, like both XM and Jinkyu going together. You allow Shiro to get the space that he needs, you know, being TB. You just kind of need to farm up. Same with Faith Beyond, of course, on the Centaur. You're just playing your little Helm of Dominator plus Stampede mini game. XM.
Searing Chains, Bramble to follow, and the Bedlam as well. Is this actually enough? This time he dodges the Curse Crown.
Where did the hooker go?
Learned his lesson there. Yeah, hook shot onto Y. That should be an eventual kill as Laurel will close the gap.
So they do get away with XM, but one of the problems is that if his net worth is, it is struggling. 4,100 at 14 minutes is really ain't no bueno. As Wisdom Shrine should be able to get this one.
Yep, Bach secures it. And looking at his farm, very interesting. Okay. I saw the Ring of Tarask. I was like, all right, another heart, but no, a pipe incoming. We have not seen that on the Centaur so far.
Okay, so they want to go for more of a like fighting head-on into Spirit. It's always been, there's been a lot of metas, I think, where it's a pretty big 33 thing. Like when you play against a carry who rushes Radiance, if you can match the Radiance timing with a pipe on your offlaner, it can be somewhat easy to fight into it. But it does mean that you are losing a little bit on your scaling, and it also means that you are itemizing and you want to fight into Spirit between this like 16 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, and I feel like with these Chinese teams, something that I've noticed is a lot of times they don't align in what they're trying to do. Like this pipe, I feel like we're just going to see Shiro farming and not aligning with another item in order to actually fight.
I think you might be right, but that's at least where I hope that they do find those moments where you can go together and make it happen. Because TB can fight, especially like backed up with a pipe. It's not that easy to get him killed from full to 0, then he can still get the Sunder off and you can play into it. But I will say this will hurt Bach's game in the long run, you know, if they do take it there later.
There's the Radiance. Online now for Yatoro.
They're doing quite a good job at holding on to this game. Because with like the 2 tier 1s being down, like both your mid and safe lane tier 1 being down, not really dropping much more net worth, is quite good.
2K, I mean, if it wasn't for the towers, it'd be even.
Yeah. The one that's struggling here is going to be XM. Like, again, I have to point out his net worth is low. And when you lose your tier 1 this early on, you are never going to get any of the active runes. You can just see that Laurel, he's getting his hands on every single rune.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to get involved in some fights to get something to go his way.
It's very likely that Vici want to try and strike in their own jungle. They've done a very good job at like fortifying their own area here with a lot of vision.
All right, let's look at the timing here. So Pipe is now being delivered for the Centaur. Mystic Flare, not going to do too much here, but they get the meta come out as XM takes out Rue. Going to zip right on top of the Dark Willow before the Terrorize comes out. So there's the double kill for XM, desperately needed. And now Laurel will have to Remnant away. So a good fight there from Vici.
This is very nice. I like what they did there. Like, if you look at their vision too, they have a deep one down bottom in the lane. They still have one in the jungle. And even though Rue went quite deep to take that one, as Jinkyu living the Skyref Mage life.
Yep, it happens.
Oh, it does. And it will happen many more times this game.
I love this hero, but he is really difficult to make work.
Collapse will be optimizing, or itemizing rather, for that Lotus next. No big surprise. Yatoro going to take out this tier 1 now, so they have the full set. And for him, it will be the Manta, so is going to respect. I mean, Manta Radiance is good in general.
It's very good. Also, it does help you not just against the heroes, but also the map play overall, as Shiro is currently being smoked on.
Yeah, Rue spots him, bounces him back twice, actually, so he's going to have to pop his wand to get a respectable amount of mana. Is Wyatt nearby to try to assist with the living armor. Laurel, Searing Chains only onto one, though, gets sundered, and now the Mystic Flare comes out. That's a lot of damage onto Laurel. But a big Terrorize to follow. Laurel is still sticking around, has to Remnant away finally. Still no kills quite yet. Curse Crown Connect on the outskirts here. Laurel with the Remnant, so they will find the Treant Protector eventually, along with the Sky, who's just been dying relentlessly. So 2 supports go the way of Spirit.
I actually can't believe Laurel lived there, but I think he got like a Mage Slayer proc on all of the heroes before they got their spells off, because it definitely looked like he should have ended up dying there. But yeah, certainly a little backfire there on Vici, losing 2 of the heroes. In what definitely looked like could have been quite good, as Laurel, of course, gets another active rune.
XM, very unfortunate for him. We'll have to zip away.
Yeah, it's an annoying game to be Storm at the moment. I think there's more ways where... Oh, good Bramble. No, not another chain!
They get him here. Bramble into the Searing Chains. It's enough. XM can't get anything going. I mean, he did get that double kill, but then immediately shut down again. As look how deep Spirit are right now.
Yeah, maybe
on the outskirts.
too
Laurel,
deep.
okay, that's an 8x kill streak brought to an end, and now Collapse will fall as well. So double kill for Shiro, basically gifted on a silver platter by Spirit.
We've been seeing some crazy plays in like the last couple games. There's a lot of high skill stuff, but then eventually people end up so deep. Because here, like you said, Vici kind of being handed those. They'll gladly oblige and take those. You have Bach, pipe completed. Now you actually get to return all of this and you get to take the tier 1 tower.
Yep, and Bach has the Blink Dagger, so can now get a little bit more aggressive through. Knows that the Treant Protector's nearby, but won't be able to defend too much. Now, I will say, one downside to Spirit's lineup, it's a little harder for Collapse to steal Aegises. You're just running in as a fat frog.
The frog ain't that good at it. But this is where Rue can pick it up. He's got the Rocket Pack.
Yeah.
Okay, not me.
Vortex, Mystic Flare, that is the deletion of Dark Willow, but there's the hook shot to follow up. Do they have the stun lock? Yes, they do. XM, nothing for free, my friend.
Man, that hook AoE barely got the stun off. They really needed that connection because he didn't actually hook the Storm. It was onto the Ember.
And well, when there's one death, there's another. And
when there's one Ember, there's a dead Skyref mage. He's got the Kaya at least, which this is the other problem. Like Skyref has such weird itemization. Like there's some metas where you could go in early ATOS and like try to force defensive items out of other people. But other than this, you don't really have any good first items and it really hurts people. Like, and the heroes that you do play, like if you don't have nice natural itemization, it also just feels awkward.
Now first Tormentor of the game goes to Spirit.
Yep, there's the Rocket Pack.
There we go.
As Collapse will top off everyone.
Dire's top tower is under
The Blink Dagger almost online for the tree, actually, so why? Not too shabby of a timing, actually.
No, I do like it. It's very good against the Dire draft as well, right? Especially Ember. Like, if Larla is ever out of position, just getting that root on him. Because they have a lot of damage, right? We talked about the Mystic Flare and also Shiro. Like, he's having a very, very good game on this TB, even with the 2 deaths to his name.
Nope, he does get dusted, though. Buys the Blink Dagger knowing that this death is incoming. At the very least, he won't lose any gold.
Oh yeah, Meteor Hammer his ass.
Oh yeah, ultimate disrespect.
And then lick him. I like that. Just saying that if Y had not had a greedy enchantment, he would have died without being able to purchase the Blink Dagger. But of course,
thank you.
Being able to have that is very nice. So upon the
keep
respawn,
us updated on only his.
I absolutely will. No, of course there's more. I'm sure Collapse has it. He also unlocked one of the better Largo talents, level 15. Of course, the Croak of Genius Max DPS. Also nearly has the Shard available. So some good timings being hit here by Spirit.
Yeah, feels bad for Treant Protector when you can just take 2 overgrowths off immediately with that Shard, as we're going to see a pickup on a Not Me. Is this one free, though? It looks like it. For once, XM not going to die afterwards.
It's good that the game slowed down a bit here, especially for XM, because he's making a pretty decent recovery. He's getting quite close to his BKB, also getting up some more galvanized charges after kind of losing most of them in the early game.
Yep, 1,000 away from the BKB. And Yatoro. Gonna farm some enemy ancients. Has his Manta style now. We'll be going for the armlet into Ags.
This is quite good, of course. Like a lot of the carry matchups, you can try to like sway a little bit with itemization, and I do like that they gave Lifestealer like the Aghanim Scepter, like especially like back in the day, like this is kind of unplayable against some heroes like Ursa and whatnot, and now you have like more avenues to actually play that. Bach will be okay.
It's very interesting to see the armlet as a 3rd item. I feel like usually you're seeing higher value items picked up.
Yeah.
In fact.
I mean, the Manta is a nice in-between, I think. So we all talked about the Skyver Silence.
Yep, Searing Chains and Spirit versus Spirit. No connection made, and he's attempting to TP out is fine.
Yep. We'll make it out. I think the armlet is just too high value.
No, but
Jinkyu is dead.
This is going to be death number 6. Feels like
he's going to end this game with 13 deaths or more, regardless whether they win or lose.
Okay. Just keep an eye on that then.
No, I will.
So now you're keeping us surprised on the greedy enchantments and the plus or minus 13
Yeah,
deaths.
who had first blood this game?
Oh, hold on.
That's taking too long.
Not me.
Oh, good job. It was him indeed. One,
I would have been right
2.
either way if I said not me.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's true. Let's see where they can go from here. Because the game, it did stall a little bit, but you do see that Spirit are looking for a smoke. They are showing Yatoro on the map in the meantime. Bach is in a lot of trouble.
Goodbye, good sir. And a lot of stun lock. Does pop the Stampede. Gets licked back in. Still surviving. Shadow Realm not quite enough. He does tick away eventually. As XM able to delete Rue, so they get some sort of a trade. Big overgrowth on the 3, but immediate double Lotus. Just disgusting display. And now Y, left to his own devices, will be the second death for Vici.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult to have nice overgrowths here from Y in these fights, as long as like Collapse is around. Even with just the Lotus available, that's a double Dispel like on the spot. And not just that, like, at least for now...
I know the counter.
What's the counter? Kill him?
Aghanim Scepter on Jin Q, who's doing really well this game.
Oh,
of
yeah?
course. You get the double silence, you force out the Lotus, and then you overgrow.
But then he can still lick someone. But only one guy.
Only one.
So you overgrow 5, but first you force out the...
It's important to get more than 2 people in the overgrowth, of course. Very easy. With
Very, yeah. That's a good... How about just killing him? Just kill the frog. That's a good counter, too.
I've seen that attempted before. It doesn't seem to be too successful.
Okay, so we're going to veto that play.
Yeah.
That's good. What else?
See how I mean, do you think the execution is difficult for Vici in the mid to late game?
It's going to depend on how Shiro gets to continue farming, but for now, they are happy with how the game is progressing. It is a very, very good TB game. It's more about if they're going to be kited, because I don't doubt Shiro's ability, or TB's ability for that matter, in this game. And I like his itemization. Like the Crystallis into Daedalus, I think the high damage is what I love. You don't always need to go Skadi because like, oh, here, you know, I can slow them. You just want raw DPS, especially when the enemy team can kite you. Like, you have stuns available. You can have a Centaur Stomp, an Overgrowth, even if it's half a second. It could be enough.
Yatoro wants to force something. No Roche attempt yet, but he is looking very strong. Level 18 right now, not me. Looking for the potential plan. XM has to use his BKB. Looking for maybe a pickoff on somebody. Gonna go for Collapse, and there's the Mystic Flare. It's almost enough damage, and the last right click does do the job. A big kill for Vici. You're right, that's the way to deal with the frog.
Absolutely, just murder him. I mean, not me, he was a little bit off there on his spell usage. Don't think it would have mattered either way, as XM did have the BKB. He's now on low mana, though.
And we'll get out of the Cursed Crown, but now Yatoro greets him. XM will get stampeded. Hook shot is gonna hit. And now XM in quite a bit of trouble as he will drop to Yatoro's right clicks.
Okay, Spirit somehow find a round 2 on this whole engagement after losing the Largo initially. But the thing also, like, for Spirit, what they're going to have to keep hoping for is that Larl is going to continue to have a pretty good game, because Ember plus Largo is going to be the bigger answer against the Shiro TB later.
And looking at Shiro's farm, has the Crystallis, so Daedalus actually not too far away to go along with the Hurricane Pike Manta.
Yeah, I do think it's really good. And Spirit, they're having a bit of a problem when it comes to, I'll say, progressing the map. Their lineup isn't very good at killing a tier 2. Their Roche is okay, but it's not quick. And the problem is, if they don't threaten Roche at some point, I do think the moment that Shiro gets Daedalus, it's very easy for them to just walk over there and like take over the area.
All right, another greedy enchantment there, just to give you a prize.
Yeah. It's good. Searing Signet plus Greedy. Very nice combo on the Froggy Frog.
He just kept the same thing.
Yeah. That's how good it is, both of them.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
You really had me on board of this deletion of Greedy.
See? It's just good. I mean, it feels good as a support, I'm not going to lie, but I do think it does drastically change the game. And a lot of the times, it's also a factor why games in general go a little bit longer, I would say, because I think when you're more stuck in specific places, you can just wait. You will hit some of those bigger item timings that can get you back in the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh,
nice.
Now we have a smoke from Spirit.
A nice active rune from XM. It would be great for Vici if they can wait just 100 gold. Shiro is about to finish his entire Daedalus. He will really hurt. If they disrespect this TV for a couple seconds, the hero will be deleted.
It's interesting that they smoke now, because Yatoro's only 200 away from Ags himself. Now counter smoke for Vici, as they are good to go.
So he's sending his Ags away. Gonna have a smoke and smoke.
Bach has a Lotus as well. As already starting out, XM had to use the BKB pretty damn early. Go for Rue. And he's gonna get infested and back to full HP. And now XM has to run away with the Stampede. He actually gets stunned by the Cursed Crown. Has not been timing that particularly well this game. And yeah, the Dark Willow is likely to be isolated here, although they do have the Aghanim Scepter now for the Lifestealer, but they're going to zip on in onto Collapse. Look at the damage coming out from Shiro.
Nice
There's the Overgrowth onto several. Yatoro trying to run away. The crit's starting to stack up as they are just falling left, right, and center as Spirit lose 4.
Beautiful. This is why I love myself some good carry itemization, where you just man up, you understand what needs to happen, and just a good team fight overall. Like, Bach starts it out, fight gets prolonged, he finds another reinitiation, and Shiro with his itemization. Like, look at his damage numbers. Just 6k through the board, sure. Yatoro comes around with his Axe, he helps out Drew to stay alive, but it's just quite difficult for them to, like, keep it together. I like that both XM and Bach are just very aggressive here in this fight, even though there's a good Terrorize that pushed back Shiro initially. It's not that easy for Spirit to keep the fight going. Because they want to prolong the fight, they want to heal through, but there's no staying alive against his TB damage.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this fight is that Axe was delivered after he had used Infest. He would have been able to get 2 Infest off in this fight, 100%. Yeah. I mean, that probably doesn't turn anything, but...
No, at this point it wouldn't have done that much. Did find Y somewhere, so they did get a kill in the tree end.
XM gets the Aegis. Terrorize cancels the TP of Bach. Does have Stampede in a moment, along with Lotus. See if he attempts to get out of dodge here.
So much lockdown.
But dies. Infest actually finishes the job. XM. Yeah, you don't want to be here, young man. And Jinkyu is like,
no, not again.
One teammate died. I need to go to the grave with you.
Come on, Jinkyu. Yeah, he's still 5 away. He's got a couple deaths to go. And I think it will be acceptable. It's life of a Skywrath mage in games like this.
So was it worth the pick, is the question.
I don't think so, but we'll see. You know, he might just win. It doesn't matter. You know, sometimes all you need is vibes and follow-up damage. He's been doing good things in some of these fights.
All you need is vibes.
Sometimes you do. There's a lot of vibes players out there. But now Spirit, they get a couple of kills that maybe they, you know, didn't really deserve. But there's still an Aegis available on XM. BKB as well on Shiro. Who is
he is starting to get up there now.
Yeah. And it doesn't really change. Like, Shiro's strength is going to be the strongest of the game for at least another 1 or 2 rounds of items on Spirit. Like, I think Laurel needs to finish up at least the Kaya Sanj and the Aghanims to threaten this TB a little bit more, or at least the people around him. I mean, Bach he's also being a pesky little rat. Look at where his Domkeep is in a dire base. Just like making some triple wave and just being annoying. Like, what is this?
That is, it's been a long time since I've seen this.
Some Lord of the Rings orc type shit. Well, they're smoking to or against the Ultra Wave, but Spirit are looking for a smoke themselves.
And they'll be running into each other not anytime soon.
Could be an active rune. Call the active rune, Shannon. What's it gonna be? Arcane top.
Damage. Bottom.
What's a good try? Damage bottom, shield top. Polar opposite.
Well, not me gets rewarded with a shard, so...
That's the second Torm, right? First one was Rocket Pack, and now it's the Percy Crown. Still smoked up on a couple of the heroes. He's got Shield Rune and Aegis on XM. I think this is about one of the first times where he can be incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, well, he's been incredibly aggressive and has died most of the time, so... But he can get that licked off, of course, the Shield Rune, that is.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Only the Aegis got licked off as well.
Oh, that would be a big one.
Looks like this tier 2 will be given up. I mean, very even game. I mean, whose shoes would you rather be in right now? Like, ignoring the Aegis, I guess.
Right now, definitely Radiant. I don't know if it even tips at some point. There's a lot of gameplay that goes into it, but VG should be quite happy. There's probably a point in like the ultra late, like I think Ember 5-6 slot, you might hit like a specific timing again with him and Largo where they overtake it. But overall, I will definitely give the advantage to VG here.
What do you consider ultra late? Because 5 to 6 item, that's just normal late game now.
Is it?
Yeah.
I still feel like that's very late game. Like, for me, in 10 minutes, they're in late game, and then...
I feel like most games that I cast, at least, go to late game. Like actual 5-6 slots. Somebody. Yutoro runs into Bach.
Nice
Cogs from Rue. As Shiro blocked off as well. They've already used the pipe on the side of Vici, but you can see the infest onto Rue means exiting is the strategy for Spirit.
It's going to be another active rune from a boy on
what's the
XM.
average game time? Isn't it like 40-something?
It's usually around 40-ish.
Yeah, that's late game already.
Okay, I'm looking at like 55 minutes plus. So like around the tier 5 items, maybe slightly before.
Fair enough. Zip in onto Rue. Already at half HP. Yutoro's there to try to counteract this with the infest. He does so. That means he's not... I mean, it is lower cooldown thanks to the Axe, but I think he's only used it aggressively one time this game.
It is true. I mean, it's still, like you said, the lower cooldown is nice, and they did force out the meta. Which means if you can like delay this defense and not take the fight like head on right now, but maybe dangle with them a bit, you know, do a dance, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and you slowly get to kite after, this could be an opening for Spirit.
Yeah, Terrorize constantly being threatened here from Not Me. Bach gonna have to Lotus himself. Oh, this could be a big overgrowth. They're all grouped up on the Spirit side.
Avicii, you need to be careful though. Meta's running out.
Ready to go. Cogs pushing Bach on the other side. There's a Mystic Flare. Again, the Lick, the Infest, everything to save Rue, it seems. As Shiro, his meta is about to pop out. He's going to have to pop the BKB and run away. In fact, he'll Nightfall away as Jin Q,
successfully,
as per norm, will be the one to sacrifice himself. If that's it, that's not the worst for Vici.
Not it yet, because Larl has one more Remnant, so double BKB.
And that Aghanim Scepter is something to behold.
Oh yeah. Definitely one of the best Ags in the game. Probably top 10.
I think it's top 5, yeah.
Top 5 even. I can see it. I think it's like...
It might be the best Ag.
It's way too core.
It might be top 3.
Okay.
Top 2.
top 1. Oh, it's the best. Here we go. Soul 2, Shannon. No, but nicely done by Spirit, and this is something that you have to respect as Vici. Like, while TB has the one-to-one matchup against the Lifestealer, you have, a lot of the Spirit heroes are very slippery. So if they can kite you out the first, 10, 20 seconds of the meta, and then it's also not that easy to disengage, right? You talked about the Ags on the Ember.
33.
You have the hookshot. 33 is around. He is in the next series, of course.
Yeah, he's waiting. Making sure the lights are good to go. See Laurel enjoying himself.
Yeah, he should be. Having a good game on the Ember. He's got Largo in his team to keep buffing him up,
Are you surprised? I mean, I feel like, and I'm not saying it's the wrong move, I'm just surprised that so many things are being used to keep Rue alive.
In these fights?
Yeah. Like crucial spells, like Infest.
I'm not surprised. Because also, with how they want to fight, they want to, bait out the meta and then keep it going. So any type of delaying this, I think it's good for them.
Right. This is, of course, a replay. Just so we remember. That
appreciate you pointing that out.
There was a time where I was casting. Did you watch that?
I don't know.
You know what I'm referencing? I think it was Anime Major. It was a long time ago. But
Anime?
Anime Major.
Oh, yeah. Animator.
And I was casting a replay, thinking it was live. I had just casted.
You would be the only one. You would be the only guy to do that. It says in really big letters, replay.
Yep. Sometimes I don't know how to read.
Quite
comes and goes. It's not like riding a bike, apparently.
Yep. Doesn't stay.
XM, pretty close to finishing. I believe this is an Ag, so...
Yep.
That is an extreme... I mean, imagine that with a Terror Wave later in the game.
Yeah, and that's something you cannot dispel. Doesn't matter if you have 1800 Licks or Lotus Orbs. Those Vortexes, they're gonna stay. So you've got more ways to help Shiro to dish out the damage.
Already has it, actually.
Yeah, and he's finishing a Butterfly on the TB. It's not like he really needs it for the defensive capabilities, but you have it's like one of the best heroes also for just DPS. You have so many illusions, your main hero and meta, you hit so hard, you hit so much faster as well. So I think Shiro's still holding up to what I would say is perfect itemization for this game.
And a smoke from Vici. See if they can find a meaningful connection. Bach has his Shivas now. And is actually going BKB next. Not sure if the Ags is going to be on the menu for him. I mean, if it goes late enough, of course, but...
Yeah, I guess it's fine to do it later. For now, I really like their itemization. Not just TB. I think also Bach. This pipe has done a lot of work. Same with, Y on the tree end. It's got a Vlad's.
XM.
Trying to force his BKB here.
They will attempt it. They will be successful. Yeah, you can tell he's got some PTSD with that.
Oh, he does. I'm zipping
the length of that
all
zip.
the way, baby. But these are the small things that you have to look for in these type of mid to late games. Like now suddenly you can take control of the mid area. You get an active rune most likely on Laurel as JK, Shiro, with some good micro will take that rune away. But it's about 1 minute of aggression that Spirit can look for on the map. That's my boy Jin Q got. Consecrated Wraps on Skyraf. This is probably one of the first.
Yeah, well, he's sick of dying, I guess.
Yeah.
Barrier's not too bad.
Also took Quicken, so some more move speed and some evasion for him. Maybe that could help him to stay under the 13 death mark by the end of the game.
Needs an Eon disc.
Oh, he
badly.
needs 7 items.
Needs a heart as well, I think.
Yep.
Behemoth Blood's really good on Skywrath.
Very good. Yeah.
I mean, doesn't his shard make him... Oh, wait, they...
Yeah, no, it's the shield. It's still very, very strong. But it means you have to get your stuff off.
Yeah, that's been difficult.
I mean, it's innate, because the shard is the triple bolty bolt.
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, I'm really glad that they kept that in the game, you know, when a lot of stuff was removed or like removed or moved around, one or the other. I think Skyraf definitely benefited.
Shiro on the high ground. Open things up onto Laurel. There's the silence, but he's able to get off the Yules. Yatoro going to go into a little action here as well as Bach with that pipe. Biding their time, and again, the infest onto an ally as XM comes in with the Electric Vortex, only hitting 1. Yatoro looks to be A-okay for now. The Terrorize onto 2. Remnant's coming as well. That's a really late-game Meteor Hammer, a double, in fact. Don't see that every day. Shiro looking for a Sunder target. Yatoro with the Rage, though, and then the Lotus applied as well.
Gonna need a
Gonna have to Sunder his teammate, and guess who it is? It's Jin Q. As Yatoro gonna get gone on now. He's taking a lot of damage. Does he have Infest? It's gonna be close. He does get it off in time. Getting some right clicks off inside of Shiro as well, but no more Sunder to work with, and that means the deletion of the Terror Blade as Jin Q, again, yet another death. XM uses the rest of his mana, now has the BKB, but all he can do is walk, which is not enough to get away from the likes of Lifesteal. A triple kill for Yatoro.
Oh, they're not done.
And Faith Beyond, the last remaining member of Vici, will be vanquished here in a matter of moments. Curse Crown will ensure it. And that's a full team wipe, and Spirit lose 0.
Very, very clean from Spirit. And I've seen these moments before. You can tell from Spirit just how crisp their comms are. Like, they get this meta out and then just disengage so nicely. They don't, like, jump the gun after to, like, you know, kite and, like, follow them too quickly. And it happens so often when you have these transformation heroes. You pop the meta and you feel like you have to go. Like, it's even here, like, they get to kite so nicely. Yatoro gets the Dispel, he gets the secondary Infest off, and at this point, like, already, I think VG have overplayed their cards, like, quite a lot.
Yeah. And once the fight goes poorly, Stampede is down, you're just dead.
Because VG need a strong entry to the fight. A prolonged fight, or where you get, like, you're not running away from this draft. It is impossible. It's Ember, Ags, and Clockwork, and Lifestealer who's incredibly fast. VG definitely going to have to be more clear and more clean. Jin Q.
Yeah, Mystic Flare, just for style points. He is dead. Aegis now to Yatoro.
All right, so quite quickly from a somewhat or very even game. It's got a double-digit gold lead here on Team Spirit, plus an Aegis available, and an MKB plus Basher combo on Yatoro against TB. So this is
the
about...
Butterfly hasn't been up that long either.
No, not really. This is, I would say, the first time where Yatoro would actually win a man fight against Shiro.
Yeah, that Infest was pretty dirty, and now you have the MKB to worry about. And Rue. You're looking for an opening here. Yatoro gonna start going for some buildings. Pops the Rage to avoid the Hoof Stomp. You see the pipe already activated. Shiro trying to stand his ground in melee form with that Demon Zeal. Meanwhile, on the other side, XM opens things up onto the Dark Willow.
Good
nice dodge. Laurel in the area, though, slows Bach to a crawl, able to get to the other side of the wall. No casualties as of yet.
Well, all of this harass, it doesn't really do that much. You're doing this against a Largo. Obviously, you have to try to force them away, but Collapse will just keep healing everyone up. And if you ever make them use this meta on Shiro, they're in big, big trouble.
And Bach trying to fake it out. He actually would have gotten the stun that time. Yatoro kind of brushing it off. We'll be able to get the tower. Now the zipping from XN, but you can see the Infest already on the teammate. The Mystic Flare completely misses.
Yep, full HP in next round.
And Spirit just a little bit too far ahead right now. It seems 17K and it ballooned out of nowhere. It's just that 1 5-for-0 fight. Feels like was the difference in this game.
If you're VG, I think you need to think about a different way. Attacking full frontal.
Now Stampede, but the lick onto the Dark Willow. Now the Mystic Flare, but Bach is going to get infested. Not that much damage being done. He gets licked back into him as well as Yatoro looks to be finishing the job with the help of the Dark Willow. Nice Sunder, though, onto Laurel. He's going to get the Yules to take out that silence as the Barracks is going to go down. Now there's the Overgrowth, but Yatoro, again, just brushing things off. Gets the bash onto Shiro. Trying to run away as XM will zip away. And now Jinkyu, well, he's around, so he's dead. This will be life number 1 for Yatoro. There's Bach. That's a buyback, a double buyback, in fact, from Vici Gaming. Pops the Shivas. XM trying to finish the job. Yatoro focusing on the Terror Blade, getting completely stun-locked and killed off. No buyback for the Terror Blade. And XM completely out of mana. He is dead again. And this is likely the beginning of the end of this game. As Vici Gaming called GG.
Come on, kill Jinkyu. He only has 12. He needed one more.
That's unfortunate for you. You lose the game along with Vici. And Spirit take game number 1.
Not Spirit. They're just showing like what this team does. I think they're the team that finds these moments more often than others. I think they pressure you with the way they play the map, the way they handle team fights. But I will say, Vici overall, I think they've played a lot better than what we saw them do. I think it was up against P-Vision the other day. But it's still like this mid to late game, a crucial decision-making of how do you want to fight? What is like our best win condition? What is the perfect way for us to start the fight? Because against a team like Spirit, if you don't execute that one, we saw exactly what happened. It was a 5-0 fight in an even game.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this so many times too, but I mean, at the very least, they showed it. Yesterday, they didn't even have that opportunity. Yeah. That's the difference, right? Today, they were definitely in the game, had a good chance. They had the first Aegis of the game. In fact, Shiro was having a terrific time on Terrorblade. I mean, XM did get off to a really slow start. I feel like he's kind of the key to this team. He needs to get out of the laning stage without being behind.
Yeah, it definitely didn't go his way. They had some very nice rotations, of course, on Spirit. I think also, especially Laurel, again, had a very good game. So did Yatoro. I think only 1 and 2 deaths to their names. Overall, all the spell usage kind of on point, but I still like what Vici did. Like, overall, it's not that hard to go from this game to the next one and, like, step it up a little bit. Think about, okay, in the mid-game, there is this one moment of what we want to do, and you try to be on the same page to make it happen, because this game, it was very competitive.
Yeah, and I thought that fight was maybe the turnaround for XM, because he gets a double kill after kind of struggling early on, but then never really able to materialize this into anything more. It was mostly just the Terrorblade doing things, with, of course, the backup of Bach and, of course, the feeding of Jinkyu, as we've been accustomed to in this particular game.
Man, I love Skyrift, but this hero is so hard to play and so hard to make. 1 Force Staff, and it's like, you deal 0 damage. 1 Dispel, and, like, again, like, it's very, very hard to make this hero work. And I want to see what they have in store for us in the next game, and I think it's just here where I think Spirit, they're just kind of doing the thing where they bait something out of you, then they back off, you chase a little too far, now suddenly the next one of spells comes out, and they're just ready to make it happen.
Yeah, so let's go to Shiva so she can break down this game number 1.
Thank you very much. So we will break down this game, and this moment that we see here definitely felt like the damning moment for Vici Gaming in this game. But there was a lot of things that we want to talk about before that moment even happened, because yes, it was an even game, which if you only watched the first 10 minutes, you'd be quite surprised that it turned out to be an even lane, because it felt like, Brian, at the start of the game, it looked like Vici Gaming was going to lose a lot faster.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Vici is when you draft weak lanes, you're like, okay, we'll just draft stronger lanes for next game and come back stronger. But both of their series the last 2 days, I think they've had strong lanes, and then they haven't gone all that well. So that's very concerning, because that's like a play problem that is not nearly as easy to fix, Mira.
For sure. I mean, if you're drafting Treant plus Terrorblade, you're not drafting with the idea that, oh, we might die a couple of times, but we'll make a comeback. You know, you pick this hero so that you can secure your safe lane and have kill threat, and a little bit of misplays going down in that bot lane, but Largo and Dark Willow, that's a very strong lane in and of itself, and I can see how you can misplay versus a lane like that, but in an ideal world, you don't, right? Because Largo was top net worth around minute 10, which is not a situation you want to be in against Largo drafts. You want to make his early game slower, make his entrance into that mid game not that relevant and play off of that.
So why did this game last as long as it did? Because, yeah, at minute 10, it looked pretty darn bad.
I mean, I think that Vici, when given openings, will take them. I quite frankly think Team Spirit overextended underneath the tier 2. I think that was around maybe 15 minutes that those type of mistakes, they happen. You know, it's kind of like you die once, you're like, okay, I gotta buy a BKB. Like, those are the mistakes where, okay, we overextended once, let's like reel it back in. And I do think Team Spirit did a great job of that because they gave Vici a couple fights, but once again, Vici capitalized on those mistakes. But then the rest of the game, Kezu was mentioning it throughout the cast that Yatoro and the rest of Team Spirit was doing a great job of effectively baiting Yatoro, forcing reactions, drawing a lot of attention to him, disengaging and re-engaging. They had really good spells for that. They have heroes like Ember Spirit. Largo is one of the worst heroes to ever have to run away from because he makes his entire team move faster, and they had virtually no cooldowns. So really well executed later on from Team Spirit, but a bit of sloppiness, I think, that caused the game to extend.
Yeah, a bit of diving here and there, maybe taking not ideal fights, but I do want to praise Spirit for a lot of the moves they did in that early game, like bringing their lifestealer to the mid lane and an ancient creep, taking that mid tower around minute 10, making it so that XM doesn't have an easy game to play, really was all of the difference. Compared to how they played yesterday versus Team Nemesis, they protected that mid lane, and we can see from Laurel's stat line 16-15, it really added up to something. And special shoutouts to Rue, of course, on that Clockwork. I don't think I've seen a more annoying Clockwork in a while, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork in and of itself is just inherently annoying. Speaking of those like early game rotations from Team Spirit, there's always these classic combos that you see in Dota 2. You know, you'll have like Axe plus Skywrath Mage, and you're like, okay, yeah, like bring it back. It's really obvious when you look at the draft. But something that I thought was really cool about this game, and hopefully I was going to get to pull up some clips for, is a combo that I would have never considered looking at the draft, and don't think I've ever seen in my entire history of spectating or playing Dota 2, and that's actually Dark Willow plus the Clockwork. So this is XM in the mid lane, and we're going to see an Ember Chains on him as we play the clip. XM chains with the Bramble, and then the Clockwork Cog knocks XM into the other Bramble, and he's going to barely tick out to the Blood Grenade damage as he zips away. And I thought to myself, maybe that was just coincidence or like impulse, and that they were, you know, coincidentally getting that. So then we see a second version of this where we're going to see Centaur TP in front of their face, and he's going to lay a Bramble on the ground. Rue is going to knock him back with the Cog into the next Bramble, and then he's going to Cog him into another Bramble. And this was leading to some really cool kills. You know, these early game invasions, for me, we were talking about that collapse on the mid lane from Collapse, as well as the rest of Team Spirit, but also this idea that if I'm Vici, I would not put that in my calculations of this is how I'm going to die. A Cog into a Bramble into a Bramble. That was just such a unique and cool combo, and I thought it was really high skill to execute it.
Still, Vici made quite the hold in this game. Is that something they can build on? Because, okay, if you know you're apparently not going to win lanes, Sephi, that's not something that they're strong at. They win mid games, or rather, they do well in mid games. Can they build on that?
For sure they can. Maybe like you could replace a hero here and there if you're not playing for lanes and you just want to make those big team fights. You know, maybe something with, instead of a Skywrath Mage, something with team fight that allows you to take more of those mid game fights. But I really do think the problem for Vici right now lies within the lanes. They're drafting good heroes and they're losing. And I'm not really sure how you fix that between game 1 and 2. We talked about it earlier and we said, okay, someone takes personal accountability, they try to do better. But it's becoming a pattern that they're drafting strong safe lanes and giving away kills in those safe lanes. And I'm really baffled on how you fix that in 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe I'm projecting a bit here, but in my experience, there's like two types of carefree play, and one of them is, man, I feel like we're just vibing, we're on a roll, let's pick me Skywrath Mage and like, I'm just gonna make it work. And the other one is like, man, it feels like nothing else is working, throw the playbook out the window and just give me Skywrath Mage. And in my experience, when I do the latter, I end up just losing even harder than I did with the regular stuff. And that may not be what Vici Gaming's doing, but it does feel like it as a spectator. They're like trying to overly adjust to
like the mistakes, not the draft. The mistake, in my opinion, is the gameplay, and I feel like they're adjusting to the draft, which I don't know. I feel like you're kind of throwing, a lighter at a fire, basically.
It's a temporary fix.
Yes, yeah.
Because eventually you'd hope that you'd play better so you can come out of the lanes better. I do want to talk to him, and I know he doesn't want to talk about the draft, but I want to talk about the draft. I want to talk a little bit about the Centaur that we saw come out, and you guys already vocalized that they can't run away anyway. You know, there is an Ember Spirit. There is a Largo that's going to sing the songs to run fast. There's a hookshot coming from a most annoying clock.
Is he singing the songs or playing the songs?
Well, he's playing the songs, but in my head, he's singing too.
Okay, fair enough. He's like humming along.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry
That's
for
what I
interrupting.
do.
Yeah. So you go back to the draft. I interrupted you there.
So, people are running at you, and you're not going to be able to run away. And even if you think you can run away, there will be brambles. And you still can't run away. So, on hindsight, I know you don't want to talk about the draft, but maybe everyone wants to talk about the draft. That's it.
I mean, ideally, you're not running away at all. Like, you have Terrorblade, you're pressing meta, and the fight that we saw Vici do well in, where they then got Roche, Shiro stood there with his Metamorphosis and got to click people with that early Daedalus and pop off. So with these heroes, it's not run away. It's we're going in, we're getting a kill with this Sky plus Storm combo. Our Centaur's going to stun, our Terrorblade's going to beat people up. So no running away, just commit to the kills. The issue is there is so much sustain and so much long team fighting potential out of Spirit that later on in that game, what we saw was they were going in with that Mystic Flare play with Storm, and then, he was getting infested by his Lifestealer, the clock that they went on. They were getting licked away. They were getting healed by the Largo. So you want those situations to be happening earlier before they can make the sustained counterplays, and they got that Aegis, for example, but then they chain fed a few kills, so they couldn't even play with the Aegis.
They could not. We'll see if they might be able to play with an Aegis in game number 2. Before we get there, though, we're going to find out how Lara was feeling before this series even began.
Hey, I'm here with Laurel from Team Spirit. Now, I have a question about game length. Feels like we've had a lot of long games, especially on the mainstream. Your guys' games have been relatively long. Is there something about the patch or the meta right now that's making these games long, or is it just like you and the teams you play against?
I would say it's more about us, like how we play the game. We also like maybe love long games. All the time we like play a bit scaling, a bit like farming. And game we play, like a lot of teams try to pressure us on the early, so we like need to play more long game to win the game. But it's also depends on the patch. Right now, all games are long. Like 40 minutes is like basic standard right now.
Yeah.
You cannot like rush. You take first rush, you farm. You take second rush, better farm. Maybe third rush is more you can win the game. You get refresh or cheese, and you can win the game. But two Russians, it's useless. Like you need to farm, like, take objective, and don't let enemies run from base.
So what's the point of Aegis 1 and Aegis 2? You just get it to not die?
Just take risky zones, play more risky, steal enemy like zone to farm, and like if you have some heroes like Storm, maybe it's easy to
use it. Yeah.
Yes, and he like go run into enemies, make a lot of pressure. So first stage is more for pressure, second like to take all objective.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You played Lena yesterday. The hero got changed a little bit with facets being removed. How do you like her right now?
I would say just middle hero, like okay, like for me like okay hero. You need to farm a lot. Like for Lena, it's good on lane, you always pressure, but bad into maybe mid game because you're easy to kill. You need to have good heroes, maybe some stun in team, some melee. So I guess it's not imba. Just right now, people don't know what to pick against her. And like when I see you just stomp lane and then like free farm a lot, like farming a lot, and split push of course.
Well, it's fun to do spell damage too. I like that part, and I'm glad the damage over time is not dispellable anymore. That was like really
only
awful.
You can counter it.
Yeah, exactly. One other question: how are you liking the Dota TV changes? You can't spectate your friends anymore. They just removed that. Is that affecting your gameplay or strategies at all, or do you just not care?
Probably don't care. Sometimes I just watch when. At least I don't know. I eat. I want to watch some game. I have some friends. I don't know, some Yator and some of my friends. I cannot watch.
That's why you boot camp, right? So you can just stand behind him and watch his pub games. Yeah.
Or maybe stream on Discord sometimes.
Okay.
So for me, it's just stupid. I don't know. I don't know why they do this, but to like have full private by pro players. But anyway, everyone gonna show, like pro players gonna show at like pro match. So you're gonna see what he do, and I don't know, just.
I think they did it so that 9 Class can win EWC and TI this year, so he can practice some stuff. Yeah.
I hope so. But he's streaming and show his game list. So.
That's true. Okay. Oh well, thank you for joining me, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Well, hello there. Welcome. Stop laughing. That's not good for the
Dude,
intro.
that's hilarious.
Suns fan here with Kezu. We're just relaxing over here in the Vitality booth. Our first series today is going to be a real doozy. Your
You
favorite
keep
word.
saying that every day. It is going to be a good one, though. Which series is it?
It is Spirit versus Vici Gaming.
That's damn right.
Vici didn't look particularly good in the game that week past.
They look bad.
That
Say
was,
it as it is.
That was the first day, just jitters. You know, Faith Beyond very nervous to be here.
Meteor
He's
Hammer
only
on
won
Largo.
TI one time.
Yep.
But I think they'll bounce back. I think it'll be a good series.
I think it will be good, but I still got the upper hand has to be on Spirit because, like you said, they didn't look very good. They didn't inspire me very much. So I'm a Spirit fanboy. Meposhka is back, as I will tell you every day. It's easy for them.
Okay, well, let's see how the first series go. Z.
We book Esports World Cup.
We are getting ready for game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. And the game 1 was the way of Team Spirit, and it looked smooth for them. Apart from the mid game a little bit, and I'm hoping that Vici Gaming can bounce back here in game number 2. We focused a lot on what Vici might be wanting to do different in game 2. I want to actually focus a little bit on Team Spirit, because I know they like winning, they love winning actually, and I think the way that they won, Brian, you're going to look back at that and be super happy with the way that you won, or do you feel like it should be more dominant? Because for a large portion of that game, after the laning stage, it was an even game, and I feel like that shouldn't have been the case.
I think the discussion I would be having is just simply, hey, what we did later on in the... I feel like there was some moment in the game where they snapped back to reality. You know, whoop, there goes gravity, right? But they basically said, okay, clean it up. We know what we have to do here. They're a great team at, like, mentally resetting, but that's something that if the discussion I'm having between games is, let's not make ourselves have to do that. Like, let's remain composed and present within the game, because we saw them being able to force out the metamorphosis and kind of baiting Vici a bunch, and Team Spirit's really good at these type of team fight executions and being on the same page. And there was just that little window where they got a little overzealous, and that's about all I would change. I don't think that takes much. It's almost, I think that's something that was less likely to happen in the days of old when Meposhka was in the game. I think he was a very unifying voice for them. I assume he basically just said something like that between the games, and I think over time they will, I think he will kind of bleed into the games by virtue of just being around them outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have dive heroes, it's really hard not to dive.
It's
right?
hard.
It takes a strong voice to say, okay, go back now. Don't dive this tier 2 and give the Terrorblade 2 comeback kills.
That's where they need Meposhka in the game rather than as a coach.
Bring it back, just 6-man PPD.
But I think calls like that are just a matter of playing more games and getting more reps in, you know? And I think overall they should be pretty happy, especially with that early game, because they took that mid tower very early on and that bottom tier one very early on too. And when you get those 2 towers within 10 minutes, it does feel like the entire map is open to you, and that's the ideal scenario for any Dota team.
Yeah, they definitely had a clear vision of taking down the Treant Protector. A lot of times whenever people let through the likes of Treant Protector or Lone Druid or in any meta we're in, the equivalent of these heroes that are just often permabanned,
there's something about the hero that's often game defining, and I think for Treant it's always the laning phase, the living armor that was effectively giving XM a much better time against Laurel, and then also preserving the tier 1 tower. Something that we've now seen a few times now is the Largos, who consistently would be going for Kaya Sange, are actually turning that Kaya into a Meteor Hammer, which is, I like the adjustment a lot in theory, because we've often talked about Largo as a relatively unimpactful hero for the first 15 minutes, but suddenly the hero has tower pressure, he can walk from safe lane to mid, and that's exactly what they did there. So I'm personally going to have to be factoring that in to how I read teams' drafts, and I'm assuming the teams will do the same when you see a Largo and what it represents for the game plan.
Well, we got our opening picks with the Snapfire and the Bane. I'm a bit confused, Effie, about the Mirana ban.
Oh, I was going to say, Mirana incoming for Mr. Zincu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Bane Mirana classic.
Okay, well, the classic.
Just like the Clockwork Willow.
Oh, yeah, that one.
He loves this hero. And he played it a lot during TI qualifiers from what I've seen. And Bane is one of those heroes that opens up unusual combos that we're not used to seeing, like the Mirana. So while it does look odd, it makes sense within context of the draft. Snap, on the other hand, that's no surprise. She's banned in almost every game. She just wins that mid lane way too hard. The flex is also open, but for the most part, you know it's going mid.
Yeah, I wonder what is the percent flex here? Because I know teams like Team Yandex very commonly flex the Snapfire to Soxa on the 4. But I imagine it is most likely mid. The most important thing for me about Snap, though, at least from what I saw at Dream League, was if you pick it block picks all the melee guys. You don't want to do that in the mid lane. But if they pick like an Invoker or a Zeus or some ranged spellcaster, Snapfire has felt relatively lackluster because I don't think the hero's good enough anymore to just trade evenly mid. Or like maybe go 55-45. I think the whole point of Snap is that she has this like insane laning stage and then a bunch of damage to follow it up, and it bleeds into the rest of the map. So I would hope they have some flex there.
There's also a game that XXS played where he was the off-lane Snapfire. Looked amazing in that game in particular.
Team Spirit did that in Dream League as well, actually, where they moved Collapse to off-lane Snap. So that's something we definitely have to keep an eye out for.
For sure. I mean, especially if you're picking Snapfire into Vici Gaming, who have XM, who plays all of the ranged lane dominators that can beat up Snapfire. He plays Viper, he plays Sniper, he plays Razor.
He plays so much Viper that they've decided to first round ban that hero. That's how much Viper he plays.
It's an annoying hero to play against. I don't blame them. I don't blame them one bit. We got the Clockwork and the Ringmaster coming out, so locking in the Snapfire as a core, you know, could be still mid and potentially off lane, but for sure locking in 2 supports with those.
Yeah, Ringmaster conceptually counters both Windranger and Bane because they're both very heavy on single target, and the Escape Act kind of nullifies what Bane wants to do in that early game entirely. It puts you in a position where suddenly you have to pick backline dive, go on the Ringmaster first, and then your Bane can play team fights. Otherwise, his job is way too hard.
As a carry player, it's very difficult to itemize or draft around Bane. Like, it's just a very anti-carry hero, and by picking the Ringmaster, it makes Yaturo's life a lot easier because I don't have to be an illusion hero, I don't have to be somebody who jumps the Bane, I can just have a Ringmaster behind me ready to do exactly what Mira just said. They go for the Pangolier. Against the Snap, I think that would struggle a little bit. I guess it also potentially could be for Bach, yeah. And they do have overall last pick. So I maybe like this. I guess this is a bit of flex with the Windranger too. So I think that they're gonna have to reveal something here.
And you need the backline control for the Ringmaster. Like, you need these dive heroes like Pango in order for your Bane to play. But there is an issue of the Snapfire scaling versus Pangolier. When Snapfire was trending at Dream League, in that late game, with one little Shredder and one scaling damage item, she was one-shotting these Pangos.
Yeah, I forgot about the fact that the ground target physical damage from Pango is one of the few, because Ringmaster's box gives you 80% magic resistance. So Pangolier is one of the few heroes that can actually do meaningful damage within the Escape Act. Which is interesting, because Vici is now drafting more for game matchups. While I think it's kind of at the sacrifice of a lane matchup.
I mean, if you're gonna assume they're not gonna do well in the lanes anyway,
There you go.
There you go.
You never want to be drafting like that. Like,
I know,
we're gonna get.
We can't win them
That's
anyway.
a
Just
joke.
give it up.
No, they can win lanes. Just, it's been hard. Centaur once again. So locking in the Pango as well, no?
Yeah, that means that Windranger, I mean, they could end up picking Zenkyu heroes last, but that likely means that it's a Shiro hero coming out last and Windranger going to the 4. I think the escape act, like Mira was saying, it does make Windranger carry's life a lot more difficult. Support Windranger's a lot less about the focus fire, so Ringmaster would only be good against Bane there, which still makes it a good pick, but I guess I would not want to be a Windranger carry, given the matchups that I see so far.
For sure. I mean, I remember this one game where Nightfall was playing Windranger against Not Me's Ringmaster, and he made his life a living hell in that late game. This is the kind of game where you could get an early Ags on Ringmaster and get away with it too, because there's no natural Dispel or Nullification on the side of Vici's heroes.
I also like Pangolier because he doesn't mind buying a Nullifier. He's one of the few mid to off laners that it's never, I would say, convenient for a core hero to buy Nullifier. There's oftentimes a lot of items you'd rather buy for yourself, but especially as a carry player, it's like, I hate buying Nullifier, so having in a mid laner who can against Ringmaster is really nice. So I think even though they don't have that in the early to mid game, I think they will have an answer much later on. Ags doesn't make it indispellable or anything like that, right?
No, it just gives you more charges.
Yeah, it just gives you 2, okay.
Terrorblade again, but this time on the side of Yatoro for Team Spirit.
It's a very good hero against Bane. He's not an easy hero to just grip. So again, Bane's life, he does not have an easy task at all in this game. And the scaling against Centaur, the damage boost, the synergy with Snapfire's little shredder and armor reduction, they're going to be able to take early Tormentors, they're going to be able to take Roshan. It fits very nicely.
I think what's interesting about TB for me is that the hero's identity later on in the game, I think, has transitioned a lot. I think he used to be a lot about being like a man fight carry that says you can't enter into my ring of Metamorphosis attack range and otherwise I'll shred you. But I think a lot of the lineups we saw at last game as well that deal with Terrorblade quite well are ones that force him to run away from you. And I think that oddly enough, his identity in teamfights for me has kind of shifted. It's not like 1-to-1, but it's shifted in the direction of a Drow, where it's like you want your teammates to initiate the point of contact, and then you want to just be wailing on people with a butterfly and a Daedalus, just doing a ton of damage. So I'm curious right now, what I'm looking at with Team Spirit's draft is there's no one on their team that really minds getting initiated onto. Like, yeah, Ringmaster's going to save you, but then it's always like, then what? And right now, I'm hoping Collapse picks... I guess they're eyeing that it might be a Snapfire off lane, but there really needs to be a go in and draw attention to yourself kind of hero.
Oh, hey. How about this hero that you might have heard about? He can turn himself into a rock and roll about, or roll in if he wants to.
Pangolier.
No, Earth Spirit.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know where you're going with that one.
But Earth Spirit is still in the pool, is what my point was.
That would do the job. I actually think that would be a really nice pick for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban it. I feel like I've never seen an Earth Spirit banned throughout this tournament. He's either been ignored
he's been
or
first phase banned a lot.
Oh, I just thought him getting first phase picked.
Yeah, that too.
It's one of those heroes that I don't think he's game defining enough to ban a lot of the time, but then you see Malrine magnetize himself for a minute and a half earlier, and that's pretty game defining by my definition.
With the Muerta ban, are you worried about potential Necrophos coming out?
I guess I would say yes. Like, I think Terrorblade doesn't... Like, Muerta's good against Terrorblade in theory because she's all magic damage against your high armor, but I don't think it's worthy of a ban just because I have a TB. So yeah, I think Necrophos is a worthwhile consideration here. It would be a hero that draws attention to itself like I was hoping for. My only concern if they were to do that is I'm always weary of picking Necrophos with a defensive support who's also countered by Nullifier.
Yeah. I think you just need a carry right now on Vici that can buy Nullifier and do damage against Terrorblade, and Muerta would have fit the bill very nicely. Other carries that buy early in Nullifiers, like Templar Assassin, for example, don't have naturally good matchups into Terrorblade. So they had a smaller pool. Another early Nullifier buyer that can get on top of TV is the Spectre, and they take out what I think were the two best options there. So I don't know if Necrophos is in consideration as a pick for Team Spirit. I might be wrong, but I would like more of things along the lines of that Earth Spirit that you suggested. Something that just goes in. Stuns for the TB.
Well, they are running out of time, and it will be an Axe. I hope he has the automaton skin, especially in celebration of, I think tonight, Chapter 2 being released. That'd be cool, but I digress.
I was thinking about it earlier when they picked Ringmaster, because Clockwork's also like a robotic guy.
Yeah.
I'd given up on it when they didn't go Yatoro Morphling. One of the heroes getting the new sets, but they do. He better have it, Shiva. It's really important here.
It is especially important in this game. How do we feel about the Axe? Does it tick a lot of boxes that you wanted it to tick? And there is still the Necro just on the other side.
other team, which is great now that you see the Axe. So this Necrophos actually, no carry comfortably lanes into this idea that Axe is going to just blade mill you later, except Necrophos. You're not really doing damage to yourself. You're going to bully him out of lane. The 2 times that I saw Team Spirit lose their early game yesterday versus Nemesis, Collapse was playing Axe both times.
Yeah, I mean, Axe is one of his worst matchups is Necro, because basically all the melee guys are best against Axe in game, but then they usually don't do the best in lane because of the spin. So, and then all the ranged heroes that do well against him in lane die to the Blade Mill call. But like Mira said, Necro's the only hero that does both lane counter you and game counter you. I love Necro carry. I was talking about it before the series. We've actually been seeing him rotated a lot to the off lane and mid. We saw Yuma play him a couple times throughout this tournament as a carry, getting like an 11-minute Radiance. The beauty of this hero for Radiance is that he can just go Brown Boots Wand and get a super early Radiance, usually earlier than like an Alchemist. I love the Necro pick. He is dealing with a save from the Ringmaster, so Reaper's Scythe is not a big part of his kit, but he does offer a lot of early to mid-game tempo. They have like a physical scaling mid laner with the Pangolier, which is what you always have to consider if you have a magic damage carry like Necro. I like the Necro pick a lot. I think I've been not liking Axe picks. And I don't think it offered them... Because the difference between Axe and Earth Spirit is Earth Spirit will be the point of contact. He will go first and just draw attention. Axe is going to wait for something to happen and then go. And I don't necessarily think that rounded Team Spirit's draft off as well.
But we said at some point during this draft that the Pangolier up against the Snapfire in the mid lane would not be great for the Pangolier. And that was a pick that was done. The Pango was picked into Snap.
Yeah, I mean, it's Snapfire favored, but Pango still has ways to disengage from the creep wave. He has Shield crashed out, he has a Swashbuckle out, and he hunts the backline. It's very important to have this hero to go in and look for the Ringmaster, and I think what he does for the game is more important than having the best lane against Snapfire.
I think the mid lane is only consequential if Laurel turns that into going bottom with his early level 6 and then ruining Shiro's early advantage. If he does that, then I think the Pango was effectively a detriment to them. But that's kind of the win condition, I think, for Spirit's early to mid game. It'll open up Collapse's game, but I'm still favoring them as a team.
I'm looking. Can we see it? Oh, I need to zoom in on the Axe. I'm sure that Sunsfan and Kez. Oh, here we go. Hold.
He doesn't have it.
Spark. He doesn't have it. He's very sparkly, though, I will say.
My immersion.
Lame.
That's a lot
Ringmaster's got a good set, though.
That is true. We're finding out what's going to happen in this game number 2 with Sunsfan and Kezu.
I think Collapse needs a third TI victory in order to afford that set, it seems. Very unfortunate for the viewers, of course, as we get into game number 2. Vici versus Spirit. Vici could not hold on in that game number 1. It effectively, for me at least, came down to one team fight.
It did.
Spirit went at 5-0, and that was the difference. Went from an even game to a 10K, and then it just snowballed from there.
Yeah, no, that game kind of exploded on an instant. I do like what Vici have kind of cooked themselves up here. I think especially, of course, the Necro was talked about a lot on the panel, rightfully so. It's a very good pick here, as Collapse also taking a very big beating here. Same goes for Y.
has the knives. Y is going to survive this. Shiro will make sure of it.
So we've been seeing this for a while already. Like, this is not some like new thing that's coming out where you pick Necro safe lane into Axe. It's one of the best matchups you can go for. So obviously Vici are very happy with that. But the good thing for Spirit is that they have ways to deal with it later. Like, Snapfire is one of the best mids at like offsetting some of these like lane dominating carries, because when you get your ult, it doesn't matter who the hell you are. When Snapfire shows up on your lane with kisses, you're gonna die.
That's right. XM will be playing against that Snapfire. on that Pangolier. And how does this matchup
Oh, this is very Snapfire favored. It used to be even more Snapfire favored when the innate used to work on denies. Luckily, they took that out. But Snapfire just deals a sick ton of damage, and you have so many good spells. Pango generally has to play up in your face, so it's a very Snapfire like favored lane. But Pango's very good in the game against you until later, when you get like your 20 and 25 ton, and maybe you play physical Snap, then it's Snap favored again.
Glad to see Necro back in the
Yeah, this hero is so satisfying.
Yeah, position 1 this time around for Shiro. Is Yotaro getting blocked a bit? He's playing the Terrorblade this time. Bach back on his... He's Bach on his Centaur.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You should be so happy that Centaur is back. You love this hero.
What do you mean back? He's never gone anywhere.
Oh, he was not that good for quite a while.
I mean, it was like 6 months he was semi-picked. And then before that, he was picked every game
Sometimes
for 3
I wonder
years.
what games you're watching and what games I'm watching.
Just watching my own games, I guess.
Probably. Centaur's in every one of them.
90% pick rate for me on Centaur. So, you know, it is what it is. I mean, ever since they came out with that set where he's
the
a
courier
donkey.
Set. Yeah, the courier Aghanim
We have
set.
a support battle. Not Me versus Y, and Not Me comes out on top. They probably gave Ringmaster a little bit of a buff in that last, when the Clown Fall came out.
Yeah. I mean, he does have the triple dagger, which I think when it comes to small instances like this, that was kind of nice because he was he was able to outtrade Y in like, even though Y had a level advantage on him. I also want to see, because people have played this Axe Necro matchup a lot, you need to go Helm of Dominator on Axe to like later on try and skip the wave and like not really lane into him and just like get some stuff going. Because not just that, but also the HP region, because you do not want to interact with Necro. That is how you lose. This guy just slowly wins the lane, he keeps healing, he keeps, you know, being full HP. And it's also not just the fact that he counters you, he keeps his support on full HP like all the time with the heals against the Battle Hunger.
Yep, that's true. So what is the idea behind Axe this game?
Well, it was definitely very good, like, for them until they... I mean, obviously the last pick Necro is supposed to be good, right, when it comes out then. But it is very good. You want the type of lockdown for the Snapfire. And it is very good against heroes like Centaur as well, and you need a heavy lockdown with the TB. I feel like there may have been some other picks that could have been even better. And also, not gonna lie, Collapse has played Axe twice and he demolished both games. So there's
they
also
actually
flavor.
just fortify for that single creep there?
Yep.
And he didn't even go for it. What the hell?
I mean, unless there was something in the mid lane, of course, we didn't see. Could have been simultaneously, because usually, you know, it's the nerdy mid players. Like, oh, you get a deny here, you do something there.
They still haven't added that yet, where you can see who fortifies,
You should
right?
see that. I don't know which mid player I played with, but at some point, I think it may have been Quinn. He's like, don't use Glyph.
Oh, Bach in a lot of trouble. That is the right clicks of Yotaro. Too much to handle. Kills bottom
they
lane
got a
as
kill
well.
here?
Y is taken out despite all the heals from Shiro. Looks like Not Me will be the trade. Does pop the Fairy Fire. Not going to be enough.
That was
very close, though.
Does take down to it. A bit surprised that there was even a 1-for-1 trade to begin with, but not gonna lie, any gold injection into Necro is very, very scary. Like, this hero already free farms, and now he got a kill as well in the lane. It's, ooh, this is quite cool. You know, with Collapse, like, just walking to the triangle to stack. Now meant he could be on the water rune.
Yeah, but the Nightmare sets up this shield crash. Laurel's gonna get some TP support from Ru. We'll be able to cookie to the high ground.
Well, luckily we don't have bottle refills anymore. That was garbage.
Yeah, that was, I always hated that mechanic.
No, that was a great removal.
And it was in for so long, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like a decade.
I mean, before that you could even refill it with couriers. This is like very long time ago, like 10 years.
Yeah, it's very dumb.
Glad
and
they
they had it so the courier would go slower.
Yeah.
Very random. Band-Aid fixes, always fun.
But for now, yeah, of course, Shiro's doing very, very well in this bottom lane. But if you are whittling your way through with the Axe, you are fairly happy. Because the other thing, too, is you cannot creep skin. Usually you can against Necro, but there's a Bane in this lane, so obviously that's something you cannot do.
And Shiro right now doing pretty damn good in the CS department, but you can see Yotaro not too far behind on that Terrorblade.
It's funny because already at this point, a lot of the heroes in this game can like think about some of the first moves. Like if you're Shiro, you're gonna have to pay attention to Lars level 6 and the TP rotation. And if you're VG, you're already talking about the enemy triangle. You know that they're stacking for Collapse. And not just do they have a very strong save, then you have Pango. Pango loves connecting to some of these early moves and like just being able to play into that, maybe aggress into the triangle, steal the sacks, or also kill some heroes.
30 seconds away from the first power room. We'll see how aggressive these supports want to be and taking that potential first fight of the game. Oh, the unicycle, not enough for Not Me. Man, I always get really excited with that thing.
We saw it yesterday used for like 0.1 seconds and it just always got insta-cancelled. So this is the third time it hasn't done anything.
I didn't see that.
No, I did.
It's one of the coolest spells in the game. Just for some reason it sucks.
It's just so hard to use. I do love when people like use it to cruise into the mid lane to like the active rune.
I mean, what would you want to see change with it then?
Maybe there should be like a damage threshold of how you get like bounced off or something. I don't know exactly.
No, not me. Able to steal the regen rune. Gets nightmared for his troubles though.
Nice box.
Doesn't have the unicycle any longer. He's going to get going on as Collapse comes in as well with the Battle Hunger onto Y. And the first ult from XM, he actually levels it at level 6. Stuck in the corner is not me though. Actually pretty damn good position. Y taking the brunt of this, but it'll be a trade of support. So now XM out of mana. Outnumbered as well. Battle Hunger going to shrug it off for now. Still wants to stay around apparently. Scatterblast. We'll rip him a new one.
He's trying to somehow bait because, you know, Shiro is around, but you can see that both teams already warded the river, so they knew that Shiro was walking over, like what he's doing currently, you know, very early level 6. Want to make use of it.
Oh, that's a nice little stack steal for Shiro.
Now, this is very, very nice.
Your Necro seeing these, you get very happy.
I mean,
we'll be going for Radiant's first item.
This is one of the strengths. Heard BSJ talk about it on the panel. You know, one of the things that's so nice about Necro is you don't really need to upgrade any items. You just go boots, fluffy hat, you get a magic wand, and you go straight Radiance. Collapse getting some...
Getting bullied out a bit here.
Did sneak into the nice though, which is quite nice for him.
And I do believe Shiro's going to go back for that stack.
Oh, he should, but they need to respect this first Snapfire ult. Would like to see Spirit, of course, talk about this and make use of the fact that they are going so deep into your triangle. But seems for now, they're not really too interested.
Yeah, they get this one for free.
So, very good early macro movement coming out from Vici.
These Ancients are the important one for Axe, for Collapse to get a healthy amount of farm. It looks like Not Me will be able to get another stack going here as the rest of Vici have exited the area.
It's definitely some very nice hero synergy too. Like, of course, Bane with Necro, not just are you a strong lane, but now that you had a good lane, your Bane is very much freed up to walk around. And of course, in this first nighttime, can easily walk in here. You have 800 HP, Brain Sap, Nightmare.
Okay. Yep, that's
I thought he was. I knew he was gonna do that one. Just testing. You know, it works.
Yep.
And Collapse gets the chipped vest. Definitely the item you do want to pick up here on the Axe.
Shield Crash on the Laurel. He just jumps right over him with the cookie.
Yep, gets a little bowling ball in the face.
Yeah, the mana burn is kind of annoying for XM. We'll make it to the other side of the river, though. Still working on his diffusal. I mean, what's the first item going to be for the Snapfire?
It's usually Boots of Travel. There's like not really too much deviation. Nice shackle.
Yeah, no follow-up, though.
Yeah, looks like they're just gonna leave it be. And I do like the magic build overall a little bit more. It is also what he has queued up, you know, the travels with the shard, the Kaya, BKB. But in trouble.
Oh boy. Yeah, does get out of the cogs eventually. Stampede already ran out. He should live, but kind of wasted spells here. As XM and Y teaming up. Try to take out Not Me. Mortimer's not going to be enough to kill off the Centaur.
These are some big wins for Vici. Well, hold that for now. It's XM. What
okay.
the Roach?
Are you going to die to Not Me? Gets Nightmare, but the whip just sets it up beautifully. Not Me. Illusion Rune. Not going to be enough. He does fall in the end, but my goodness, he kills off the mid laner in a 1 versus 2.
Dude, this guy's a gangster, I'm telling you. Like, I didn't see the initial start, but yeah, XM definitely not respecting what can happen in that situation. Because I was about to say,
they stack up.
Like that was so good initially for Vici. You just have full freeform on your Necro bottom. You baited out the meta in the top lane, and the first Snapfire ult didn't really grant them anything. Which means this is another full minute where Shiro has 0 pressure on him. Yeah, this is going to be like an 11-minute Radiance, maybe 11:30. So very, very happy days for the Necro. Haven't talked about Yatoro yet, but he's also had an absolute freebie of a game. 5k net worth. We all know what he does.
First, and, well, do like to see the Shard Demon Zeal allowing you to farm that jungle pretty easily in melee form.
That's always one of like the main core items. It's just too good. Tells you also so much to just like walk around and not just be a full bot when you don't have meta available. He also has an Orchid queued up for now. Wanna see if he will end up continuing with this. It is quite cool, and we saw it. This happened a lot around the like Singapore TI with Naga. If you can play these map heroes, you know, Naga with Manta, TV with Manta, and then you get an Orchid that can help you get kills. That's great.
He's actually going to go for this roll onto Laurel. Able to dodge the initial
power shot too.
Stun. Rue coming in to try to assist with the cogs, but it's not enough. XM does get the kill. It's a little bit late rotation here from Spirit. Collapse. Looks like he'll find Y, although the Stampede's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Root takes a tumble under the tier 1 tower. Stampede gives enough distance for Y to get out.
Good sleep.
So Spirit losing 2 and not able to get really anything out of it.
Oh, just good plays. Just also taking what I would say is a little bit of a freebie. Like Large just being on low HP and XM being like, okay, I'm going to take that one. So just a good rotation to the mid lane. They do take out 2 heroes. They are eyeing a Bach. But without a hook
for the
shot.
heart this time.
Yeah. Do like that one.
Gets sundered. Very early sunder from Yatoro. And there's the Mortimers from downtown.
So it's a very interesting approach. They've never really looked at this bottom lane at all. They keep playing towards the top lane, make sure that Yatoro's top net worth and shutting down the Centaur.
Radiant's top tower.
Collapse also has gone through what I would say is the hardest stage of his game. Is level 8 with a Dominator. So he can start, you know, kind of cheating interactions in the game by just pulling waves for himself.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So after Radiance, what do you want to see on Necro? I mean, as a safe lane, do you go Boots of Travel?
Always.
So
Radiance,
then Shard.
travels into Shard, and then you can kind of see, as hold that, Y is definitely Giga dead.
Yeah. Boom. Collapse gets the choppity chop. Radiance is online now. And Shiro looking for his first Reaper Scythe of the game. Won't be allowed it though.
Nice try on the power shot. Well, we've got some of the most satisfying ultimates in this game. I think maybe Mana Void is missing. Like both Scythe and Dunk are very, very satisfying. But yeah, like with the build, it's cookie cutter, at least when it comes to your first 3. You've got the Radiance travels into the Shard. I've been seeing more Manta styles. I think that is quite good. Consecrated Wraps also is one that falls like into this category. And then you have like your BKBs, Shivas. I also really think that Aghanim Scepter is a very underutilized item on Necro. You don't build it early, it's like your 5th or maybe 6th item. Because it depends on like the overall HP region you have, so you want like stacks on the side, maybe a hard anti-Aghanims. Super strong.
I mean, will you see Ags without heart? That's my question.
I don't think so. Because it's just way too good. They're like, it's the combo. You need them together.
What if you're already 6-slotted? Then you eat an Ags.
Well then, sure. Why not?
Okay.
You'll always do it at that point. As they are not looking for one of their own smokes, but of course, I mean, you have both the offlaners who are kind of playing a very much non-Dota simulation. They're just farming neutrals and, you know, the Dominators are pulling creeps around, so it's on the rest to make some moves here.
Yatoro. Oh, that is not good communication from the Vici side, but the grip is there. Rolling Thunder as well. But the box comes out, and that's the save Yatoro needed. As XM, he's actually going to continue to roll. Shiro is there with the Reaper Scythe. It's
still
enough.
Dead.
Big kill, even though it wasn't the best execution from Vici. They get the kill they came for.
Yeah, thank God that Shiro came through the gate, because honestly, there was no real reason to start with Sleep. I think it just gives more time to Spirit to actually bring heroes over. So, of course, Not Me did come on through with the box. But good rotation to collapse onto this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, hook shot with the Wheel of Wonder. That's enough to get the Pango into range for the Mortimers. So Spirit able to fight back a little bit here, and they find a Nightmare on the Axe as well. So
it is just
Collapse gonna get focus fired. Yeah, but they can slow him, surely.
And he's got a chip vest, so Jinkyu is basically killing himself.
Yeah, gets the call into the Battle Hunger, looks for the chop.
Well, Shackle.
The Shackle at the last moment with the power shot as well. He is getting kited. Will get the kill onto Y and the chop onto Jinkyu. Double kill for Collapse. And now the Cookie on top of the Necro, already at half HP. Shiro in a bit of trouble now. Doesn't have his ult, of course. As you can see, Collapse from far just getting those Battle Hungers, looking for another chop for the road. He won't get it, but it's still enough for the kill. And just like that, it's a 0 for 3.
How does this guy keep doing this? My God. But it's also, Vici, your only 2 supports, and obviously Collapse has like the best neutral item. I'm pretty sure Chip Fest dealt like 500 damage to Jinkyu in like that whole engagement. Literally 503 damage.
Crazy. What the hell?
Oh, man. I mean, that is a huge turnaround. The guy who got absolutely obliterated by like a last pick Necro is standing his ground at minute 14 and like killing 2 heroes on his own. I mean, he played this really well. Like all the fog
I thought
going
he was
back and
done
forth.
for here.
Yeah, he's also bringing in Mr. Pinecone Man over.
Oh, that's true.
Bam.
Not able to get the chop, but kill is all that matters there. See Collapse very happy with himself. Getting away with murder, he's done that a few times in his career.
Oh, he does it in like every series.
All right, how many Aegis steals this game?
One. And that could be one.
I think he'll get one.
Because I'm thinking Radiant...
He has a good hero for it.
Yeah, they're still doing very well, and they're looking at Mr. Larlito here in the mid lane.
Yep, the Shackle into the shield crash. Rolling Thunder coming for him as well. Laurel still very healthy, though. So he tries to run away with the help of the Stampede, but not enough HP in the world to save you there. XM is going to get hook shot. Very nicely done from Rue. Swashbuckles there from XM, but now he's going to get called by Collapse and get chopped to the ground.
Of course, because this guy has Dominator, Blink Dagger, Phase Boost at minute 16.
Easy.
Against last pick Necro. Oh, Amplify Rune.
Surprised he didn't just deny that. Might have to deny his own life to Roche, who's not there actually.
Well, here comes Terrorblade.
Joining the party. We'll get a nice little free kill.
Yep, don't mind if I take that one. I mean, Vici is still in a good position. You've got the Radiance. You've got the Boots of Travel as well, of course, on Shiro, who's queuing up the Shard. Essence Ring also quite nice. Looking for an aggressive sleep, but of course with the Dominator, you can just take that off for now. Vici could definitely look for like a smoke type move eventually, maybe around box lane, because with the Boots of Travel on Shiro, you can always connect. But Spirit are ahead of things.
Shiro. Meanwhile, Yatoro finding a freebie on the support. Now the Mortimer's Kiss is right on top of the Necro, setting up yet another chop for Collapse. He has 4 to his name. And he is absolutely owning now. Second in net worth in the game. All I heard this entire pregame from you, from the panel,
because
he got countered by Necro.
Dude, it's true, and this is the beauty sometimes of some of these players. They just defy like the whole game. They're not supposed to be up 4K gold. He's not supposed to be higher net worth. Okay, being higher net worth than Necro is fucked up. This is illegal and not okay. I can show you 20 other games where this thing happened and the Necro has like 5K net worth on the axe. This is like skill. This is just raw skill and good team play coming out.
Collapse too good. Rue will find another target. This time it is Bach. He does have his heart now. We'll go for the TP. Should be fine.
Ooh. Yep, he's out. No level. Oh.
He does have a level in battery, so but wasn't in range.
You know, it looked like maybe he wasn't.
Close.
We're gonna
or maybe you forget that you have that spell because it's not even a spell on the hero anymore.
Because you don't take it until it's minute like 17 and a half.
Which makes me really sad, by the way. I think that's one of his cooler spells.
Well, I saw it earlier max by some Clockwork, and they lost horrendously, so apologies. It's just too good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Kobold
nice
man.
Random Kobold there.
We
Very
like
good.
It. Movement speed is
for
good.
The story of this game as another chop for Collapse. XM
box him.
With the help of the Fiend's Grip. The box is there. He is out of mana though. Wheel of Wonder. Bach not looking into his eyes, but there is the Reaper Sight.
It's okay. While he's dead, he can play
7x kill streak.
I mean, yeah, and they need that one. At least while he's dead, he can play the Kobold, so it's all good. You know, you're technically not dead. Not a benefit of buying Helm of Dominator.
Yeah, very good. Very good creep to get for doing just this.
Yeah, Kobold Foreman going strong. Look, Shiro's even TPing over. They don't like little Johnny boy.
Don't think his name is Johnny.
Oh, his name is Johnny. You don't go out with this guy?
His name's Keith the Bull. No, that's the Ogre Bruiser.
Okay.
What is that guy's name? He has a name.
Good story.
That's a real name.
We'll pick it up later. When
he's not an artifact though. I'll have to think about this. Get back to you.
Yeah. Let's talk about
Who
the
got first blood
artifact
this game?
Okay, not me. Boxing himself up.
And Power Shot's gonna miss. Another nice cogs with the whip to follow.
These guys
a
are
lot of
so
annoying
annoying.
spells. Focus Fire, the Nightmare. They do not talk about what spells they're using, but they get the hook shot from Rue. And he actually gets out with a TP. I thought he was dead for sure, and now Rue is
God, what is
happening? Meanwhile, top lane, core kill incoming, attempted TP. That's a cancellation. That's how you do it, says Spirit. They are styling on Vici.
Okay, they're like what they're doing individually with how they're pressing their buttons and like moving around trees to like fog them is actually out of this world right now. And to boot, he's got the unicycle. We're gonna pay attention to my boy, not me.
Please do.
He's gonna do a drive-by on the Tormentor with the Wheel of Wonder. Oh man, these guys are good. This is why you gotta love watching this team. Doesn't matter if it's at minute 5, 15, 20, or in the late game.
Yeah. Gonna get a nice pine cone here once the fog. There we go. Nice 100 gold, and there is the Tormentor, which gives. Actually, that. I was going to say that's good against Terrorblade, but
Yeah, but
that's
he's
on
on his team, so it's all good.
So it's kind of meh.
Yeah, would have been quite nice for Vici. But obviously they do not have their hands on a Ringmaster.
Maybe in a future update.
Where you steal heroes?
You can steal a spell.
That's good.
Without Rubik.
Yeah,
you can buy it in the shop. Like 10,000 gold, you get
spell
skill from the other team.
Oh, you choose one.
I can see that.
Sounds like it's some ability draft garbage.
That's right. Blink Dagger now up for Laurel.
So if you're Vici, you still have a very farmed Shiro on the Necro, who's eyeing up a BKB, so he's doing good. You don't have a Blink Dagger yet, which is a bit of a problem. Like neither Scent nor Pango have it available. So you should be waiting for, I think, at least one of them to kind of change the state of the game, because they have no real initiation yet. They are still very strong, but they're just getting outplayed on the map currently by Spirit.
Shiro pops the smoke. This is the double support duo setting up another potential kill on a core with the help of the Mortimers, and they get it. My goodness. This support duo is absolutely destroying this game. Well, Laurel going to try to block XM, but the Rolling Thunder goes right through. Still pretty healthy. XM not doing that much damage, and he doesn't really have any backup either, so he has to roll away. Feels like a lot of these I mean, he needs Aghanim Scepter super bad. It's coming relatively soon for him.
Yeah, they all need quite a lot of things. They need the Pango Axe and the Centaur Blink Dagger, which I believe Mr. Bach has flying out to him, so that should help. But the Netro fleet is building up, because you can see that Spirit, they're just honestly playing the map very, very well. Using the heroes nicely up top, Collapse is constantly down bottom, not really dying to some 2v1 pressure. I mean, even if there's a sleep here, there's honestly not a lot of stuff going his way.
Yep, Yatoro shows up to take out this tier 1 mid. Shiro's like, okay, never mind, I'm out. Yeah, BKB almost up for Shiro.
The thing is also, even though he gets the BKB, like this matchup is not, you're not supposed to be playing from behind on Necro. And it's not just like behind, it's 2k deficit to a TB.
A rare misspell there from Rue.
Yeah, stupid mud golems.
Yeah, I have to say, out of any game that we've cast so far, Rue and Not Me have owned more than any support duo I've seen.
This support duo is ultra clutch. And it's like not just the team fighting and like the stuff together, it's also all the moments where they're individually somewhere here or together as a duo and just like bailing each other out perfectly. No, Collapse has his BKB. Yatoro has a Pike available as well. Multiple crossbows, also very, very nice against the Radiant draft here.
And we're seeing several BKBs now, so one for each side just picked up. And the fact that Collapse has it, gonna add insult to injury. I mean, is this not, I guess this is not a blade mail type of game. I'm gonna hold that thought. You have a team fight incoming. Reaper Scythe, not enough to take out Not Me. So Shiro, not able to get the kill he was looking for, has to use the BKB and the Stampede just to retreat. They've lost their Wind Ranger. As Collapse, with the help of the knives, will be able to chop down yet another kill. A double for Collapse as Necro thinking about going back in and now getting slowed.
Yeah, Toro's going ham.
XM. You have to be careful. They have a lot of physical damage. He's just going to get chopped as well as Collapse just will not end. And the Fiend's Grip immediately canceled. That's 4 dead now for Vici as Shiro left all alone, but not for long. He's going to join the rest of his team in the grave. It's a full team wipe from Spirit. And they are in charge in this game number 2.
Yeah, they did the same thing last game. At some point, they're just ready. They play a team fight very nicely, and they 5-4-0 you. Like, it looked like it was going to be a nice jump, but I think Not Me even, he got off the cushion right before the Centaur Stomp hit him, so sure it did, but he created a little bit more distance, and even like Collapse gets a very nice call in the back. And yeah, at this point, it is very difficult for Vici to like try and make a good comeback here in this one. Like, it's just so simple for Spirit to hold their ground. They've got multiple BKBs, and the Scythe didn't even connect either. Like, Not Me just stayed alive with barely any HP. It's honestly also very late for the roll coming out from XM, but yeah, at this point, it's all credit to Spirit.
Yeah, they have played on another level this game. Jinkyu's always happy, huh?
I mean, that's...
Even when he's getting completely destroyed.
And
a happy guy.
There's just some players you gotta love. I think that both GH and Jin-Q rank quite high up on that list.
Yeah, that's true.
Always cheerful, always kind.
Usually we have a lot of negative Nancys like myself and God knows how many players.
Like 90% of us.
That's right. I wouldn't say you were a negative one, though.
I'm a pretty tame guy. Takes a lot. Takes like playing with swindle melons or something.
Oh, collapse. Another initiation onto XM with the cookie. Nightmare safe for now, but the chop is still there.
Let him chop, let him chop, let him chop.
Yeah, they actually hold off as Collapse gets a double kill, and that is Culling Blade number 9. So he has 18 armor harvested so far this game.
Yeah, this guy would have been a problem with 0 stacks, and he's got 9 of them.
So now Shield Crash does nothing to him. Windrunner never did anything anyway.
Windranger was already killing herself by hitting him. Let's a Bloodthorn on Yotoro as well. Yeah, whoever runs into him, if you're not getting saved by, I don't know, a Nightmare or you BKB it off, you're dead in half a second. Also means that Roche just dies instantly, pretty much.
Who do you think the best duo in the history of Dota is? It can be any positions. Because I'm trying to figure out one better than Yotoro Collapse.
Well, Yotoro Collapse is one. I think you probably need to put like...
No Tail Seb?
Yeah, like No Tail Seb or like Jarex Thompson or Ana +1. Something like that I think is also something you can put in there.
But yeah, this duo is standing the test of time. This is for a long period of time as well. Like OG was... That period was like 3 years.
Oh, I mean, they were
this
just
is completely
much
longer.
older. I mean, there's others too, but I guess then you're like going like very far back into like history. Could also go with like some, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Zai. Like I think even like some Puppy Zai combo. I think Zai was always a player who definitely should have won a TI, I think.
Yeah, let's just gift him one.
Yeah, I'm gifting him this one, so shout out to you.
XM? Oh my god! What? The damage from the Bloodthorn somehow was enough. Reaper Scythe, not quite enough for Yotaro, and he gets off the Sunder. My goodness, what? That damage did not look real from the Bloodthorn.
I mean, he must have gotten Bloodthorn from like full HP down. You know, like he was literally full HP when it was used. And it probably was like a near perfect kill.
That's dirty.
Yeah, just like, look at it. It was barely after he got initially hookshotted. It is... Yeah, 20k lead at 28 minutes.
Yeah, Spirit in full control. Have the Aegis for Yotaro. He can pound into the buildings now. And Shiro, another game. I mean, I think he had a pretty good game this time around, though. Just the support duo for Spirit. Just playing better.
Honestly, just outplayed. Like in the mid game with a lot of the movement and some of their own kind of plays didn't really connect as it should. And I think like an insane overperformance from some of the Spirit players. You talk about the support combo, same with Collapse on the Axe. Kind of a criminal performance, if you may say so, on his Axe here. Looks like they may just cleanly wait for some of their next items. Got a BKB coming out on Yotoro very soon. Should pair up with his meta cooldown. We'll still have the Aegis available, and then you can knock up on the high ground again. And best way for Vici to fight. You do have the Agnes on the Pango, but he is lacking the Blink, which of course hurts your team fight quite a bit.
You know, I'm just looking at the lineups now. This is such a bad Bane game. How do you ever get Fiend's Grip off? There's so many stuns, you have box save.
Even the box, you kind of can't. I think you're playing on, like, going around in the fight and, like, sleeping your core hero while the fight is going on to, like, try and take out the Axe, perhaps.
But then you have Yotoro who can just unsleep himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Bane.
Likely, if you're Vici here, you're gonna try and think about a defense where you work around buybacks, or maybe forcing out a meta, prolonging the fight, and then looking to play after, or smoking around. You don't really have any other options. I think defending from the front at this point won't grant you anything.
Yeah.
You need something big, or you need to, like, you're gonna go home. Because if you just wait and chill, you're not gonna win this game.
And now the high ground will commence. Yotoro not using the meta quite yet. Aegis for another 2 minutes. There's the call onto the Necro. Wheel of Wonder to follow, and that's just a dead Shiro already. 70 seconds as Bach not able to get fully chopped, but he's dead as well. So 2 without buyback, and Spirit can do whatever the hell they want now. They get the taunt.
He's dead.
Onto the XM Pangolier. That's all 3 cores dead. Capital GG from Shiro. As Spirit, again, domination.
No, I am not surprised. Like, when you just look at this last play, they're getting ready to go up on the high ground. They're smoking up that everything is clean. And you can tell that they have a plan in mind. The moment that Shiro shows, it's a blink call into the Wheel of Wonder. Everything is perfect. Everything is there. Yatoro is ready. Get a clean kill. It's nothing complicated. Very simple, but so clean from Spirit.
Yeah, Rue and not me, though. I have to give it co-MVPs to this game.
Oh, absolute banger from their performance.
They outplayed everybody in the server by a long shot. And we even got to see Unicycle for about half a second, which was really the highlight for me.
Well, honestly, we'll see it more often. I like that it's like part of his main kit. And we've seen some good Ringmasters, but yeah, there was too much outplay going on. This is not something that's, I would say, allowed to happen. Of course, you know, when you play against the best of the best, if you give them 0.1 second or even half a second, it's too much. You gotta be more careful with that. And Spirit definitely seem in form.
Yeah, Collapse obviously dominating this game as well. I mean, Yatoro ends the game 11-1. He didn't really have to do that much, though.
No, he was chilling.
Collapse was making the plays with the help of the supports that we talked about. Collapse ends the game 12-1 on Axe, despite being in a not-so-great situation against the last pick Necro, which was looking good initially, but Vici just not able to hold on here.
And that's why you have to look at these things and you need to develop your skill. Like for all the offlaners watching and it's like, oh, Axe into Necro is unplayable. Honestly, nothing is unplayable if you're creative enough, if you're good enough to make it happen, because you can see what can happen. This is not about a hero matchup. This is pure skill, understanding the map, how to play, because ending this game 12-1-7, I don't know if there's any other offlaner in this tournament that would have replicated this performance.
But he didn't steal an Aegis this time.
True, they won way too hard. They won so hard that
needs to be closer, I think, for that to happen.
Maybe next time.
But yeah, that's gonna maybe be the most chops we will see in the tournament in a single game. This was an insane Axe performance overall. And I felt like after the initial good start for Vici, every fight was like this. They get one hero picked off and they try to run away and there's nothing for them to do. XM felt like wasn't able to really, I mean, he was getting Rolling Thunders off, but they weren't really doing any damage at any point this game.
Yeah, it was really, I think they had a similar struggle in this game. It was around the mid-game again, but this time around it's happened a little bit earlier, just some misplays here and there, but yeah, Spirit just looking so good.
All right, let's go to Milos with an interview on main stage.
Yes, my friends on the casting desk, here we are with Laurel from Team Spirit. And we have to talk about this because this game was very clean and smooth from you. And you got to premiere your Snapfire. Pretty cool. How do you feel about it so far?
Well, like, they nerf a bit Snapfire on lane, but the game, it's also broken. And, like, good hero to flex. That's it.
Who do you feel is more quote-unquote broken, like Snapfire or Necrophos in this state?
I mean, depends on the team and players. For some team, Necro. For some team, Snap. I guess Necro more broken on the lane still, because Snap get fixed by the lane, but Necro still like OP. It's hard to deal with him.
What's your preferred personally?
Snap.
Fair enough. Well, you look like a really solid new unit throughout this whole game. I feel like you fully adjusted now to not me joining the team and all ready to go?
Well, I mean, yes, it's we like have 2 months prepared, so we played 2 or 3 tournaments before Riyadh, so I guess we kind of adapt. We're still learning and try to understand each other more. Yeah.
Another big name is, of course, Meposhka coming back as coach. How do you feel he's been adding to the team? How key is he to your success?
I mean, he just tried to adapt more our drafts, talk with Milan, play like more structure, try to put our heroes, like best our heroes to we play. So I guess he's fine because we play with him like a long time, so it's not, he's not adapting. He just need to adapt to heroes, meta, but he really like enjoy it, so it's good.
Helps you see things from the macro side when you can't see it maybe sometimes.
I mean, macro about him. Yeah, he also like do a lot on macro because he's still like good player, like in maybe previous, but he still understands Dota a lot, and we like still learning from him.
Very good. Thank you very much, Laurel. Congratulations to you and Team Spirit. That is a huge win for Laurel and Team Spirit that go up in the standings. Let's go back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Team Spirit. You know, game 1, of course they won game 1 as well, but game 2, they just, both teams adapted. Just one adapted a little bit better than the other. I think this was a knocking it out of the park situation, Brian.
Yeah, I think Kazu said it well. Yeah, like I was deeply disturbed looking at the net worth chart, seeing an axe above Necrophos around I think 18 to 20 minutes. I think that requires some sort of slipping up on the side of Vici, but it also requires a lot of just knowing what to do in a given situation from the side of Collapse and the rest of Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit looked really strong today. What I really liked about watching them play, as opposed to their games yesterday versus Team Nemesis, where I feel like they had this very clear vision around what they wanted to do with that mid lane, and they played it well. In that game one, their ability to just bring all of their heroes, take the tower. In this game two, for them to set up for a Snapfire draft and play around it, rotate to the top lane, use their Ringmaster saves. They had it on point.
They had it on point. Why could Vici Gaming not do more this game? Because they also adjusted, surely.
Yeah, I feel like what happened there was Vici was trying to invade the triangle a lot and take Collapse's stacks and effectively shut him down that way. But then the trade-off for that was Team Spirit didn't try to fight back. They didn't try to boot the Necro out of his lane. They didn't even like contest him for the first 10 minutes or so. They actually just chose to pick on Bach and kill him. And in return, Bach was shut down more than Collapse was. And Yatoro somehow had higher net worth than Shiro after the laning phase. So I feel like basically the rock, paper, scissors. Vici adjusted, Team Spirit adjusted, and it turns out the Team Spirits had the upper edge strategic.
Yeah, Team Spirit adjusted to what they thought Vici Gaming would adjust to.
They read the adjustment, basically.
They chessed it.
Indeed.
Yeah, Yatoro on that Turbo Blade, though, like topping the net worth, he had some really good rotations. I think we're going to look at one of them later on in the Telestrator. But if everyone's even net worth in this game, in a vacuum, then your Pangolier can't really play. And we saw that during the last fight in this game. You're using your Rolling Thunder and you're just getting chunked by this Terrorblade. You don't have the means to control the fight, which is why you pick this hero. And if you're unable to control the fight as the Pangolier, then you're unable to get grips off, because then the Ringmaster is in play. You can't really depend on your Bane. And this is the type of game you want to approach with a net worth advantage if you're Vici. That's why you pick this Necrophos. You want to snowball. You want to make sure that they can't just kill your Pangolier when you're taking these fights. And unfortunately for Vici, it is Team Spirit, and they will always find a way.
And it is Collapse who said that when he is at an EWC, he smells it. It's in the air. He calls it the EWC buff.
I thought that was the ramen that we were eating earlier.
No. He actually literally said that. And
he said, I didn't hear him say the word smells. He said he smells it?
No, he feels it in the air.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know, smelling it.
I feel like maybe he feels it in the air in his nostrils.
Oh, because when you said he smells it, I thought that might be like the fighting game community or something like that.
Oh, that'd be mean.
Sorry.
No, but it is a joy to see him play this axe. I got no complaints. I know that sounds a little mean potentially, but even though we watched a very one-sided game, I feel like we still got treated to a good show.
I mean, I think it says something to slaughter teams like Vici. It's not like Vici is tier 1 by my definition, but by no means are these guys pushovers or some, qualifier stack of caliber of a team. Like we've seen it from P-Vision yesterday and Team Spirit today. I think P-Vision was a bit more convincing than Team Spirit, but they also have very different ways of closing out and winning games. So I'm optimistic for Team Spirit, and it's always impressive to see what difference in caliber can look like when played out like that.
Yeah. I also wonder for Vici Gaming, the two teams we saw them go up against today and yesterday were two very strong teams in P-Vision and Spirit, so potentially the difference is just too big. I don't think I'm counting them out just yet, because they also were able to win a series earlier on and they won at the group stages, so I feel like maybe they just were mismatched. But Effie, as you mentioned already about some axe plays, I believe you want to show us something more about that.
Yeah, how does an axe come out on top playing against Necrophos? I would actually love to show you guys, and I feel like this play here really was definitive in getting Collapse back into the game. His Pangolier is dead at this point. There's a skirmish earlier where he dies, and Y and Zinq tried to go on him. He's just stacking that battle hunger. Two supports are attacking him. With his range creep, with his dominated creep, he just gets the double kill, whereas he was really suffering before. Then Laurel connects to him here. Shiro comes to try to help, and they also get the kill on Shiro here. And I truly believe that this play had not happened, then Collapse would have not been back into this game in the same way. And this is something we've seen Vici do, where they just kind of stagger kill by kill, and maybe that's the difference between them and other teams in this tournament and what we consider tier 1 and 2. Unfortunately, the 1-by-1 feeds, you can't do it. And in this play, we just saw Yatoro go through the gate, set up this really great kill on Shiro's Necrophos, where we see Laurel again giving us that range damage, and this is how Axe gets back into the game.
I mean, there were like several moments in this series that it felt like Team Spirit was like playing with their food. Like Collapse was dangling them so hard, all three of them for that first play. He like kiting the supports around the trees. He knows Necro doesn't have ulti.
He's getting focus fired, so he's like spinning like a dancer.
Yeah, I mean, that was very impressive. Watching those clips, like Team Spirit's definitely operating at full capacity when it comes to the mechanical skill. I was pretty blown away by Notme. He had like a one play in the mid lane where he 1v2'd and killed XM, I think it was. And also he was winning trades against Bane. You were talking about giving the 3 charges of Dagger to Ringmaster level 1. I still didn't think he'd win trades against Bane. And at the end of the day, I think he did play a crucial role in Collapse getting off to the start that he did. And yeah, I was just impressed by everyone on the side of Team Spirit.
Impressed by Team Spirit and wanting more from Vici Gaming in their next series, and I'm sure they feel the same way. And for some of those feelings, we're going to check in with Purge, who's talking to Xingqiu.
And Purge here with Xingqiu of Vici Gaming. How are you feeling after that loss?
我们现在呢和 VQ 呢 Vici Gaming 在这边。那么刚才那个比赛输了，你感觉怎样呢？
就是输的比较搞笑吧，就感觉。
We lost, but actually it was a bit funny.
就是我觉得是输的比较搞笑，不是说就是感觉比较搞笑，就是我们输的方式比较搞笑。
I mean the way how we lost it. I mean, I think it's a bit funny. And
what was the way in your mind that happened?
您觉得为什么会比较搞笑呢？能具体说一下？
就是我们明明就是有优势，但是我们就是因为我们的点子比较多吧，然后我们就是一个比较滑稽的姿势就输掉。
Well, in fact, I thought we performed well, and we had a lot of thoughts. But because of that, maybe that was a mistake, and then we just accidentally lost it.
Okay, there was a lot of Terrorblade in both games. Why do you think that hero was played in both matches?
在这个2次的比赛当中呢，都有很多这个角色，英雄角色是这个恐怖利刃。然后你觉得呢？这个在这次当中，为什么有这个角色这么多呢？
因为第一把的话，是因为他们的阵容比较怕 Terrorblade 吧，然后第2把是因为我们有个那个 ban， 就是有个 ban， 然后那个对面觉得比较好发挥就选出来了。
Well, I think during the first game, we think they kind of scared of Terrorblade, so we chose that. And then during the second game, we had a Benny, and I think so somehow Terrorblade came up again, so we just used it.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, but good luck on your upcoming matches.
是的，没问题。我们对您这个失利还是很遗憾的，希望您下一次会有更好的成绩。
好的，谢谢。
Okay, great, thank you.
Definitely a lot to learn from a series like that. So looking forward, not down, definitely the Vici Gaming way. And I'm sure we're going to see them tomorrow with potentially some fresh plans or redefined ways to deal with, for example, the laning stage. Now this game in particular, and maybe even this series, it calls for an MVP. I don't think you guys would have chosen a different MVP than the one I have in mind.
Does it start with a C?
It starts with Laurel.
It starts with the C.
Okay, well, I was guessing 2.
No.
You weren't supposed to confirm her answer yet.
You would have guessed wrong.
Well,
Wow, we were not watching the same game, were we, Brian?
I'm just kidding.
He did great as well. Laurel had a fantastic series.
How can you have a bad game when everybody's popping off? I mean, it seemed like really we give Collapse the MVP, but as Effie already highlighted, the only way that Collapse can be the MVP is because he had a lot of help as well coming down from the other lanes. So.
I mean, this is just a pure outclass. Like,
okay,
there's no help there.
Apart from that little moment, he did have to have help to kill the Necrophos earlier in the laning stage as well. So, you know,
no, but
a team effort.
Of course it's a team effort, but he had a really fantastic game. When you're countered this hard, but you have this kind of impact where you're just getting these jumps, you're getting these dunks, you're also getting out of team fights with a sliver of life, as we can see here when this team fight progresses. You've got to give it to him at that point.
I mean, I was nervous about this Axe pick. I've seen several Axe picks blind into, they don't know if they're going to get hard lane countered like this. And a lot of times teams do elect to lane counter Axe because he is very snowbally and he farms very quickly with lane cutting and all that. And I think Collapse is the first one where I'm like, wow, I don't know how he got out of that lane, but if he's getting out of this lane, I'd be scared to give Collapse Axe ever, really.
Are we going to see more teams focusing on Axe?
I mean, he picked Axe twice yesterday, I think, as well. Like,
that good?
They're not afraid to whip it out, and the Collapse has always been the blink initiating offlaner. So, yeah, the hero stock definitely went up for him.
We might see it in our next series as well. We can take a look at the schedule and what's coming your way, because this series was actually relatively fast considering some of the other series we've had today. This was our Group C match on this stream. We have one more series coming your way in Group D, the Group of Death. And it's going to be LGD Gaming versus 1W in a 2-game series. So very important for them, especially. I cannot understate the importance of winning every single game in this group. It's so scary, Effie.
It really is. I mean, it's also a group where it's kind of sad to think that we won't have all the teams playing in it in the tournament because they could all deliver high-class, high-quality Dota. And I can't even tell you what's going to happen next.
Well, we are going to talk all about that later on. First, you might have heard some cheers in the distance. That's because there is another game that started their playoffs today. It is Valorant, and to check in with that, we're going to head over to Chris, who is talking to Janiro.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Guys, I'm here at the STC Arena with Ginny, and we are going to be chatting over what's happening over here this week. We've got Valorant going on, but we've led up into this, and there's been some upsets. First and foremost, though, opening ceremony last night. How was that? I didn't quite get the invite, but, these things happen.
It was wonderful. I was on the red carpet doing the interviews. No, but it was great to just see the turnarounds, especially the amount of people that were there. Just in general, seeing the opening ceremony and it really being that marker of, yes, now we've started. It's real. It's happening. And all in all, everybody was very positive. I had a chance to talk to some of the CEOs as well of the organizations. Falcons, they won a club championship back-to-back. They're saying that they're not feeling like they're under too much pressure, especially because when they lose and they leave the stadium, there's no one there to be sad.
True. Maybe they're just luring everyone to a false sense of security. That's what I think. But when it has come down to Valorant, though, we've had a couple of the big dogs already exit.
Yep. Yeah, we had the group stage last week, actually, which was week 0 of EWC. And during it, G2 as well as Team Liquid got eliminated, which I would say are pretty hard hitters when it comes to the club championship 100%. Point. Because we're seeing G2, they're going to be here next week for League of Legends as well on stage 1. They're going to be here, well, actually, no, they fluked out of R6 as well, so that doesn't really matter anymore. But in general, it is a big org. Liquid second place last year. Now their chances are Valorant gone. Instead, the heavy hitter here on this stage, I would say, is going to be Vitality.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, so Vitality looking pretty solid. We don't have a representation over in Dota, but that'll be a really good start for them if they can get going.
Yeah, absolutely. They've locked into the quarterfinals. They were top 4 in the last event that we saw in International for Valorant, which was in London. So they have what it takes to make it pretty far. Their first game against Gentlemates, though, ooh.
That's a big French derby. We know the Gentlemates fans can make a lot of noise as well. That should be really cool. That's at the STC Arena, though. You can hang out for that. We're going to go back. But yeah, big update here from the STC Arena. We're going to have lots of fun. Valorant is very much underway.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Hello, hello, and welcome to our final series of the day, 1W versus LGD, the hypest series of the day. Isn't that right, Kazoo?
That is damn right. That's going to be a good one because 1W, they're very good, but LGD, my boy Whisper, I coached this guy. He's very good, very competent player. It's going to be a good series.
Why?
Why? Because LGD are crazy. They're psychos. They're from South America, 1W, you know, they think they can get away with farming and chilling. Against these guys, ain't no way. It's going to be a bloodbath.
If we don't get a 60-minute game, I'm going to take my shirt off on stream, and then they're going to have to cut the stream. So it's going to be a short day.
So 60 or 69 minutes?
That's right. 69 minutes incoming. Here we go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Our commentary team thinks this will be a long one, and I know a lot of people that would disagree with that or would object to that even, because if these two teams go late, if these games go long, I'm sure we're in for an absolute treat, because that bloodbath Kazoo mentioned, I hope that will happen, and I think that will happen based on the two teams we have playing on a stage. We got LGD, we got 1W, and the style of play of these two teams, Effie, I feel like there's a big difference between them, but I think that also brings out the best in both of them.
I would say so, for sure. When you look at LGD, they're a team that has unusual hero picks compared to what you would see other teams play. Yesterday, they busted out Pudge offlane on Whisper. He absolutely cooked. Before that, he was Enigma. You have Tai Lung, who plays things... He ranges from Beastmaster mid to Huskar to Pug to mid Tiny. He can really do anything. Whereas you look at 1W, they're more structured. They have their set of heroes that they draw from. They play for GPM. They play for the overall macro situation. But will LGD give them that perfect macro situation?
Yeah, for me, you know, LGD, they made it to TI, beating Playtime 3-0 in the TI qualifiers. And Playtime's another solid team that's in this tournament. And for me, the difference between Yuma and Wits specifically in the carry role is that, like, Wits has his signature SFs and Necros, but Yuma just plays whatever the heck. Like, he plays the Necrophos carry. He's like adjusting to the meta. He's one of the few carry players that ever picks Meepo in the last like last year. And I just love watching Yuma as a player because he's very versatile, but yet he also specializes in whatever he's doing. And he's also the rare, like, really easygoing carry player. Like, he's always very grounded. He's always very on mission with the game, and I love the leadership that he offers there.
Yeah, we need a little bit of stability coming out.
The stability, that's a great word.
Yeah, we're going to focus our attention on LGD first, and LGD is a roster with a lot of players you guys will be very familiar with. And under a name of LGD. Also super cool. I think a lot of history with that as well. They're very proud to wear that jersey. And amongst these players, there is one that's maybe not really like the other. I think he might not have even been born when the organization was founded. We're gonna hear more from him. It's Tai Lung with Purge.
Hey, I'm here with LGD's Tai Lung. Now, you've been playing pro Dota not very long compared to most players, less than 2 years. What's it like to go from a regular life to traveling the world and playing on a top team?
Eres un jugador bastante nuevo, has estado jugando Dota profesional por menos de 2 años. ¿Qué se siente tener una vida normal y luego de pronto estar en un equipo profesional?
O sea, vida normal tampoco era porque jugaba mucho Dota antes de estar en la escuela, antes de entrar al competitivo y estudiar a la vez, ¿no? Pero jugaba mucho Dota y cuando empecé a viajar y eso no cambió tanto, me gustó y creo que estoy bien.
It wasn't really a normal life because I really played a lot of Dota. I was studying a little bit, but I was playing a lot of Dota either way. And now I just started traveling, but I think I'm managing. It is pretty normal for me.
That's great. Good to hear. Do you ever struggle with the pressure of playing on LAN compared to before when you played online?
¿Se te hace más difícil jugar acá en LAN en presencial a comparación de cuando jugabas solamente online?
Sí, creo que hay más presión. Por ejemplo, en mi primera Blast fue un poco, como fue mi primer LAN, jugué un poco nervioso. Pero creo que ahora con la experiencia que tuve, con todos los torneos que jugué, creo que estoy más chill y ya no me afecta tanto.
Definitely, I'm way more nervous when I'm in LAN. I remember my first Blast, I was really, really nervous. But right now I have a little bit more experience, so I'm not really nervous right now.
That's good to hear. I have one more question. I recently saw that you played Keeper of the Light in your qualifiers for ENC. Do you think that hero is viable as a mid right now?
Vi que acabas de jugar Keeper of the Light para tu clasificación a ENC. ¿Crees que ese es un héroe para medio?
Sí, creo que es un buen héroe, solo que es situacional, pero me gusta mucho, la verdad, jugarlo. Podría jugarlo en este torneo, pero solo encontrar la ocasión, ¿no?
I think it's a very situational hero. I really enjoy playing him, but I do believe he is very situational. Maybe I will pick it in this tournament, but it is always depends on the situation.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for joining me, and good luck in your matches.
Muchas gracias, buena suerte.
He is the youngest player to play for Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup, and he is indeed the exact same age as the organization he plays for in LGD and has reached already such great heights in such short time, Effie.
He's got that special sauce. You know, sometimes some players come around and you're like, oh, that's a generational talent. We had that recently with Satanic and before that in ATF, and most recently now in Tai Lung. Like, his debut was ridiculous, actually, at Blast Slam, because he's going up against 1W now, but back when they were at Tundra, do you know who knocked them out of their undefeated streak at Blast Slam? It was Tai Lung with this team, just absolutely dominating them. He had such a good debut, Brian. Like, I can't even emphasize how shocked he took it. Like, he just surprised everybody there.
Yeah, I think it's always like that first few weeks that you know for sure if this guy's ever gonna, like, does he have the X factor, that special sauce that you said? And then I think it's on top of that, his continued success is because he is getting this. I give it the Sumail treatment because same as Satanic, when he was new on the scene, joining Team Spirit, it's like you're surrounded by a bunch of veteran players who are leading you, so you've got that like flow, that confidence, that swag, and he's talking about being a bit nervous on LAN as opposed to playing online. I feel like that doesn't hit until a little bit after like the expectations start to come, and I haven't really seen that that floundering at all from Tai Lung, and I think that has to do with who he surrounded himself with and his ability to perform consistently because of that.
Yeah, it is impressive that he is in the squad that is the first South American team to reach a grand finals at a tier 1 LAN. That is an incredible feat, and if you take into consideration that he didn't even join a professional international team until just last year, 2025, it is incredible, and he surely has his work cut out for them though, because on the other side, we are going to talk about their opponents as well, and he is up against, in the mid lane, against another guy that a couple of years ago we would have said almost the same things in BZM. You know, BZM is now the old age of 21, but he also joined the scene at 17, so this is going to be a very good one. We're also going to hear a little bit more already from 1W's Ari.
Hey, I'm here with Ari from 1W. You guys have looked really clean so far in this tournament. How are you feeling as a whole?
I'd say we're feeling pretty confident. It's been like a bit of a downswing couple of months for us, but we've been practicing a lot in the last few weeks and it's been going well. So we feel like we're finding our form again, I think.
How do you balance the time off with the need to practice? Are you like one of those teams that feels like taking breaks just is more important to be healthy, or because it's going to help you play better later?
It's quite hard to answer because I think firstly it's different for everyone. Some people feel they need the breaks more than others, and it also kind of just depends specifically on the situation. Like I think for the long-term mindset, like you definitely do need breaks to not get burnt out. You can't just play like non-stop the whole year or multiple years, but breaks definitely don't result in better form for us. So if you want to be good for a tournament like Real.ti, really big tournaments, I think we just want to practice a lot. And maybe for the rest of the year, you try to take it a bit easier, take some breaks so you don't burn out. It's all about finding the balance already, but at least for me personally, I don't need breaks that much. I just want to keep playing and keep my form really good. So
okay, that's great. Do you ever still get nervous in tournaments? I know you've been playing for a long time at this point.
I would say on day one, when it's like a new environment and the setup's a bit different to what I'm used to, I feel like I play worse and I feel like a little bit like uncomfortable. But then by the time we get to like day 2 and onwards, I'm like settled in and I feel normal again and not nervous at all.
Okay, that's great. You've played a lot of Wind Ranger so far this tournament. The hero has kind of interesting utility. Obviously, it's been played carry as well, so it's a bit of a flex pick. I feel like the hero has less damage than other typical 4s usually. How do you make up for that in your team? Do you just prioritize other heroes to make sure they have more damage, or is it just your goal is your goal? You're stunning and you're power shotting, and that's your play style?
I mean, I don't think it's too different from other heroes. It's just a bit harder to execute because you have to land the skill shots.
Yeah.
But obviously, Shackle and Power Shot are both really strong spells if you're hitting them. So, yeah, I think you just have to play the hero a lot and get a good feel for it, and then it's really strong. Just like other heroes, like Hoodwink Willow, whatever, other range heroes like that.
Okay, yeah, whatever works for you. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Well, those day one nerves that Ari is hinting at, I don't think we saw any of that for 1W here at this EWC, because right now they are 4-0 in this group stage, and that means the group of death is topped by 1W. LGD is trying to fight their way to that top as well. They're 3-1, still also very, very good. May I remind you that they're in the same group as tournament favorites Yandex, so there's definitely some fighting to be done, but some fighting is going to happen here on the stage as well. I think 1W, there were some questions, Brian, if they were going to come in swinging, because they have had, okay, they haven't won the most recent tournament, and to be honest, they've got 4 titles already this year, so everybody's like, oh, they're not in the top 5? Oh no, something must be terribly wrong. It doesn't seem like anything is wrong.
No, I mean, with a team like this, I'm willing to chop it up to you can't be at your top form every day of the year, and there are always a lot of tournaments going on, and they've proven, like you said, 4 times that they can be the best team in the world. I have no doubt that they're going to be a formidable opponent for anyone they see here, and this series, I mean, these best of 2s can be kind of brutal, because usually with best of 3s, you're allowed to mess up a draft, you're allowed to let one go, but if you drop a game to LGD here, for all you know, they 2-0 Yandex, and you might not be getting first place in the group. So every game here matters, and I think LGD can definitely take one from them at least.
It does, but they've got the momentum from their win yesterday against Virtus Pro, and they looked solid. Like, that was the 1W that we expect to win tournaments.
Yeah, 2 Ws.
2 Ws, exactly. They 2 W'd their way into their snowball, I think. And we heard a little bit from Ari, but he is a player that I wanted to talk about because his Wind Ranger seems to be a staple for them, where this hero isn't succeeding so far at EWC. Her win rate when I checked earlier today was 28%, but not in Ari's hands. He's won every game he's played on her.
That's quite a painful stat there. So maybe as a carry, it's maybe failing a little bit more so than as a support. I also want to touch for 1W on their offlaner, because we mentioned the new kids on the block here in this series. But we also got to mention the 2TI winner in 33, leaving his mark here on this squad and, of course, on the meta. And has he done anything where we're like, ooh, that's the 33 we know?
I mean, I think he was the first one I saw that was going the Centaur build. He might have stolen it from somebody else, this whole early heart. I think out of everyone in the scene, 33 will be the one that tries his hardest to delay the Blink Dagger, delay the BKBs. He'll go for the hearts, the pipes, like any utility item or farming item that he can possibly go. And I think that's actually a really good playstyle right now. I know we just got done watching Collapse play a super active, stylish form of play in that last series, but I do think that the best way to play right now is like the Darkseers, the Centaurs, that just scale really hard with farm, and 33 has always been the meta-defining offlaner for that type of playstyle.
Yeah, he really has been. And interestingly enough, this is one of the metas where I don't look too much at the offlane, just because of how strong safe lane picks tend to be and how hard it is to get out of it with a good start. But like Brian mentioned, this is what he's known for. But for that reason, I actually think Pure plays a very important role in this team, in this meta, where the safe lane has to crush. This is what he used to be famous for.
Yeah, and he didn't used to be famous for the ranged carries, but they find ways to make that work anyway, and he is crushing it on some ranged carries as well. Will he do so in this series? That is a question we're going to have answered in a little bit, because the drafts surely soon will start. But first, we're heading over to the stage to get the players on there.
Absolutely correct, Shiver. Yes, we are about to kick things off. We've had 3 series so far in this day. One that took forever, another one way more exciting story-wise as well, and that was quick as soon as it started. But our next one has a lot on the line for our 2 squads, so let us bring them out. First up, it's LGD! LGD Gaming, this is their first true test here at the Esports World Cup. Second place at their last major tournament and contenders for first here in Paris. Elite South American squad is ready to show that they can absolutely hang with, if not crush, the best or one of the best from EU. South American pride showing up here also in the arena itself, but on the other side, it is 1 win! More like 4 win, am I right? Yet to lose a game so far in the group of death. Remains to see if their undefeated streak will continue or if it will fall as it did last time they faced LGD. Bit of history, as you might have heard on the panel between the 2 teams. And we'll see what ends up happening once all the cards are up and ready here in Paris. The late night show continues. Of course, we'll keep you warm throughout the whole night of Dota. Gentlemen, please 1W, please LGD, you may go. Place your key, get yourselves ready, gentlemen, because this one is a bout here for the groups. Remember, the group of death continues. We'll hand it to the panel to get it on.
Thank you very much, Milos. I am so looking forward to this. So when we were choosing our Sony story of the day this morning, we had to choose between 2 matches, and the other one, other than this one, was Enigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid. And we had Seb on the panel, and he's a big Enigma Galaxy fan, so we had to go for that one. But this series came a close second, and for some people was definitely the winner, because we're expecting an absolute brawl here, Effie.
Absolutely, and I have to mention this again. This team, these players in LGD, they broke 1W, formerly Tundra's undefeated streak at Blast. So 1W have a bone to pick with them today. They're gonna say, this is our turf, this isn't our first EWC, we're gonna show you what's what.
I'd like to give a shout out to King Jungles for the coolest walkout I've seen of a player so far. He was rock. Did you see that swag that he was carrying with him? He might as well be playing Shadow Fiend 5 right now.
Wait, who brought the swag?
It was King Jungles on the walkout there. If you can hear me, King Jungles, that was awesome, dude.
Oh, I didn't.
He was doing some nice boogie dancing with the sign and everything. I'll just say, a lot of the players, they come out, they're stone cold, they're pure business. But this guy, every time you hear him in an interview, every time you're watching him walk out on stage, every time you're seeing his player cam during the game, he's just having a good time. I think that's undervalued.
I think everybody's a big KJ fan.
Yeah.
You have to be at this point. I'm sure that everybody has seen his exit interview at TI.
Yeah.
That's a classic for sure. It's going to be a classic.
Now, even his interview earlier today, I really liked what he said. He said, our team has been grinding non-stop. We haven't taken breaks. Our longest break was 3 to 4 days, while other teams were taking 2-week-long breaks. And he said, guess what? You guys made a mistake, because we're coming for you.
And it has paid off so far. from being in the finals of Blast. I think it is so important, by the way, if you're going to be a team that has never been in grand finals, the pressure that comes with that, with the best of 5, so new setting, it's on. It's more pressure than any other match you played that tournament, which already is a lot of pressure. I think having been in that situation in Blast for them might be enough to the next time they get into a grand finals, there's no shock regarding that pressure factor because they've experienced it.
But you can also have to think about a team like Team Liquid who lost 5 grand finals in a row.
We're not thinking, Brian.
I'm just saying there's one approach, which is to, get past the nerves on the first final. The other thing is to just lose 4 more here.
To be fair, though, if LGD is from this point onwards going to lose 4 grand finals,
I think that's a good problem to have.
I'm still rooting for them. I think they're still doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, SA playstyle has always been one of my favorites to watch. It's always fun, interesting, and unique no matter what patch we're playing on. Like even yesterday, we saw them whip out a Whisper offlane Pudge early on in the draft. It wasn't even like a 10th overall pick cheese. It was just in response to this ranged hero carry meta. And yeah, that's just the type of sauce that, we were talking about Tai Lung having it as a young up-and-comer, but he fits in so well with these guys because they're always innovative, coming up with their own strategies. I know 33 is always going to cook up some macro, how do I get the most GPM out of this game kind of thing, but, they're always going to be the disruptive team, and that's what I love watching them for that.
Yeah, and outside of that offlane Pudge, that was very cool and very much an SA flair, I have to say, they let Lone Druid go, and they beat Lone Druid very definitively. And on top of that, they had a mid-Huskar versus a counterpick Sniper. And Tai Lung went Boots first and solo killed Sniper. And then went to Lone Druid's lane and killed his bear.
That's just the stuff, like, we saw it last series with Vici. It's like, on paper, it doesn't matter if the guy is just better. If he's played this counter matchup several times and he's learned that the adjustment is that Sniper being at long range is the difference maker, then going for Boots, like, yeah, it sounds kind of weird, but in theory, it's pretty freaking awesome at the same time. And that's the kind of thing, is I say they're disruptive, but it's because they throw things at you that you just don't expect, whether it's the pick or whether it's the items they buy or the playstyle they have.
By the way, you guys might have noticed that the draft hasn't started yet, even though normally it does, but...
Can you please start it, Shiver?
No. It's exciting news, actually.
Oh.
It's Chapter 2, I believe, from the Dark Carnival.
Oh, Dota update, huh?
And I don't have this very often. Sometimes I'm seeing people playing Dota. I'm like, well, I really want to play Dota right now. And then, a minute later, it's faded, and I still really much enjoying my job. And it's not fading because I need to earn the tickets and I need to go for the path. And I can't. Have you guys done your...
We can take over the panel, Sheep. You can fit in a turbo game real quick.
I know there's a computer in the green room. Don't tempt me with a good time. But no, that's why we're having to redo everything, is obviously people having to update their Steam and whatnot. So that's why we're slightly delayed. But that's okay because we got a lot to talk about with these two teams. And we mentioned their playstyle a couple of times and how it's cool that they're clashing. I don't think we've explained their playstyle. And for people that might not watch every single Dota game, which I know we're all, Dota freaks, but people watching from home might not be. What is their playstyle? How would we describe the playstyle of the teams?
Which team would you like to start with,
Which
Shiver?
team would you like to start with, Brian?
I mean, I think 1W is going to be the team that is the team to beat, despite what Mira talked about happening at Blast. And their playstyle, for me, is all about how do we enable Pure and BZM to play that kind of chill farm game for a bit. Pure is a very aggressive farming carry. He likes his Kezes. He played TA yesterday, rushing Hydra's Breath, so he'll whip out a few surprises of his own. He was like the OG carry SF player. So he loves playing hyper-aggressive while playing for that farm, and BZM always plays the scaling invoker type mids, and obviously 33, and even Ari, like, just really, they're a coddle team. I want to point that out. A coddle team in the sense that this is a hero that changes the way you play the draft, and it's all about that efficiency on the map, and they're a team that when they're ahead, they'll just suffocate you. They're not going to run at you nonstop, but they'll just gather a 1K per minute lead on you.
Yeah, so many times with 1W, we've seen them in situations throughout the years where the game stabilizes, nothing is happening, and their money printer just goes burr. Like, you're looking at their net worth graph and it's just going up, 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 even though both teams are doing the same thing, sitting back and farming. They've just optimized all the little things from almost every position. They've talked about it probably ad nauseum as a big part of their playstyle, and going for a slow game against them will never work, which is good for LGD because they're not known for slow games.
On the side of LGD, I mean, everybody knows the South American Dota style is go, 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 fight, fight, fight. And for a long time, that kind of chaos, anyway, don't get me wrong, a lot of fun to watch, but it didn't really reap results the way that this LGD is reaping results. What changed? Because that chaos, that fire from South America is very much there.
Go ahead, Mira.
It's just become more of an organized chaos. When we talk about go, go, go and skirmishy Dota, it's not like the SA days of old where that was all it was that they were doing, and they were only good at that. Like, throughout the years, they've refined their laning, they've refined their drafting, and while it does look like they're constantly running at heroes, they're doing it with a game plan. Like, they draft lanes where they think will enable them to, say, take the tower, run to the mid lane, make a move there. So while it looks really action-packed and exciting, it is something that they've practiced and talked about.
Yeah, when we were watching VP yesterday with Saberlight's interview, I think what he was trying to say they were struggling with is this: how do I hone in, like, what exactly I'm doing and why is it working? And I feel like that's a problem that LGD has solved from the SA region's player perspective of, yes, we have chaos, yes, we run at you, but that they don't just understand, okay, here's like the vibes, here's like the intuition that we're going to use, but we understand also why it works, which allows you to recognize the exceptions so that you don't do that crazy tower dive that ends up throwing the game 20 minutes in. So I think they're able to reel it in because of the deep understanding of their own strategy over time.
And to simplify that and give an example, we talk about something kooky in an offlane Pudge. But was it an offlane Pudge in a vacuum? No. He also had a Bane and a Coddle on his team, which Pudge struggles with the ability to actually hit those hooks and the mana cost of throwing them out early on. Those two heroes correct for that and allow them to play with a Pudge, who then looks like a crazy hero. But there was an idea with it.
Yeah, I think that chaos and the dedication to honing that chaos. I just want to take a quick second. By the way, we are getting the draft very soon. Quick second to appreciate the dedication of the players. I think it is often maybe slightly overlooked about how many players that are not from Western Europe have to boot camp in Western Europe, because that's where the best, if you want to be the best, you have to play the best pubs, and the best pubs are in Europe. So you have to boot camp there, and that's a long flight away, and that's a lot of time away from friends and family, and that is quite the dedication and the sacrifice that a lot of these players are making, and definitely in LGD's case, it is 100% paying off, as we do have the draft of Game 1 on our screen. It's a 2-game series, so far 1W undefeated, but LGD is close behind with only dropping 1 game to Virtus.pro on day 1. We're gonna start with 1W on the Dire side. We're gonna have LGD on the Radiant side, and the first pick goes to 1W, and they have already banned out the Husker and the Enigma, with LGD banning out the Doom and the Ember Spirit. Are there any other, like, team-specific bans we are expecting to come out? I realize Husker is not specifically team-specific, but sometimes you don't need to ban it against a team when you know that they're not playing it.
I mean, they haven't banned it yet, like on the side of 1W through this tournament, so it's definitely targeted to some degree. And I guess rather than focusing on what other team-specific bans are there, every time we see this type of stuff, we have to remember that now there's all these broken meta heroes that we often just kind of assume are out that are now in the pool. We're talking about the Drows, we're talking about the Lone Druids, we're talking about the Treant Protectors. We're 4 bans in, and not a single one of these heroes has been removed. So I think we're going to get a interesting opener. Like, what creme de la creme hero are both of them willing to give and willing to take first? Because you're going to have your pick of the litter appears. Okay, so Treant still gets removed.
Yeah, this is, by the way, the draft was delayed, and that generally leaves you more time to think about things. They used 40 seconds of their bonus time to think about this Treant Protector ban. I feel that is very unusual, right?
It is, but like Brian mentioned, there is a lot that's left. So you just have to decide what it is that you are most scared of. And to me, the fear in the Train Protector ban is just him being able to enable the safe lane. But the statement they're making is we don't actually care what carry you have in particular. We care about our support's ability to play into your support, Train's ability to protect your towers early on, and that's what we're going to address. Enigma tells me that maybe Lone Druid could be on the table for 1W if it isn't banned here.
It is not banned, and it is picked up.
Because, I mean, Lone Druid is a highly contested hero, but one of the solutions that they had on LGD for Lone Druid yesterday was this Enigma. And with the Eidolons just clicking the bear, taking the tower early, kicking him out, it looked fantastic.
I always forget how universal hero matchups are, because I remember I played a pub where I was supporting a guy and I had a Lone Druid. I'm like, oh, I can just play whatever the heck I want as support because I'm going to win the lane anyway. And then the offlaner picked Enigma and we got slaughtered. And I'm like, oh, did we just play it badly? But no, it's clearly like it's one of the few heroes in the game that doesn't get absolutely steamrolled by Lone Druid. And this puck pick was a bit telegraphed because of the fact that they first round banned the Night Stalker, the most common counter pick to puck thus far this tournament. They did play it earlier on in the tournament on 1W, the Night Stalker. So I think it kind of had this double whammy of hey, if you don't want to pick puck first on the side of 1W, so we know that we're going to get this puck and we'll have an extra ban to protect it. I don't know how I feel about this trade. Like, these two heroes represent two very different things. Lone Druid represents the problem of how is this offlaner on the enemy team going to get out of the laning stage. I think Whisper will have the creativity to figure something out. But then at the same time, Puck is a hero that if you don't address it with disables or like lane dominance, then it will get out of control later on in the game.
Yeah, when we saw Gamer Legion let Lone Druid through twice, their recipe to dealing with it was Winter Wyvern and Underlord for the percentage-based damage.
That's a cool idea. I mean, I think Winter Wyvern, if you have a player who's exceptionally good at it, will always be a solution, because with that book, you can add one more level into the Arctic Burn, and all you need is +1 disable, and you can kill that bear whenever you see it. I don't know if I would attribute Winter Wyvern to LGD. Like, I just don't think it fits their playstyle that well. But what they could do is draft a lot of range damage plus melee catch. So something like a Techies or a Willow with a Clockwork.
I think they're definitely picking Techies, because if I'm an offlaner and I'm thinking I need a 4 position that gets me out of this atrocious lane, Techies with the reactive taser on his allies early, I'd be surprised if they take anything other than that, because that seems like the best option. And I do think King Jungles plays Wyvern. I think I'm almost certain I've seen him play that in the past. They haven't picked it yet this tournament. So I think we could see both of those heroes, perhaps.
Ringmaster, okay.
Like we said, Ringmaster coming out here.
So I don't really think of Ringmaster as a hero that addresses Lone Druid better or solves it.
Is the dagger percent HP?
It is percent HP, yeah.
Okay.
And that would be good against the bear. It's just that it doesn't really have... It's not a burst damage ranged hero, and it's not a really good or reliable catch hero, because your Wheel of Wonder is high cooldown. So it's strange, but the Escape Act can be good to counterplay any Shadow Blade bear plays around the map.
Yeah, I mean, Lone Druid to some degree is a pseudo-Lycan in the sense that his bear turns into this summon that can just hunt supports. And oftentimes you want to be able to protect yourself in some meaningful way. A lot of supports will just feed to that, and Ringmaster is probably one of the few that can. I think Lone Druid's a lot scarier, though, because the bear can come out of Invis and then fear you instantly. Now, another hero that can nightmare you is Bane. We've been seeing a lot of Bane. I feel like Bane is a hero that teams are picking because it's strong in lane, and then a lot of teams are a bit lackluster, like we saw Vici, with the hero's impact later on in the game. I know that Whitemon is a fantastic Bane player, so we know the top lane is about as good as it gets. You have a Lone Druid Bane, but I want to see what Whitemon's impact is 10 minutes plus, basically.
I wonder if this Ringmaster was just a pre-pick with LGD knowing that this Bane is going to come out top, because a way to play against Lone Druid on lane is to cut waves and just not lane in the first place. If you don't get an ideal matchup, then Bane solves that.
And we did see Not Me owning the trades against Bane last series, so maybe that's one of the few heroes that can.
No, this is a hero we don't see very often. It is an Earthshaker.
That is the disable they need against the Puck. I think that solves a lot of problems. I think Earthshaker mid, it's like a crappy Earth Spirit, I think, in the sense of its reliability to actually get out of the laning phase. Like if you blind pick Earth Spirit, you're also able to move it to support. I think Earthshaker is just far too greedy of a 4 position right now. So I think this is BZM layers into the meta saying that, yeah, this is a hard stunner that can burst Puck and it will also have a perfectly fine lane. I think Puck will win the lane, but because of this, the constant harass, Earthshaker does suffer against that a little bit. But I think Earthshaker will have the recovery mechanism of the Ancients, all eyes on potentially a Keeper of the Light coming out, or some other 4 position for Ahri that is going to heavily stack the Ancients for him.
Yeah, what's reasons for not picking Keeper of the Light? They've picked it first in a couple of games even.
I mean, we were talking about all these premier meta heroes got taken. They're like, wait, we get Lone Druid? Like, I think that's why. I think Keeper of the Light's kind of like maybe 3rd rung on the totem pole of priority for them. And I don't think they're concerned about LGD taking it, so they can postpone it, basically.
It also just depends on what heroes you can build around, because if LGD hadn't banned that
Oh my gosh.
if LGD hadn't banned that Tiny, then I do think that they would have just gone for the Tiny mid with the Keeper of the Light, which is one of their very old school combinations and a solution to Puck. But without the Tiny, they probably thought that they were better off going for something different in the Shaker.
I feel like they genuinely thought LGD was not going to take Coddle. I know they do play it, but I think
Stolen.
Yeah, they did steal it. I think they thought they were going to get it on 8th overall pick here. I like this, though. Both teams have a lot of Ancient stacking. Keep an eye out for the macro game in that sense. I'm going to be looking for Bane to be waddling his way in there just to check on it. He's going to be using the cheese dancing taunt while he's doing it. It's very important. I think that neither team invades particularly well, though. Like, I feel like Earthshaker is not going to help the Bane do that. Centaur, I think it's really important you pick an offlaner that's meant to cut creeps, because the farm that's behind you is taken. That's going to the Earthshaker. So I think that Centaur and Axe made a lot of sense here. And that I like that idea. This is the kind of stuff that you have to think about. What areas of the map does each hero farm? And, you know, 1W, they're the masters of that.
All right, there's only one pick needed for both teams to round out their draft, and we're entering the last ban phase here. On the side of LGD, it looks like we're needing the hero for Yuma. There's already a Shaker. Meepo is out of the equation. Sad sounds all around. On the side of 1W, we are looking for our Ahri hero. Is there... I mean, there's no chance Shaker is support.
I wouldn't think so, to be honest. I just think you need to lane something against this Puck mid with the Shaker, and Ahri still has a lot of his signatures in the pool. He's got his Wind Ranger, he's got his Hoodwink.
Hoodwink just got taken out for that very reason.
What about that Wisp?
Could see it.
I would be surprised if they didn't ban Wisp. I think they'll ban Terrorblade on the side of 1W, and they'll ban... I would hope they ban Wisp on the side of LGD. I really think they need Ahri to just be some macro 4 that kind of plays a little bit of lane chill sustain, but also wants to go back and double stack the camps.
Brian, you told me you don't like ranged and ranged carries against... two ranged on the safe lane. So we have already the 2 supports, both Ringmaster and Keeper of Light, both ranged. Why would you not want a melee carry? First of all, they're up against a Centaur. Why not Lifestealer?
I don't love Lifestealer against Bane. I also think Beastmaster is an incredibly greedy offlaner, generally speaking. So my idea was that you want to make it so that when you're stacking Ancients and you're farming them around 7 to 10 minutes, like, you don't need to give any of your support energy to the bottom lane. So I was thinking some independent, decent laner that will also be able to jungle. That's why, you know, Terrorblade is ranged, quote unquote, but I also think, you know, he basically is a melee hero for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Do you think Ursa is pickable if you have this Ringmaster to save you from Bane? Or do you still hate that hero?
I personally think Ursa's like... I think there's a reason that Centaur is as high a priority as he is not only is he good against the meta carries, but the Ursa's the Slarks, and I guess maybe Monkey King is viable, but I feel like Ursa and Slark specifically, heroes that usually counter Centaur, they feel really awful to play right now. It's so hard to actually
we're in the meta again of a bunch of Force Staffs and Glimmers and Blink Daggers. Everyone's just running away from you. The best idea for carries right now is usually to just sit there hitting people. And like a Lifestealer is a different example, for instance, because with him and Alchemist, you can just walk around with Radiance and you're dealing damage, but any hero that actually relies on right-clicking with like a Battle Fury just feels really out of place right now.
I see. You know what's a cool hero that we haven't seen enough of that I think can punish Centaurs and the like?
What is
Gyro?
that? Gyro.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see Gyrocopter. I don't know how it matches. Gyro's a weird hero because they like buffed a few parts of him, but then they also nerfed his flak cannon cooldown pretty significantly, and they also nerfed the fact that you get 2 extra shots from your Ags when you have flak cannon activated. So like the Satanic build is a lot worse, and you actually die if you get locked down. I think that was kind of a quintessential part of his kit. We see the Willow come out for Ahri. That's much more of a lane dominator than it is like a macro hero. I would still lean towards TB here. I think you need a reliable laner that can jungle.
I like that Willow gives 1W damage when they're waiting for the period for Lone Druid to get strong. Like this Centaur, if he had a Wind Ranger instead, he wouldn't have had that threat on the stun. Whereas with a Bedlam, if they make a play, try to get a tower, try to make any kind of cheeky little smoke, Willow does secure that period of the game where they're waiting for Lone Druid.
What if the Earthshaker was partially like, okay, it deals with Puck and it counters Meepo?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Just saying.
That's why I said there's probably no Meepo. Unfortunate.
Yeah, one of the... I'm sorry if I missed that, Cheever. They do go Terrorblade. I think that the role of Yuma in this game was to just be a self-sufficient laner. I think that whenever I have Beastmaster Puck as a carry, obviously I'm the carry, I need to scale, but I'm third priority when it comes to making sure these other 2 heroes have decent mid-game impact. And so I really like the Terrorblade pick for this. I think that 33 and Ahri will have a good lane. I think it's a very scary lane to play against, but worst case scenario, you're recovering as Terrorblade, and it will free up KJ and Thea Liqueur to play around their other 2 cores.
I like the Terrorblade a lot. Not just for the reasons you mentioned, but just that consistent damage to be able to take out 2 bears in those late game team fights. You need to be able to really kill him at that stage of the game where you're not really getting that damage out of your Coddle, you're not getting it out of your Ringmaster, and usually it's addressed through at least one of your supports, and LGD didn't actually solve the Lone Druid through their supports. So there is a lot on Terrorblade's shoulders to solve a lot of problems and plug a lot of the holes, but it is a hero that's absolutely capable of doing it.
How are we looking in terms of how skirmishy this game is going to be when we're talking before the series began that it would be a bloodbath and, you know, fire? Is it going to come out based on these 2 drafts?
I mean, Lone Druid's a pretty exciting hero for the first 20 minutes, Sheever.
I will just say to people at home, this is Brian's sarcasm. Continue.
Pure will be brawling with those jungle creeps for quite some time, as most Lone Druids now, they do go Treads Mjolnir into an Ags, and yeah, that was sarcasm. Lone Druid, he's living the dream if he's allowed to just hit creeps. What this hero does, though, is he eventually gets that Shadow Blade after the Ags, and he wants the map to be split up. So I think there's going to be a lull in action from like 10 to 20 minutes, and then the map can very quickly become chaotic when you have a Shadow Blade Bear walking around, and then you have the stun damage follow from heroes like Willow and Earthshaker. So it's all about who has map control at that point.
And how about FER Caster's prediction that this would be over an hour-long game coming our way?
An hour-long game. Honestly, I could see it. We've seen 60-minute games, 70-minute games, 80-minute games nearly this EWC. Ooh. Anything can happen.
All right, I'm sending it over to Sensfan.
That's a first blood already. 33 killing off the Olakor right off the bat. Just in time, Sheever. Great throw as always. 1 W on the board already as they exit with relatively healthy lives right now.
Yeah, making it look easy. And Shiva mentioned the 1 hour mark. They aired that piece where you said you were going to take off your shirt.
That's right. We will be doing so. I mean, 33 already pausing the game. You could see he waved to KJ to pause.
It's like, yo, people are getting suspicious if my teammates do it. You gotta do it. Honestly, all the players are in it together because they all love when it's dark, so I'm down for the shenanigans.
The real truth is he started a meta.
He did, and it benefits everyone.
His name is Neta, after all.
Meta's meta. He is very good at figuring out the meta, that's very true. And as we're in a pause, I'll enlighten you about another thing, because yesterday we had Inner Peace, of course, the TA's Innate, which is a Kung Fu Panda reference.
Okay.
We have Tai Lung. The name Tai Lung, he's like the main protagonist of Kung Fu Panda 1. He's the bad guy.
Okay. Oh, there's more than one movie.
There's multiple movies.
Okay.
But you suck, man.
Why would I watch
That's not Kung Fu Panda. And when you cast with Cinder and you make fun of him for not knowing like stupid-ass American movies that no one cares about.
That's not true.
Oh, it's true.
He doesn't
I've
even
heard
watch
it.
Game of Thrones. Like, he doesn't watch anything.
Okay, that's an L to him. So Cinder and...
Any major production he hasn't watched.
Well, then
period.
he's gonna take those L's, but you need to take the Kung Fu Panda L. The
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Good.
I can't watch everything.
Good.
I have to
33?
I have a life after all. It's 33. Yep. He gets
He
gone
ain't got
on.
a life, but
Yuma
he dead.
gets killed. The lights in 33's eyes could not dodge that gank.
Oh, good Fisher.
Yeah, good Fissure. Theolacor looks to be dead, although Ari might have to trade his life.
Oh, the tonic!
The knife goes right through the uprights as Ari will fall. Theolacor on his horse will gallop away.
Man, he had double Fairy Fire, and you had was Mr. KJ, who very cool walk-in earlier, by the way, like he put on his little flare. He had the tonic, but this is disgusting.
That's blur.
Take this off the screen. God damn.
And we finally get to see an Earthshaker mid from BZM. It has been a hot minute since I've gotten to cast this.
No, I like
against
this hero.
the puck. Well, how does this matchup go traditionally?
It is definitely like Earthshaker is an answer to Puck, but when it comes to the laning stage, they're both fairly happy. I do think that Earthshaker should have a slightly better time. You have good attack damage, of course. With the totem, you can get all the denies, but it's a lot about how early you can get your Blink Dagger. Like have a Blink Reveal, Blink Echo Slam the Puck, because we all know what Puck can do in a game where he's not answered. But I think this time around 1W, they've got good tools.
Why are we seeing Terrorblade every single game?
I mean, these somehow
feels like days of old.
Yeah, most of these games just turn out to be pretty good TB games. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, against both the supports, TB is good. He is quite good against Lone Druid. It's to be like, you know, Lone Druid, how he's played now, Aghanim, Mjolnir, Farm Around, Shadowblade, and you're more of a map play type of hero, but I think it's just overall a very good TV game. And they rounded it out with a Kato, which this is a great combo.
Yeah, we've talked about the combo with the Metamorphosis, Chakra Magic, but you also have the Axes, which is just a classic as well. And not too bad for Puck either in the mid stage of the game. KJ was going to take some Shadow Realm, does in fact, still wants to be aggressive though, has to pop the Fairy Fire in response. Meanwhile, 33 just going ham on Yuma with the double edges.
It's also, I mean, it's the same with Centaur, right? This is now the third game in a row that we've
but I
seen this
can't
hero.
ever get sick of Centaur.
No, me neither. I think this hero's great. And also from playing Centaur against TB, I really like this matchup for Centaur. Like, he's generally quite good against a lot of the, like, illusion heroes. Of course, when TB gets a couple items, he can be quite good against you, but you have a lot of magic damage. You're gonna go early Helm of Dom. You generally kind of free farm. And later when you get, like, the Heart and, like, a Shard and Shivas, if you have decent net worth against the TB, you're very happy in this matchup.
And should mention, Ringmaster picked a lot today as well. It is good against Centaur, especially in the laning. I mean, throughout the game, the knives just do percentage-based damage, so always going to be a nuisance for the fat horse.
And you've got the save, of course, again, against the grip in this game. Also want to see how Whisper does in his top lane. Like the Caudal Beast, very, very strong lane, not just for the Axe Spam that you mentioned, but also the Boars. Boars are very strong against the Bear, which is...
What order was Ringmaster and Bane picked as, well, Whitemon's dead. Okay.
He's dead.
Wrong place, wrong time, wrong decisions, wrong hero, maybe?
I believe that... I don't quite remember the exact pick order, but generally Ringmaster is a response to Bane.
Yeah, it's more... It feels like Bane should care more, and they should maybe prioritize banning that.
Potentially.
Or is it just...
I mean, it's also... I think they just protected
I mean, I
their
guess
Lone
there's
Druid.
plenty of saves in the game you could technically get for
I mean,
it.
there's like Silencers and what else? Like some Shadow Demons. Yeah, Tusk also, of course, is on the board. I believe that they were just protecting like their Lone Druid with some of the bans. As Pure did a good job of killing the board there.
Theolacor getting chased by the Bear. It's enough. Pure, his first kill of the game.
All right, gotta be careful with feeding some of these boars because there was two of them back to back. And again, the main part of boars will always be the amount of experience that it shoots into you. Looking for a turn play here. Good Bramble.
Yep, KJ, now we get the whip off, gets hoof stomp instead, and nice blocking from 33. Just like he blocks the light every time he turns on a computer.
That's true. So his monitor doesn't create lights? What do you think about that one?
It's hard. That's why he's so good. He uses other senses to play Dota.
Man, this guy's good. Nice, Tai Lung.
Nice dodge there from Tai Lung. Be able to get the water rune.
He, of course, learned that from Master Shifu, a reference you wouldn't understand.
Is that Kung Fu Panda?
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting better.
It's good.
So tell me how the Earthshaker's game is supposed to go. So laning stage, you just farm. Like, I feel like you don't participate in fights that fast until you get the blink.
No, you really don't. You rely on a pretty solid laning stage, which you generally have, and then triangle stacks, which is why I believe that the ward that they placed early on is actually blocking the Ancients, so you have no Ancient stack available that can come out there. Even the same on like the other side. You just know that there's so many camps nowadays that you want to play around, so like, yeah, here. But this is what Earthshaker wants, at least later on. It doesn't have to happen yet, but definitely will be something that 1W will put their eyes on.
The first Echo Slam for all the Ancients. Love to see it. A little bit more satisfying than Warlock Golem on top of Tier 1 Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just disgusting.
Theolicor in trouble again.
Maybe not as much. Doing some good damage.
It's always been a good matchup for Bane against Kato. He actually just got the kill.
Too easy. Whitemon. Bane Elemental.
Yeah, but I mean, traditionally Bane is just seen as a good response because first of all, you have the night vision. You're also a hero that you can play quite aggressive as a 5, and Kato wants to like play around the tree lines, be annoying. And I like this rotation from Ahri. At like minute 5, it's very nice to rotate to the safe lane because now both supports will move to the mid lane here.
Tai Lung gets nightmared. BZM, only level 5, gets the enchant totem with the right click to follow. Fair Fire pop, but the fissure was still available, so Tai Lung nowhere to go. And now KJ getting run down. Meanwhile, Yuma taking some heavy damage from 33.
Theolicor did at least steal the shield rune in the meantime, but definitely a big deal. You're definitely not supposed to be dying here on the puck.
So with the lineup like this from 1W, when does 33 want to get Blink? Because Earthshaker traditionally not... I mean, he can kind of pseudo-initiate with the fissure, but he's usually the guy that follows up with the Blink Echo.
Honestly, I think they're all just going to be farming. It's going to be on your like 2 supports, as he is going to be forced to TP out here. And especially knowing 33 too, I think he's just going to farm up, and which is totally fine. Like, if you look at the other heroes too, like Lone Druid doesn't really make use of any Blink Dagger until later, so I think you just let BZM with an early Blink do the work. As they want to go for a Wisdom Shrine invasion here. That's double board kills again.
Yep, Curse Crown gonna hold him in place. Nightmare as well. Or the Beastmaster completely surrounded now as well. And BZM, another enchant totem. Doesn't have mana for the Echo actually.
Ahri TP bottom to help out on this.
Will get the shrine, but yeah, other side 33 kills off KJ, takes the shrine for himself.
So many snowball things, and Dota at the top level is all about snowballing. They go mid, they kill Tai Lung. Now they know when he respawns, he TPs mid, so he couldn't TP to the top tier 1 to help them on the Wisdom Shrine. And then Ahri notices very quickly, if he TPs down bottom, suddenly they can also defend this one. So yeah, very big moves here in the early game.
So basically what you're saying is both teams just want to farm.
Honestly, kind of. I mean, you have a few more early game plays, I would say, from LGD. Like, Tai Lung, whatever lanes he goes to, there's a lot of pressure. And it's always nice to go to, like, towards a Beastmaster lane.
I mean, if you're 1W, because you know that LGD likes to go late game. Well, I don't know if they like to. They just end up being late game.
Oh, yeah. They always end up in the late game.
Like, does 1W, are they just... Is that kind of what the draft is about? Let's just match their late game because it's going to get to that point anyway, as opposed to just more pressure early to prevent the late game from ever coming?
No, I think for them it's more about... I don't think they nearly care that much about their opponents. I think it's more about when their timings come together, which is... Lone Druid is kind of a stupid hero, but he doesn't interact for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So until this guy has an Aghanims and Mjolnir, I think it's kind of just on the rest, play around your Blink Shaker, keep farming on your Centaur. But I don't think that LGD mind that much, as the Ogre Cruiser actually got the TP cancel.
You don't get to see that very often. I didn't know he was an Ogre Cruiser today. That's good to see.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Tai Lung will be able...
Cruiser Bruiser is close in the alphabet, B and C, all the same.
True, of course.
You know what BC stands for? Big Chungus.
Thanks for letting me know that.
You're welcome.
As a hoof stomp will find KJ. The 33 actually going to use the Stampede, and with the help of the Echo Slam, they find Yuma out of nowhere. Great rotation from BZM. Feel like they baited that in very nicely as KJ gets caught by the Brambles and will be brought down as well. So nice couple kills there for 1W.
Oh, definitely good stuff there. At least in the meantime, Tai Lung...
look at this Ogre Bruiser. Boom!
Bam! Double.
It's a Ravage onto 2. We're counting the bear as a
Yo,
second.
these bruisers are doing some good shit in this game. Well, we'll be feeding some gold at least after all. Whisper died to a new... That's not
That
normal.
was not intended.
That's not normal. He's laughing, which is good, but trust me,
He's crying
on the
inside.
inside, he's dead. He got prowlered. Man, classic. Classic prowlers. Okay, we are...
Oh, that's a huge solo kill. My goodness. Okay.
Well, it is Puck with an amplified damage rune. This hero has insane damage early on. You just keep them there. You know, with your coil, keep hitting them like 7 times in the face.
Did you play Dota 1?
Like 40 games. So, no.
There was an ancient creep that existed that has never existed in Dota 2.
What's
that
its
I
name?
kind of miss. I
Give me
don't
the
remember.
name.
It was like a lizard of some kind. But the ability was it had evasion, which I thought would be an interesting skill to have.
Like just
for
passive
Doom
or it's like an
yeah,
active?
passive.
Okay.
Passive evasion, like 20% or something.
I see.
Not sure why they never brought it back. It was actually in the files of Dota 2, not
okay
that you care. But
I guess another type of files that didn't release. Anyway, back to you.
Just gonna hold that thought here. Let's appreciate the moment. Pure on Jabert. How far until he got his Maelstrom? So 700 away.
Yep. It's just very hard to pressure this hero early on. Like, we all know that the bear is strong, you have a lot of lifesteal. As the tier 1 does fall, so Ari and 33 playing quite aggressive here. And it is overall quite annoying. Let's see if they can pressure Yuma much more.
Traverses pretty nicely, but gets the Curse Crown proc with the Pine Cone helping out as well. Hoof Stomp to follow. Stampede to run away, and it just leaves asunder as Ari just lets him get it off. As on the other side, BZM gets some revenge on the Tai Lung. So action all over the place.
There's just so many small things happening. Like, they're just bruising around down here. In the meantime, I don't even know how the mid kill happened. I assume it's either like a sleep or a grip, of course, with the follow-up. Yeah, so nice setup from Mr. Whitemon. And I like this move from Pure too. We've seen this a lot more already in the last couple days. Like around this minute 10 to 11 mark, the carry goes to the mid lane, pressure to tier 1. Will force a lot of heroes over.
How often is it a lone druid doing that?
Honestly, not that often. Like, it can happen quite naturally if you've killed the safe lane tier 1, which they did not. So he's just moving over. It looks like for now they're... There's got a smoke somewhere as well, so they are coming over.
Coil, first of the game as far as I know. Axes come out from Whisper. Try to help out. And he gets the ult off onto Pure. They're going to use the Roar, so they want to commit for this. Do they have the damage? They do with the axes, and now no more reinforcements on the way. He did buy the Maelstrom in time, it seems. But a good kill. One of many that's needed, I feel, for this lone druid.
No,
don't
for
want to
sure.
leave him to be AFK.
No, especially in like this type of game, like where the early game doesn't go perfect and suddenly the Centaur is taking over your safe lane. And Lone Druid, he's generally a hard hero to kick out of the safe lane. So this play definitely very, very big because this should open up the tier 1. Or at least it should allow you to get it very, very low. Let's see if one Dev are able to hold it.
Yeah, Helm of the Overlord not too far away for Whisper.
Even after dying to the Ancients.
That's right. Part of, I mean, it was intended. It was for morale.
Okay. I guess it should make the Ancient Creep stronger that you take later.
Yeah, true, of course.
Who had first blood this game?
Oh boy, that was right off the bat too. Was it Ari?
I actually don't remember.
I'm gonna say it was Ari.
Yeah, sure that was correct.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, I don't trust you.
Looks like this tier 1 tower will be given up, so 1W. I feel like they have a good balance right now of
Yuma's got something.
pressure
Actually,
on.
that's Tai Lung. They've got something to say about this one.
Yeah, apparently. Coil out onto 2. Trying to roar him away, but Whitemon, he's going to be sacrificed at the very least. Gets off his spells, though, and a nice terrorized follow for Ari, but Tai Lung eventually finishes the job. Now Ari on the run. Being chased by a glimmering horse. And the Solar Bind will slow him to a crawl.
That's a nice play. I also like when Terrorblades like play a little bit different. Yuma was on low HP. He was waiting to TP in to get an aggressive Sunder off. So it may not look like a lot because it's only 2 supports, but KJ gets to take the mid lane in the meantime. Everyone's kind of chilling. And BZM, very, very close to his blink, which means they're currently pinging the ground because it is time to smoke it up. Probably with him and Ari. Maybe even Whitemon as well, as the grip is available.
Yep, so smoke likely to come here pretty shortly. Oh, Tai Lung, he's going to show. Whitemon's going to connect, and obviously the puck is who they have their sights set on. The creep wave is there, setting up the Echo Slam with the Bramble. Oh, he does get the phase shift off with the Waning Rift as well, but the grip in time from Whitemon. They get the support on the sideline as well, and they should get this Tier 1 in addition. Nice sequence of events for 1W.
That was nicely played by Whitemon too, like just to, not grip at the start, but just wait for everything to be over, and also BZM just echoes the entire wave plus Tai Lung. So they do get themselves the mid Tier 1, and everyone is still free farming on the 1W side. Of course, Pure in the safe lane, 33. This is probably going to be the fastest hard of the tournament. It's going to have it at like minute 15, 16-ish.
That is like turbo timing right there. Goodness gracious.
It's going to be quite difficult to kill this man.
So you have knives. You're falling into the trap of KJ.
Yeah, but the Heart's going to outreach in that one, so they're going to need a little bit more of that. Maybe coil him up and have Yuma clap into him for a while.
Now, smoke coming out from LGD, looking like they want to make something happen.
They do
have the roar, have the coil.
Yeah, good Overlord timing with the BBD, of course.
Ari, he's going to pop one part of the smoke here on Theolacor, and they will find him. Roar is there. But if you're 1W, you'll take this. Having a support tank the gank, no problem.
No, it's very similar plays. You can see that both teams are utilizing their timings like very, very well. Whitemon on top of a ward that KJ got to place.
BZM has to blink away. Good dodge.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, didn't quite get to cancel his blink dagger there. Tai Lung, very deep here with the foil.
Foil with the knife to follow. Right next to the Tier 3 tower, and BZM just gets demolished. 33 with a late TP. Does get the double edge hook stomp, and that will be at least a support for 1W. And Pure actually joining the party. That's, again, a bit unusual to want to be able to fight right now on that bear. Does scare off the rest of LGD, but they get exactly what they wanted, which was that mid laner.
Yeah, they forced everybody here as Whitemon isn't quite done yet. But I like this. This is the, the LGD flair. These guys don't care. If they can find you anywhere, they will go for it. Also got two very aggressive wards out in the meantime. 33 is ultra fat in this game. 2,000 higher net worth than the next guy on the board. Also very high on the level department.
1,000 from Blink, and then the Shard will follow suit. And there's a Mjolnir. So what's the order? Mjolnir into Ags?
Yep.
And then Shadowblade.
Yeah. Shadowblade, Silver Edge, and then honestly kind of just whatever you need. Sometimes it can be a BKB, it can be a Basher. Maybe you need an MKB also eventually against TV.
Yeah.
Very high chance he may end up opting for a Butterfly.
Now Whisper might be getting ganked here. Grip right off the bat. BZM with Ori helping out. That Bedlam, is that even in range? No.
One or two
Whisper does get the roar up. He's going to TP out. He's fine. Oh my
He's actually out.
That is insane. Thought he was dead for sure. That Bedlam was really unfortunate. It's just out of range.
Well,
definitely would have been enough for the kill.
Yeah, that's definitely a kill that they thought they had, like they had some Terrorize available, even the Echo Slam if you did want to secure it fully. Well, good job by Whisper to get out of there. Tai Lung, I believe, has his blink coming out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
33 has blink.
KJ at least in a good position here with the box if they were to ever need it.
Tai Lung. So Witchblade, Blink Dagger, what's next for him? Does he need a defensive item at all, or is this...
I think you can go Parasma. Honestly, I think just dishing out like more damage, Solar Bind with the Parasma on top, there is no Orchid, nothing.
BZM, he's going to snap the coil right off the bat. Pure, popping his ult in turn, very healthy, and he's has a very nice animation going as well. Whitemon kills off KJ, so only a support kill. The Echo Slam comes out onto the Caudal. Looks like that's going to be the death of the horse with the double edge to follow for 33. Still relatively healthy. The Behemoth's Heart starting to stack up. Uses that Stampede to get away, so it's a couple of supports killed off. And he's 400 away from Shard as well.
Oh, the Behemoth's Heart.
Huh?
Heroes of New Earth.
What? Did I say Behemoth's Heart?
Yeah.
I meant Behemoth's Blood, I guess.
Don't worry. We're all good here. We respect.
What's it called? Behemoth's Heart?
That was literally a Han's version of Heart, yeah. You keep that shit up.
You know what the worst one was? PK.
Portal Key. Yeah.
Just blink, for God's
blink
sake.
is just...
33.
Hold that.
Gonna be spotted, we'll blink. We'll PK away, depending on the game of choice.
Yeah. I like also Whisper's combo. He's got the drums plus the Cobalt Cup. I'm a huge Cobalt Cup enjoyer. Move speed. It's a very nice thing to have, especially with, you know, the bigger map. Everyone's running around trying to dodge you.
Wasn't Earthshaker Behemoth something? What was he?
Just Behemoth.
Just not to be confused, of course.
Oh. This was not on my bingo card to be talking about, but I love it.
Where's Chipper? Please bring him
The
to
best
Dota.
hero ever.
Please.
If they're listening, that's the one here you should bring over. And Bombardier. Love that guy.
I mean, that's the same hero, basically. Oh, 33 with a hoof stomp.
Okay.
Wheel of Wonder off the mark here. Gets roared up as well. Man, he is so tanky. And now the fissure coming through with BZM, getting the enchant totem as well. 33. Gonna get saved by the Nightmare. Whipped up. The Triceratops is right on his heels. The Illusory Orb as well. But now you can see the Behemoth's blood healing up quite a bit. And now the Triceratops looking to be the only casualty of this fight.
Yeah, Whitemon snatching that one.
And Pure's animation still completely bugged. They will find the support in KJ.
Yeah, KJ is very low level, only level 6, so 1-Dub just easily running him down there. Definitely struggling a bit.
But can we take a look at the Lone Druid, the actual hero, here in a second?
We'll get in a moment when there's no pressure.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like waddling.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I thought it was just his ult form, but it's his regular as well. Interesting that...
I think it happens sometimes when you get like stunned mid-animation while ulting.
Oh, grip.
Oh, good grip up.
Yep, Tai Long, oh boy. They have stuns for days here. KJ, no box to come. And BZM, he might be getting run down. It's just a couple of supports for now, though. Blink is back up in just a moment. A little bit late from Yuma.
Yeah, he was so close to get the box save off there.
So, again, Tai Long, does he need... Are you just relying on the box, or do you need Lincolns? There we go. That's a nice close-up.
It's hard, because even if you go Lincolns, like then
it's got some swagger. Look at this. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Why is he inside of the Torment? Okay.
Maybe they will just get a free shard for themselves. It's going to go to Whitemon, which is very good.
Love it.
Especially in this game. Like, you have so many like units you can hit with your Brain Sap, whether it's some summons or illusions, and you just full heal. But yeah, honestly, I think the way it's going to go for Tai Long is... if he doesn't want to die, he just needs to be very aware of the heroes he's playing against. Because Lincoln's only helps you against Bane. So honestly, the Ringmaster should.
I mean, he's gonna get Eon Disc at some point, right?
Absolutely. The problem is like.
But how early can you get it?
You can't buy it that early. Like he's gonna go Shard and I think Parasma after. Because even Echo Slam, there is no real item to buy against Echo. You can go like any type of HP, obviously, that can help you
Eon
out.
Disc.
Yeah, sure, but if you go Witchblade into Aeon Disc, that...
No, I'm not saying this early. Yeah, that's the eventual answer, though. Surely.
Absolutely. It's like the best answer later on.
Yeah, what do we usually see? Like Octarine somewhere in there?
Yeah. Some Aghanim Scepters also gives you some HP. It's quite good for the damage output. But at least for now, he's just going the Shard. More damage, more farming capabilities for him. So the build is slowly leading right now.
Okay. Aghanim Scepter for BZM.
Yeah.
Very nice. Is this somewhat normal now?
It's very good. I think
this dropped off completely. His support will bite the dust here.
Yeah, if his game was slightly worse, I do think BKB would have been needed for him, like against the Coil and so on, but his game is going very well. They're up 5k gold, and I think it just helps you farm more. It also makes you more mobile, so it's nice. It's a bit more greedy, but it is the correct choice in this game.
You can see the Aghanim Scepter now for Pure's Bear. He can be unleashed at all times. Whisper not able to cancel that teleportation.
Yeah, it's just...
So now the Bear, this is where it gets really scary, because Lone Druid himself won't even be joining fights anymore.
I think it's both the Aghanims and the Mjolnir build, but also the 15 talent on the Bear. I don't think it should like increase the channel speed on the return and give it 0 cooldown. It's just permanently everywhere.
Oh, the roar, 33. Can they do? Oh my god,
no.
The Echo Slam from BZM. Great counter initiation with the Terrorize to follow. The box does save Whisper for now, but it's not nearly enough. Whitemon gets the double, using that shard to full fruition. And they're going to find a third on top of that, and now 1W with a sizable lead. They can go for Roche, they can just get towers. The world is their oyster.
Yep, the whole map kind of belongs to them, and it's also... It's not just that they're killing heroes. If you look at 33 Centaur, he's reaching the point where it is very difficult to kill him. It is already difficult.
It's been difficult.
Yeah, and he's about to finish up a Shiva's Guard. Like, if he just starts the fight and gets 1-2 double edges, he's on 5k.
I mean, how often do we see Centaur top net worth by this margin at this stage of the game?
Incredibly rare.
Very cool.
But he's had a great lane, great play overall, and it was just a nice bait overall. Like just dangling him here so deep in the lane. Perfect setup.
Yeah.
Yep, that's 2 kills in Ancient, Overlord Creep, and then KJ to top it all off.
What do you think of Ringmat? Oh, that thought, Nightmare. They have 33 with the hoof stomp as well. BZM, Fissure, they don't need that much anymore. Their lead has grown to basically double-digit. 10K about to pop here. Tai Lung down for 40.
What do you think of Ringmaster hiding here? Or what was your question? He's dead.
He's not hiding there any longer. Grip into death, and that is death number 10 for KJ.
He might overtake Jin Q in the Skyrap game earlier.
That's right. 2 more to go to tie that.
Yep.
I think Wheel of Wonder is a bit underwhelming as an ultimate. Would you agree with that? I like the concept.
It's very
the numbers
high skill.
I think are too low.
Okay, so is it for you that it doesn't land as often? Like it's hard to execute?
I mean, it could be either that or it's just not enough damage either. The taunt is obviously incredible if you can get it off.
I feel like it's just that when the spell hits, it's ultra strong, but it...
Is it really though?
It is strong.
I'm not saying it's like horrible, but for an ultimate, it's a slightly underwhelming.
I don't think it needs a buff.
Okay.
Maybe you just need to learn to hit them.
I don't play the hero. I could give
That's
a
a good start as to why you don't understand. Because the hero is fine. He's looked pretty good overall, honestly.
I mean, the hero itself, yeah, the other spells.
It's just high skill. I think it's a high skill hero. Greedy Enchantment, of course, on 33. Both Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Yeah, this needs to be deleted. There's enough farm to go around anyway. This is exactly what Cinder would want. Deletions of things.
I mean, why not? I think sometimes it's necessary. It's not like
Just like the facets, apparently.
Yeah, it's not like they shy away from that.
Tai Lung. Fissured up, but
yeah,
we'll be fine this time. Whitemon, okay. Single coil, but 33 jumps in onto the backline, gets the horse in his sights and deletes him. Meanwhile, he gets roared. Do they have the damage this time? The Echo Slam, I think, was still actually available. You get the Fissure onto Yuma, and they're going to back away, so still cannot kill the Centaur. As BZM showing off that Aghanim Scepter, 33 with the Hoof Stomp now. BZM not connecting quite yet. He gets rooted instead. Actually gets brought back into the ground thanks to Whisper's Ancient. That's the Aegis down and out. But he still has Echo Slam. Whisper getting gone out. There is the Fiend's Grip finally coming out. And that is going to be the death of the beast. 3 dead for LGD. And they find a connection onto the puck. Man, oh man, they just have so much crowd control on 1W. You get stunned by one thing, you're stunned by 4.
No, their spell usage is very, very incredible.
Not over yet, apparently. 33. Looking to get aggressive. Taking a big beating, though. Gets 4 stabs out. BZM thinking about it. He still has Echo Slam.
Like, even when you... Like, if people want to learn about spell casting and patience, they should watch this replay and rewatch this mid-fight that happened like 30 seconds ago. They're so patient on the grip overall. Even BZM, he was fake pumping his Fissure like 5-6 times while Tai Lung was in the Orb plus Phase Shift combo. It's honestly just super nice to watch. And even here, like 33, he knows that he can just go super aggressive. They're saving each other here in the backline. Whitemon with a good defensive sleep as well. And you can just see, like, when people really play like towards like their perfect timing, what they can do.
As we come back to live, 15K lead for 1W. Everyone but Ari on a kill streak right now, as you can see on the top right. Flames. Roar. On the bear.
I like
get it.
Yeah, get it out of there.
It's necessary.
If you can ever create a team fight where there's only one bear, that's very good.
Roaring the bear over Centaur, definitely the case, as the big Echo Slam comes out on top of the Ancients as well. The box, though, to temporarily save Whisper, but he's, again, just getting completely stun-locked over and over and over, and eventually 33 with the Stampede finishes the job. A BKB being shown now from BZM. Yuma with the right clicks. He's already at half HP. Is the coil coming in?
Coil.
Tai Lung trying to finish the job himself, but there's the Terrorize. Can't follow up with any damage, and instead it is Tai Lung that takes a tumble. The Olocore gets batted across the map, and just like that, it's 4 dead for LGD, and might be more. They get the double edge. No Sunder. Actually, there is a Sunder. Hoof Stomp, but do they have the stuns for days again? Curse Crown. There's the Sunder. Yuma gets to the other side of the wall, and I think he'll survive, although BZM has the Fissure, has the Enchant Totem, finds the distance, finds the kill.
Pushes him over.
All they get is the support here. And KJ I believe this is going to be death number 13, so that's the record for the day.
Yep.
And Totem
33.
33 with the Shivas, and goodbye KJ.
They're doing some good stuff. Also playing around with the Psychic Headband. That's how BZM pushed 33 over the gate. And yeah, I mean, 10,000, you cannot deal with this 33 Centaur. He starts the fight with 4200 HP, then he keeps double edging a few times. He has like 100 plus HP regen. He's even buying an Octarine just to have more stuns and faster stacks on his shard.
Interesting. That is really interesting. Octarine.
I kind of like it, not gonna lie. He's always in their face. He can use multiple Shivas, multiple stuns, and also just like the double edge, right, to get all the stacks more quickly.
Why do we never see double heart?
It's just not, I mean, at that point, okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is becoming too much of a pattern now. Tylon just cannot go anywhere without dying. 8 deaths for the puck.
Yeah, it's now just starting to be difficult. Now, also Pure is like reaching the state where he can solo kill people. 4,000 gold on him as well. That's 33. TP's in very aggressively. Can, of course, look to chase here.
And Whisper nightmared. That must be an Aether Lens. The Fisher coming out as well, and there is the grip to follow. Another easy pickoff for 1W. They get Theolacor on the other side as well. Echo Slam finishes it up. Why not do it in style?
Man, I love Slugger. It's such a funny innate. Just playing bowling with some corpses is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, what is the one comeback that you have here for LGD? You can look for, you need a high damage item on Yuma. Currently he's got the, I guess it's a Bloodthorn queued up. I think you need either that or a full Daedalus. Play for some later timings, but I don't really know how easy it is for you to get there. Like, they can just push top and bottom at the same time. You always have a Fisher and Sleep to bail you out. And yeah, Tai Lung is going for an A on this right now already, because he can't really do anything else.
The Bear on top of the Mjolnir, Ags, and Silver Edge just bought a Butterfly, so not even needing to optimize against Yuma, who doesn't have a Butterfly yet anyway.
I like it. Like with the Butterfly, you know that like TB has to kind of itemize for damage anyway.
Oh boy, oh my goodness, just demolished. And they dropped the gem, so more net worth in the pockets of 1W. They're just diving the base now. 2 dead just like that. They do have buybacks, but I mean, what can you do?
At this point, it's starting to be a massacre. Takes over the board here on 33, but yeah, the Bear with the Butterfly, they already had problems, and now it's even more problems.
On the hoof stomp initiation.
Psychic Headband to push him out.
Psychic Headband again, and that's the death of the horse. 46 seconds on the deck with no buyback from Theolacor.
Now this, to me, is one of the cooler neutral items. Psychic Headband is cool. You can also use it on your allies. I think that's one of the nicer changes. Very interactive. We like.
KJ,
dying outside the
you
fountain.
left your fountain. That's not acceptable for 33. As he looks into the bright lights.
Oh, he's coming for round 2 with the buyback here on KJ.
That's 2 sets of racks as Whisper on the other side gets the roar and the right clicks to follow from Yuma on top of BZM. He gets the Echo Slam, so they trade lives in the end. Double buyback from LGD on the supports as Whisper caught in no man's land right now. And yeah, 33, once he catches up to you, you're a goner. Double edge, he's got a shit ton of HP, 7,000 in fact, as the game ends. GG is called, 1W on top big time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that these guys are incredibly feared by all the other teams. I think they played super well. Love the Earthshaker pick against the puck, worked out very well. And I think also 33 putting on a very clean performance on the Centaur. Probably the best one we've seen. Some of the fastest timings, constantly in their face, very nice movement overall. And yeah, for LGD, look, it crumbled very quickly. Also 17 deaths, not too bad.
Wow, yeah, you're right. I did not realize.
In 32 minutes also, mind you.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, 33 ends the game 11-1 and 22, and like you said, just went completely beast mode. Ended the game with the Octarine Core and a Glimmer Cape, interestingly enough. Didn't see that one. Pure, I mean, he was left to his own devices, and this is what happens when Lone Druid is given that much space. But of course, a lot of it has to do with the support roles, 33 taking over, and of course, BZM playing a hero that is kind of all over the place.
No, for sure. And it starts in a lot of these games with like the double wisdom shrine. Teams need to be more aware. You cannot just let it go so easily, and also like the early rotations, how you're going through the gate, because honestly, 1W kind of had this entire game from start to finish. So LGD, we all know they're a great team. No, you take 1L, talk about what you need to change, come in for game 2, do it more clean.
You can see BZM's picture back there pointing at his eyes. Make sure you don't turn on the lights, because 33 will have an issue with that every single time as we look at some of the highlights. I mean, the one thing I'll note for 1W, we didn't know who would show up to this tournament because they've been somewhat inconsistent this year. They've been incredible at times, winning a bunch of tournaments, but they've fallen flat as well. But they look really strong right now.
Now, we really know like how good this team can be when they're on the money, and I definitely think it comes from a lot of like individual things and like knowing what you want to do with your hero, but then also just combining it at the right time with your team. And I feel like they definitely showed that, like small things of 33 going aggressive, you're baiting him, and the small plays here too, like baiting each other, you get a good sleep off, you keep the fight going, and just patience. I think that's also the key. You cannot feel pressure, and they look very cool and calm.
Have to give them credit though. They also shut down Tylon quite a bit with all these stuns. Like, this is a guy that I feel like whenever we see him play like one of these skill-based heroes, he just dominates. But not this time, because 1W take game number 1. Shiva!
Yeah, they do take game number 1 in quite convincing style as well, and I want to properly apologize for saying that this game will be very close and hype and bloodbath, and I think Jesus should apologize for that as well, because he said the same thing. It wasn't. They tried. LGD tried, but at the end of the day, FE1W was just like, oh, this is the game we're playing, and yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, they put on a clinic for sure, and they did what they do best, which is if they're given any kind of space, any kind of breathing room by their opponents, they're going to double their net worth very quickly. This is what they excel at, and this game was no different. I do want to say, though, that I was wondering what LGD had in mind when they let through the Lone Druid. It's a hero that's banned in almost every game for a reason, and what approach they would take to it, and I just didn't see the clear vision this game, Brian.
Oddly enough, I agree. I don't think they did anything in particular to counter the Lone Druid, but I actually feel like the Centaur was the biggest problem. That's like another hero that's been very popular as of so far in the tournament, and both these heroes pose problems because LD Lone Druid has like very high innate HP with his ultimate plus his bear, and Centaur tends to go heart second item. And so what I was seeing this game was a severe lack of damage on the side of LGD.
Yeah, I thought that Terrorblade was supposed to be able to do most of it and should be comfortable with that.
Yeah, we saw a similar story with Team Liquid earlier when they played Drow. Like, you have a carry whose sole job in the game is to do damage, but for the first 15 to 20 minutes, that's not happening. Every carry in the game is just going to be farming a bit. And it's like easy in theory to say, yeah, just connect to the fights on TB. They need your damage in order to finish people off, but there's a Lone Druid split pushing. Even like Centaur pushes waves really aggressively in a game like this.
Yeah, and we couldn't really see what the TB could do because the fights were so hard to take. I mean, if we look at KJ's score, he had a really rough one on the Ringmaster. 1-17-4. For me, the story of this game, outside of how well 33 played, how farmed he was, and how much of the map that he took over, was how good 1W were at just picking off LGD's heroes. It felt like at a certain point in this game, they were getting pick-off after pick-off, finding the Ringmaster, finding the puck and gripping the puck, that there was never a situation where LGD could bring all 5 of their heroes and take these fights. We were often seeing them fight 1 hero down or 2 heroes down, and Terrorblade can't really do much in those situations.
No, he cannot. It was a bit sad. I feel like this was also a little bit of the response. I mean, we talked a lot about him before the game, and they went for the opening pick of the puck. But I felt like he was a little bit quiet in the game. And was that just because Earthshaker actually turned out to be a great answer against the puck?
I mean, I think every hero in the game of Dota has weaknesses for a reason, maybe other than Lone Druid. I think that when you have a hero like Puck picked early in the draft, you always have to consider, it's always been this way for Puck. Will we have damage problems? Puck will absolutely destroy people 40 minutes plus. Like, she does all the damage you'll ever need. But for the first 20 minutes, do we have damage problems? And so when you pick Lone Druid, and then you pick Centaur,
heroes that are not burstable, and now all of a sudden you have Earthshaker, who counter-initiates any combo that you have, and you have to kill them before the Echo Slam comes out. It's just a really high bill to pay, and I just don't... The thing is, not only did they pick Earthshaker to counter the puck, but they also enabled it with the Ancient stacks. They enabled it with playing around mid in the early game. They got that kill on Tai Lung like right when he got 6, when LGD was the one trying to make a move. So I feel like 1W covered every stage of the game through and through.
Yeah, and part of that was, as we already said, the not being able to kill any of 1W's heroes. In particular, the tanky one, the fat one, the offlaner, the Centaur, Brian. I believe you got something to show us.
Yeah, we were talking about like the disruptive nature of LGD and the way that they like to play. And to do that, you have to be able to make plays. As we pull up this first clip, we see there's 1 hero, 2 heroes, there's a 3rd hero coming in over there. But Puck, he's not here just yet. He's actually busy with Lone Druid over there in the triangle. And you're going to see this Centaur looks like he's going to go down, but he's narrowly going to escape. And you see Tai Lung, he barely connects late. The orb's barely going to miss. And that heart regen is going to kick in real quick. So let's try it again. I'm sure you're a little bit frustrated after that one. This time around, if you look, 1W's actually smoked behind 33 here, and they are going to take the bait. Masterfully done by 33 as BZM insta-blink Echo Slams for the counter initiation. This is like the punch. Like, yeah, you brought 33 down to half HP, but that's just something where you're never bursting these targets fast, and when you don't kill them, the punishment is immense.
You never want to be in a situation where you're going on a Centaur first anyway. Like in an ideal scenario, you're ignoring these Centaurs, these Abaddons, these Tides. These aren't the target, but 1W did a really great job of not really showing many heroes but the Centaur. And they showed us that yesterday too. They're just really good at playing the map, picking heroes off, and hiding heroes off the map too. Shaker was not showing on lane there and wasn't showing on lane for a lot of the game.
Yeah, when you think about like what it takes to play the way that 1W does, like the 33 mastermind of macro, the map and stuff, a lot of it is like point of contact, who they show, what information they give you. If you were to watch this game back as like somebody trying to learn Dota, what I would tell you to look for is, why is it that 1W is always able to find the supports, while LGD feels like they're only able to find Centaur? And a lot of this is the vision and information manipulation game that they're playing.
Mm-hmm. I'm taken back to yesterday when we saw 1W up against Virtus.pro, and they 2-0 that series. 1W is still undefeated, but Virtus.pro did do something very well. We felt that they, and correct me if I'm wrong, but their laning stage, both games, was pretty solid, and then 1W won the game. Is that something that we want LGD to focus on more? Is that where 1W might be potentially weak, Effie?
I think that's a really great point, and that's why I brought up the Lone Druid at the start of our talk, because while he wasn't the main story of the game, he messed up that draft real hard. Like when a first pick Lone Druid shows, you're changing the way that you're thinking about the game and what kind of heroes you want to pick. And oftentimes when LGD do well, it's off of Whisper being able to actually play for kills on his lane. And he wasn't really able to do that on his Beastmaster, because games could be really different if your offlane is winning and that mid, like that top tower is taken away from the enemies and you're suddenly able to invade their jungle and make moves. Different kind of Dota.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that they're always going on Centaurs, because Lone Druid is not a hero that ever shows himself either. So if you're like, the fact is, in that draft, one team opens with Lone Druid and the other team opens with Puck. It's very clear after watching it that Puck was addressed and Lone Druid was not. And I think when we look at the draft going into game 2, it was a fascinating approach that both teams kind of elected to just leave all the broken heroes in the game except for like Treant. And if that's going to be the case, I think both teams, LGD in this case, have to be equally prepared with an idea of, okay, if we're going to give you this one, that's how we're going to deal with it. It seems like Enigma is the only answer to Lone Druid in the lane, and 1W banned that out first. So I think, you know, we've seen Night Stalker get banned in order to enable Puck. The meta's constantly evolving, and I just feel like these top tier teams, meaning like the tier 1 probably have a chance of winning it teams like 1W, just seem like a step ahead.
Yeah, it's a rough one when you're because they literally traded Lone Druid for the Puck because they banned out the Night Stalker to protect the Puck, whereas they could have banned the Lone Druid and not have that trade happen to begin with. So hopefully also for LGD they can just chalk this up as, okay, you know what, we tried our versus Lone Druid plan. Learned a lot from it, hopefully. But Effie, I don't think they're going to do that again.
I would be very surprised if they did. I mean, that's one of those games where they clearly had an idea. They thought that Beastmaster could replicate a similar scenario to Enigma, where he's able to take that tower early, and maybe like you bring in your mid hero and it works. And they did make some really good moves early on, but it just didn't function in the same way. So an easy thing that most teams are doing is banning that Lone Druid. But I also have to mention that I think we might see a Centaur ban too. That was just a ridiculous performance.
I mean, you did say, Brian, that it was 33 that seemed to have pioneered that build. So he is the most comfortable on that.
Yeah, if there's one guy in the world that's going to build to be absolutely unkillable and then farm really aggressively in your face, that is going to be 33, and he just played it perfectly for us there. I just want to remind people, including myself here, that there are so many ways to lose a draft. And when you're kind of in uncharted territory when you're leaving all these heroes in that, once again, that most of the time doesn't happen. And so we're talking about the reasons that LGD lost, but there are like a million things they did correctly, but they missed like the 3 or 4 things that we're talking about. And when we're talking about like fixing the draft, I think they have much more hope than we've seen some of these other teams have after losing game 1. But at the same time, it's like maybe you just go back to the comfort zone of ban the most broken heroes in the game and put yourself in a more familiar spot.
Yeah, we're going to find out if they can do that. But first, we are going to check in with Chris, who is at the Apex stage.
Well, I've made my way down to the lively Gadia City grid. I'm here with Lauren once again, just checking in what's happening on Apex. Things are starting to heat up here. We're losing some teams and some really important teams of the club championship.
Absolutely. I mean, right now we are moments away from closing out our group stage, and closing out the group stage means a lot. On the top side of things, there are some positives, okay? We do have the likes of Elite Esports, Team Liquid, S8UL, and Falcons pretty much already guaranteeing themselves all the way through to our match point finals on Saturday. However, like you said, on the flip side of things, down there at the bottom, we're currently about to eliminate 6 teams. And out of those 6 teams, Aurora Gaming is one of them. So kind of a big surprise. They were very highly expected to do well in this tournament, so kind of a shock.
That's the beauty of BR, right? I mean, sometimes you can get these kind of moments, but that's happened so quickly through here in Apex. In comparison with Dota, we're still just moseying on through the group stages, but yeah, happening very, very fast for some of the big teams.
Absolutely, and it's only going to get even more difficult as we head into the survival stage tomorrow for the teams itself to battle their way through to the finals. 10 matches in a row that they'll have to make their way through. It's not about to get any easier.
Oh, wow. High stakes over here at Apex, though. So that's your update on the club championship. Things starting to heat up a little bit.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Do you believe you can go out of the meta or create some twists maybe? Or maybe not change it completely, but change it like a bit?
Maybe I can, because if I find new heroes on the offlane, so I'm trying my best to find the new heroes, but usually they
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We're all hoping that new heroes are found every day because that spices things up every now and then. At the moment, though, we already have a very broad hero pool picked here at this EWC for Dota 2, and I'm expecting that to still even be a bigger pool later down the line. We're focusing our attention on game number 2 coming your way. It is LGD and 1W. It is 1W in this group of death that is undefeated as of yet. LGD, they were 3-1 before this. Now they're 3-2 because they lost that first game. But I'm sure they're looking to tie this series. They need to change things up. It can be as simple as this time around, why not just ban the Lone Druid? One way or another, Brian, I think we're going to have a completely different style of game on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think LGD is going to probably ban out the Lone Druid, and then we're kind of back to square one of the meta. Like, what is the rock, paper, scissors? That might even mean that the Night Stalker stays in the pool, which means Puck doesn't get picked. There is quite the domino effect that happens when just one ban like that changes. So I hope we see something very different, because I like that LGD was trying it, but at the same time, if you're leaving a hero in that will get picked every single time and you don't have a very, very clear-cut plan on how to beat it, then that leaves me a bit skeptical.
It's always a good sign when teams try to beat the meta heroes instead of just defaulting to banning them out, and they've had ideas that have worked before, but it does seem like Enigma was a big part of it too. So I wouldn't mind them moving away from it. We do see the Centaur ban here too, which was pretty expected. I think they had decent answers to it, but it still was not enough. A hero I'm curious about though is the Bane. I think that the Bane did a lot for 1W in that last game, and if it's the kind of support hero that maybe LGD could look to steal for themselves.
I'm always a bit weary of picking Bane against 33, just because it does struggle a lot against Lycan and the other summons guys. So if you're going to pick Bane, just be careful. That's all. I think it's very strong and it's worth considering taking.
See, this is what I was expecting when we are coming into the tournament altogether. Just a couple of bans, Lone Druid, of course, banned, but the Drow Ranger as the opening pick. We've seen it here or there, but it felt like this was the meta before we saw the current meta, and it kind of fell off. We haven't seen her picked overall first that frequently, Effin.
Yeah, because she's usually banned.
Yeah, or ignored for another one.
That's very true. And I'm really curious what 1W have prepared against Drow, because I feel like Drow is a hero you could just pick things like Spectre against. And if you have a melee hero that you're thinking about drafting, suddenly you see the dynamic of maybe the Invoker coming out. Because typically you don't really pick Invoker with ranged carries like you mentioned, Brian. So to me, this says they might go for something like a Kaz, a Spectre, and Spectre gets banned out.
Yeah, eyes on Alchemist as well. I would be surprised if Kaz gets banned here. I mean, I'll just talk about Invoker as a response to Drow real quick. Obviously they're two completely different roles, but I do feel like every role in the game every hero in the game, has a general role that counters them, and a lot of the counters for Invoker are actually carries. Like, if you think of Invoker versus, like, Lifestealer or, like, Faceless Void, it just can really make your game a lot less impactful. Invoker loves the ranged heroes that just stand still. You're like, I'm going to Tornado you, I'm going to Meteor you. The only way that ranged heroes can generally deal with this is using a Hurricane Pike, and oftentimes you don't want to go for that early. Like, a lot of these range carries like Drow, they want to go the Mantas, and they want to go potentially Ags or Shadowblade, and Invoker feasts on this type of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for like a Shadow Shaman or a Lion or some really reliable stun setup in the laning stage that makes Sun striking these side lanes very reliable. That's something that I think 1W does better than any other team.
And adding to what you said, BKB as well, right? Like, the one feature of Invoker is if you're playing against them, you have to buy BKBs. It's just what the hero does. And Drow is a hero that does not really want to buy that item. She oftentimes does, but in an ideal world, you don't do it. And Bane does come back for 1W. There was no addressing of it, which I'm a little bit surprised about, because they had this Ringmaster ideas. Okay, they're gonna Bane, we know they're gonna Bane. We're gonna pre-pick Ringmaster, and that's our counter. But their counter didn't work.
It didn't work big time.
Big time. So what is your other solution for Bane? Because something 1W does better than any other team here is play the map, create situations for pickoffs, and then take fights with one hero down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking... Obviously, they have a more in-depth understanding of Dota than I do, so when you ask these questions, I'm like, if I knew how to beat them, I'd be out there on the stage. I don't really know... Like, when I think about what 1W poses the problem with this draft right now, is you're already seeing a potentially very strong safe lane. Beastmaster and all the summons heroes do cause issues for Bane individually in the lane, so a lot of times you'll need a carry like Lone Druid that's banned out, but in this case for Beastmaster, like a Gyrocopter, or like, I know Dusa never gets picked, but you want a carry that's specifically good against Beastmaster. This does require you to do that. But now you're thinking like, okay, Bane might be freed up to go mid. Invoker's a mid that often will win the 1v1, so you need to bring multiple supports to the mid lane, but then your off lane's under duress because it's against Bane. And then you also probably need to help your Drow. Like, I don't know, like for me, I'm always thinking they're gonna spread you thin, and I don't know how to solve this problem.
Is Omni Knight or Undying, are they off the table as kind of fixes for Bane? Are those heroes just not as reliable, do you think?
I think I like the Clockwork a little bit more here, just because, yes, Bane is a concern, but you also need something that jumps Invoker. You need a backline disruptor, because if you don't get that, then even if you're getting saved, you're just going to get pelted by a bunch of rounds of spells anyways. So I think Clockwork's, rather than just being a strict save, he is a generally decent Fiend's Grip canceller, and he's also, you know, going to be somewhat catch at the same time. And here comes the Lycan from 33. Relatively predictable against the Drow. One of the best ways to deal with these ranged carries that often don't have any sort of AoE clear. Drow can go Ags, which in theory is nice and all, but it doesn't... It's like, yes, it does deal with summons to some degree, but also a big part of the Ags is the slow, and that doesn't do anything to Lycan specifically.
And the Hoodwink coming out for Ahri for them as well, so that will be their offlane. That will lane against the Drow Ranger and the Clockwork. Most likely. There's still mini chance that Theolacor will take that Clockwork and we'll get a different 5, but I'm assuming right now we're first gonna be seeing which hero Tai Long will play. He already knows he's going up against an Invoker, and this is their 18th pick. What lanes well into an Invoker? And is it Batrider? Well, hear me out. Tai Long is a master of a Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's probably Beastmaster mid at this point with the Batrider pick. What do you think,
and the
Mira?
Whisper Bat, signature hero.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Whisper Batrider. And what I like about this potential for an offlane Batrider is you think about heroes that want to combo with Invoker from the carry role. They're going to be the melee types, you know, the faceless voids, the stunners. And Batrider's a hero that can really punish these melee carries early on.
Yeah, it's true. Also, a lot of Batrider's bad matchups get solved by like Drow and Beastmaster as well. Like a lot of the mobile guys that can kind of kite Batrider around get silenced and bursted by Beastmaster. So it does make Pure's pick a little bit more difficult, but at the same time, you know, the only thing I'm thinking difficult here is, okay, I don't know what exactly I'm leaning against. Like, theoretically, this could be Beast 3 and Bat 4, but, you know, you'll know that information by the time that you pick your hero. I want to mention with the Bane, you're also getting reliable Sunstrike setup, so whatever happens top lane, you have that global factor of, okay, we have effectively 200 less health whenever we take trades on the side of LGD. So I do think that makes Pure's life a little bit easier. But I like the Batrider specifically for LGD. Fits their playstyle really well. If it ends up being the offlane Bat for Whisper, I'd be curious if he goes like the Boots of Endurance, or sorry, Boots of Bearing plus like a Crimson or something like this. Like, they don't really have the best way to deal with Lycan summons right now.
Yeah, Batrider's itemization has gotten really wonky since all of his nerfs, where it used to feel like offlane Batrider always had a path into the game with the Boots of Bearing, but nowadays it just doesn't feel like enough. There are a lot of ways you can itemize this hero, but ideally, you're picking it to crush the lane. Like, I hope that if there's a scenario where a Bat Rider or counter is picked, that they're still willing to play it as a support.
Well, we got that Omni Knight banned out that you mentioned earlier, Effie, together with the Winter Wyvern, and it is up to LGD to go for their last pick first. And I just want to take a second look at the bonus time both teams still have available. In this draft, 1W did not use a single second of bonus time. I'm actually quite surprised.
They came prepared.
Yeah, and would that not make you worried? If you're LGD, you're like, nothing we do gives you pause?
No, there will be a pause, Shiver, at the beginning of the game for 33 to fix the lights.
There wasn't previous. We saw 5-man-5 brawl.
Yeah, that's true. Most of the pick, we were already talking about the Bane threat. You know about the Lycan threat the minute Drought comes out. I think that, honestly, 1W's gotten everything that they've wanted out of this draft, and it's like, I don't know, it's just this sinking feeling I'm getting watching this is, for a team of LGD's caliber, I also feel like their Enchantress is interesting. The enchant of the wolf in the lane can maybe give them a little bit of the oomph that they needed to win the trades, because oftentimes as a 5 you're dealing with the 4 plus 2 wolves.
But does that mean you want Enchantress as the 5?
Yeah, 100%. I want the Enchantress there. I wouldn't see any other reason to pick it. What do you think, Mira?
I agree with you for sure. And oftentimes when you look at Enchantress, the way that I perceive this hero is that what can she do for her mid laner more than what she can do for her carry? And obviously you need her to give Yuma the best start that he can have, but she's kind of something that needs to go mid. Take Invoker's Tower, kick him out early, come with like a Centaur and gank him, anything. Because if you're not getting a successful mid rotation out of Enchantress, I don't think she gives enough versus the heroes on 1W. Like, she's not really... The Dispel that you get from Enchantress isn't really good for anything except dispelling like an Alacrity or something right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm wondering if we ever get a Faceless Void. If there were ever a Faceless Void game...
You think this is it? No, it's a Kez.
It's Kez. I was trying to think outside the box, but we went right back in there and picked Kez.
You already mentioned Kez because you figured they should, LGD should have banned this out in the second ban phase. They did not. Kez is in the pool. Is it still then a good Kez game?
Well, yeah, Mira mentioned earlier, like, when you have the ranged mid, you know, you want that melee playmaker, and that was why Kez came into the conversation. And so I think the mistake we saw from Vici yesterday was picking a ranged carry and a ranged mid, neither with stuns, and I think that these teams like 1W don't make that mistake. So they've got, like Lycan and Invoker, they're pretty greedy at the end of the day. Like, they'll come online hard when they get there, but having a carry that's going to put pressure on the offlaner, that's going to take part in these early skirmishes with like an early Mage Slayer, it just rounds off their draft quite well.
Yeah, there's definitely like the fear of taking it to late game in a slower game versus 1W. They've shown us time and time again they're the best team at slowing it down and playing the macro game. But something LGD has this game that they didn't have last game is the ability to outskirmish in those first 15 minutes, whereas they were uneven in that last game. But we know this Enchantress is moving mid, we know this Beastmaster is going to hit an early timing, and while Lycan does counter Drow in a big picture, she still has a good lane against him. So I hope that they can just use this, South American magic, keep running at them while they can, and not give them that space to do the 1W and out-networth you.
It sounds like 1W is in a somewhat of a similar situation as what we saw from them yesterday, where they did have, once the timing was there, very strong timing, very scary. But before that, that is LGD's time to shine and LGD's time to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it reminds me actually of the P-Vision draft yesterday with Lifestealer, where at like 15 minutes, it's not going to be specifically 15, but at that game, that lineup came on all at the same time and ran them over. I think if this game's like stable and even by 20 minutes, then that's what's going to happen to LGD. So that's kind of their time window to, okay, let's get that 3K lead. Let's make it difficult for 1W to play that map game that they like to play. They're going to have the Boots of Travel Invoker, Lycan Summons pushing lanes, Kez playing off map and hunting you with the Bane. If you're playing at that stage an even game, you're going to operate with no information. All of the heroes on the side of LGD have to be literally on the creep wave in order to clear it. They're very susceptible to these ganks. That's the point where I'm concerned, if that gets there.
We got a couple of signature player-hero combinations in this matchup. The first that I want to talk a little bit about, as we are having a little bit of a tech pause, is the Beastmaster on Tai Lung. There was, of course, earlier this year, there was a Beastmaster patch, and I know Tai Lung is only 17 and he's only been in the professional scene for so long, so how can he already have a signature hero? It's because the way he played this Beastmaster. Super excited to see him playing that again. How does it lane into Invoker? Is it quite okay? He's gonna get his levels?
For sure. I mean, that's the great lane for Beastmaster. Invoker is a hero that, like Brian mentioned, he needs to ramp up. He needs that time. He kind of gets his net worth lead from those Sunstrike kills on the side lanes, but Beastmaster has this point of the game where he's just tankier, he's outlast hitting him, and can get his tower.
Awesome. We're going to see if he can deliver in this second game between LGD and 1W with some spam. And guess who?
Thank you, Shiva, very much. LGD versus 1Dubs. We got game number 2 underway. I actually really like LGD's draft, I'm not going to lie.
Okay, tell me why.
It's cool.
Okay, any real rationale or just what's cool?
I just like the old combo of Beastmaster Drow on the same team.
Okay.
Feels like they push really fast. You
Okay,
got,
fair.
I mean, you have Whisper on Batrider, one of his specialty here. This guy's a complete
now that's a
beast.
good reason. Yep.
I just like not even looking at the enemy lineup. I just like their 5 together.
Okay, honestly, I think that's kind of fair. And also with the man you have on your screen right now, you know, they talked about Tai Lung before for the correct reasons. His Beastmaster is legit as hell. Of course, they did give up the Bezium Invoker, which is, that's his Sigi. But Beastmaster can take it to town on Invoker in the mid lane. You absolutely dumpster this guy in the lane. Invoker has no ways of clearing out the boards. You can outlast hit him. They also talk about what Ench loves doing is collapsing on the mid lane. So that's absolutely what I want to see them do, because other than that, 1W have really good scale. Kez, Lycan together are very strong. We talked about it yesterday. This is, I think, currently the best hero you can wolfbite later in the game. And trust me, you don't want to play against that. Yeah. You die in half a second.
Yep, I can see it.
Yep, and you might.
See how fast 33 wants to itemize for something like that. I mean, is that... You go Helm of the Overlord, and then what?
Nah, it's going to be Helm of Overlord, and then you always go AC. First of all, AC is way too good against the Radiant draft. It's also very good with your own draft. Then you can look if you want, like... I think a BKB, but I don't think that's that good. So it could be like a third item for him in this game. But look, so Whiteman already got a Wolf kill, I think, early in the mid lane. And he de-warded an Observer Ward just now, which means a little bit of an advantage there when it comes to the early XP. This is very interesting. Starting Ahri in the mid lane just to like clear out the double boar timing. Super cool play.
Yeah, he gets rid of one of the boars.
Yeah, and most importantly, they got rid of the one that was freshly summoned, which means this one is timing out. So actually the worst timing of the entire lane. They kind of skipped by doing that. That's ultra cool.
You see the kind of ramifications they had. I mean, they did have to share some XP. I'm not sure if that matters that much, but...
Not as much. I want to see how long Ahri lingers around, though. I don't think he should stay for too long. Looks like he is making his way down bottom now. But yeah, you talked about the Whisper Batrider. Absolutely one of his ultra signatures.
Pure. Is he dead here? Sunstrike's going to hit Viola Corp. Pure going to try to turn this around as the first blood goes the other way onto Whitemon instead on the Bane.
Man, that was such good pressure. If that just didn't turn out to be a kill, like it would have been so nice for LGD and Whitemon level 2 with the early Observer he killed.
Whisper.
He's got a Fairy Fire.
Okay, Whisper. Who's winning this? Flamebreak is there, and he goes down to Whitemon. A double kill for the Bane. I thought there was something I didn't know. Like, what is he going to do? He's going to pull something. No,
yeah.
He just died.
No, he just dies. Yesterday, Whitemon had a triple kill to start the game. Now he has a double kill and an Observer Ward kill straight up to start.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, there's a reason that this guy is considered one of the GOATs. He's top net worth right now for his team.
Okay, well, Bane can do a lot with that, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely a good start. He's level 2.5 at the moment.
Which is pretty nice. Of course, 33 doing 33 shenanigans, pulling creeps in front of his tier 3 tower. But to go back to the draft, I did like the Ench pick quite a lot. It's a cool answer to the Lycan in the lane. Of course, you can always take over one Wolf. You're also one of the few supports that you don't really just get destroyed by a Lycan, as most supports just suffer from that. Also, nice little courier kill.
33 did not communicate to his team.
No.
There's an Enchantress there.
He's about to get a CS, okay? That's what the brain power is focused on.
That's true, and the lights.
Of course.
Let's see what Whitemon can do with this little level advantage here. Whisper. I mean, the thing about Whisper on Batrider, I don't know if I've seen him get shut down before. So even when he initially doesn't have a good start, he somehow finds his way back in the game. He somehow finds incredible impact.
It's definitely rare for him to get shut down. I do think Whisper occasionally has some off games, but his Batrider is very good. And
he's off every game, off lane.
Oh yeah, very good one.
Sorry about that.
I think Cinnamon would not laugh at that joke, so I won't either. I'll make him proud. But no, it's also a very good Batrider lane in general. So even with the death, he'll be a-okay. Who hit first blood?
Bane Elemental.
Okay. Took you a while. It was only one guy who got the kills. Okay, Brain Sap.
Yeah, speaking of Brain Sap, Pure. Okay, we're going to see the Flame Break on the Whitemon, burning to a crisp. Whisper wants the kill. He'll get it. It will cost him his life. Cog's very close to saving his teammate, actually. And Pure going to be pretty happy with this exchange overall.
It's definitely
level 4 here.
Yeah, it is one of the problems in the top lane. Like when you go up against this Kez, you just have magic wands, so many charges, he can always stay on top of you. But you can see what happens in the mid lane. Tai Long already has 11 denies. That's Pure. It's going to take it a little bit here to steal the core.
22 and 11 versus 11 and 2.
And that was with him starting the first wave with 0 boars because Ari started there.
Yeah.
And this is amazing. This is, first of all, the matchup should pretty much go like this. And it also means that it is very easy to play through this hero. You can go here like 1-inch rotation. You can easily threaten the tower with the level minute 5 siege creep.
And let's talk about the BZM Invoker, obviously one of his signature, like you said.
Absolutely his best hero.
And what kind of combos can we look forward to this game? Because
that one.
Sunstrike, okay, there we go. Right on cue. Whitemon will finish the job. I mean, they don't really have that much CC, though, if you look at it.
It's both.
It's Bane, and that's kind of it.
It's both the subs. You can definitely do it with Bushwhack if you like communicate, or like you ping the tree, because obviously you don't know exactly where you're dragging him to. There's also like when you have Lycan, like Dominator creep, you can like pick up a Centaur. So there's some random ones. And then honestly, this guy is so good, at some point you don't need a setup. Obviously it helps if you have it.
Yeah.
But he will hit the ones that you wouldn't expect him to.
As we have a little gank here from the Mud Golems. Ari's going to help out as BZM will take the heavy damage. He'll be rocketed as well. Tai Long trying to create as much space as possible to do some heavy damage to this tier 1.
Yeah, they're being ultra aggressive, but also perhaps a little bit early. I think you kind of want to time this with your level 5 siege creep and also make sure that both your cores are doing well in the side lane. Because look what happens.
There's the setup with the Nightmare again as Whisper is going to take an Echo Slash and another death to his name. So 3 already at 5.5. This was a caster curse if I've ever seen one. BZM though, going to get some help from Ari as the Cog's not going to fully hit, so BZM does survive. But still a lot of pressure in this mid lane.
Well, definitely good pressure. The thing is, though, they did pay with Whisper's life up top, and 33 is getting to recover down bottom. So I do like that you're putting your supports into the mid lane, but perhaps not the ultimate best timing. But let's see what they can make use of it here, with the 5-minute siege.
What is this? 33 is always on some random side of the map. Anytime he's not given any kind of a lane, he'll make his own.
Yep. I mean, Yuma has an incredible game, and he's TPing to shut down 33 here.
Ends up canceling, but Yuma will force him out.
This is why it matters a lot. First of all, nice block by KJ, but you need to pay attention to like the guy that you're looking at. Like basically 33 was paying full attention to Yuma the moment he stopped showing. He TPs out, but yeah, minute 6 tower gone. Very textbook and nice early game here from LGD with the Beast and Eng combo.
But they have been getting killed a lot.
True.
Which isn't really being shown in the net worth at the moment.
Oh, absolutely not. And
I mean, this is one part of the game I think will change eventually, is the impact of how much you get from getting hero kills versus just sitting and farming. I think it's, over the last year, it's been a little bit too skewed towards farming.
It's also here LGD need to be talking, because you need to understand this Wisdom Shrine is yours, the aggressive one. Maybe you can TP a couple heroes up top to then like kind of do both at the same time. Tai Long is now here.
Oh, Whitemon.
But it is a Bane.
Yeah, one of the best heroes for stealing these Wisdom Shrines. Are going to get a roar onto Keds though, and that is a bigger kill than taking the Wisdom Shrine, I would think. Gets off the Nightmare, will TP out.
Honestly, that was nicely done.
And KJ takes the other shrine.
They also got the bot tier 1. Honestly, these guys are having some really good movement right now in this early game. I'm very much liking it. You also gotta remember, like 33 was pulling this entire family around for 2 minutes. Now you have a double wave here with the siege creep. So that's a tier 1, 2 tier 1s gone at minute 7.
Yeah, some nice damage on the tier 2 as well. Whitemon showing himself. Level 4 right now.
Yeah, tier 2 glyph. Alright, Sunstrike.
Nightmare back in. No Sunstrike to come until, unfortunately, Theolacor read the situation.
He sure did. I mean, look at OneDub's heroes. Like, 33 is farming his own jungle. Up BZM, hello, Meteor.
Yeah, Meatball will finish KJ off. So good forcing rotations here. So 1W as we get to the 8-minute portion of the game. Hasterun top, so Tailong will be able to bottle that. Has the Helm of Dom coming out soon.
That's very nice to get a Hasterun on B, so you don't really like buying boots quite early on, as you can see, of course. It's about to have his Dominator complete. I also saw Yuma, you know, scribble on the mini-map around the top area, so very likely that he wants to go through the gate soon, maybe clear up the last tier 1 of the game here.
Is Beastmaster not buying Ags in the mid lane anymore?
You kind of want to still, I think, when you play it from,
you do
from
both.
mid. Yeah, like,
oh, interesting.
I've seen both worlds where you go like Overlord and then later you go for the Aghanims, but you kind of need to turn, I would say, into one of the cores still, unless you want to all in on like an early timing. Then you can also go like some drums, Blink, AC, and play around that. Going for some aggressive D-warding here by KJ. I like that. I mean, you can see 1W's warding. Like, this was this high ground here, then their own high ground in the triangle, because they understand all this aggressive movement that will be coming out.
How strong is Drow right now? Because at the beginning of this tournament, everybody's thinking it's the best hero in the game, essentially.
I would say she is an S-tier carry. She might be the highest on my list with Lone Druid. As why did you curse him?
Yeah, good job. Whitemon getting another kill, as this time it is Yuma taking the death, as Pure on the other side. So both carries going to be traded across the map.
Good turn kill here, for sure, by LGD. So nicely done by Tailong to immediately spawn the boar. Otherwise, you'd be greeted with a little nightmare from Whitemon. It's very, like, if LGD can hold their own tier 1 towers, it is infinitely more useful and more important than taking the last tier 1 of 1W. If you can just keep their map small by holding your own tier 1s, it is so good for them.
33 with a shapeshift just to run away. So what kind of power spikes should we look forward to for 1W?
Honestly, I think they're going to have to, similar to last game, I think you're just going to keep farming with a lot of your heroes. I mean, you have Invoker who's going to farm Meteor Hammer, who is currently in trouble.
Yep, Yuma gets Tornado, but he's going to turn this around onto BZM with the help of Theolacore. Good Ice Wall slowing him down a bit. Gets cogged up. We'll be able to get out, but
that's actually enough, huh?
No mana to speak of.
Yeah, I would say for 1W, it's more about overall map play and splitting up LGD. Like, you have Invoker who's super greedy, Lycan as well. And without a good early game, like, this hero doesn't really do that much. And sure, Pure, maybe he can get a Mage Slayer, but it's all gonna be up to Whitemon and Ahri to help them in this early game and keep them in it.
It's already a 3k lead here for LGD, as they're gonna take some stacks as well. This feels like something 1W are gonna need to do something about. Ahri aware of it, Whitemon as well.
It's honestly
they're
very
outnumbered.
difficult. I mean, these creeps alone are like about as strong as at least one of the supports.
Tailong gonna force them back with the threat of the roar, and just like that, these creeps are gonna be mostly going the way of LGD. Ahri and Cup, they do leech a little bit of XP, but the gold is really what you get these for.
I mean, honestly, what matters for 1W is just that their cores get to keep farming. So if you have to give up your Ancients to, like, basically give your other 3 core space on the map, I think that's fine. Right now, I do feel like Pure is getting away with a little bit too much. Of course, they did take away the Ancients, but he got to push in the entire lane, which now means he can just farm his way backwards very nicely. So I want to see where LGD take it next here.
Grip. BZM gets the Meteor, and they get the Sharpshooter as well. KJ, I don't think he's going to die 17 times this game.
Oh, that's it. I think near impossible.
Echo Slash on the Tailong. We'll be able to walk away here.
Definitely a bit of pressure that was dropped there. But of course, Tailong and Yuma still with absolutely incredible games.
Yeah, Yuma is going to be going, so he has Yasha and then straight into Ags after.
I do like that build. I think especially with you having like a good early game, you always need Falcon Blade, and I think then one of your next items should be either a Yasha or a Dragonlance, and then you can kind of decide. I do think there's a ward where you can go Specialist Array, but it is very, very greedy. So I do like that he goes the Ags next. There's lots of summons to deal with that you can splash off of later with your multi-shot. Definitely would like them to keep up the pressure here, and looks like they are trying to do so with a smoke.
Under this tower, Theolikor tries to go for a hook shot, missing the mark, and Whitemont, he's spotted, will get roared. Should be the death of him.
Yeah, I guess if they only lose him, then they won't mind too much. Of course, LGD are also okay with it. But let's just see how the map play does continue, because we have to think about it. Like 1W, you are always going to have double Forge Bird around on the map. You're going to have at least 2 Wolves and always 1 Helm of the Dominator creep, which currently 33's creep is just continuously cutting the bottom side of the map over and over and over again. Mr. Tomato Man will have to give up soon.
You can see the difference in farm right now between the 2 off lanes. Not that big of a difference, about 500, and that's pretty crazy considering 33 wasn't even in lane.
Yeah.
As Pure is going to have to use Raptor Dance to get most of the damage done here, but does have to be a bit careful.
Going for their own smoke, they're accepting to potentially give up the Wisdom Shrine, but this would be a huge kill.
Grip opens things up with the Meteor to follow and the Meteor Hammer as well. 33's like, I won't even right-click. No point. As Tai Lung's Centaur just stunned.
These are big kills right now. And of course, LGD are happy with the game, right? You have a 3k gold lead, but I do think there is a world at the moment where you can continuously pressure, maybe even take a tier 2. I don't really know what 1W would do if you're aggressively forcing.
Oh, okay. Pure not going to get hit by it. That would have been the death of him.
These are expensive.
They're going to turn this around. Ice Wall with the Sharpshooter as well. Pure not going to fall here. Meteor Hammer was going to miss as KJ does have the heals up, and of course the Untouchable making him incredibly annoying to kill.
Can count themselves lucky that they lose only 1 hero there.
And the first
33,
yeah,
he's
Whisper,
dead.
Okay. 33 gets run down. Very, very slow young man.
Okay, that's a good entry to the game here for Whisper. It also gives him his Blink Dagger, which it should vastly change how the game can be played now. So it's not only going to be on Theolikor to try and get the map play going and some pickoffs.
He is the highest level by a pretty large margin in the game. So he fed early, and he's come back with a vengeance. As KJ is going to get Raptor Dance into death, but the Primal Roar is really what Tai Lung was counting on towards Pure. And they get the more valuable kill of the 2.
That was definitely very, very worth it. As Tai Lung gets to show off his Helm of the Overlord. 4k lead now. Good Ice Wall into the Meteor Hammer.
And Black Dragon will fall.
It is a lot of gold. Cannot underestimate it. Still sitting at a 3k lead though, so LGD are very, very happy.
All right, Whisper, let's see it. Going for the gank on to that creep from 33. Just dodging the gank himself very narrowly. He doesn't have very good posture, you can tell. That looks very uncomfortable. He probably has very tight shoulders.
He's been, just like you.
I would know a thing about that.
Hard. But he's been playing like this for years. This is how he gets in the zone.
Guess it's my shot.
Tai Lung, top net worth in the game right now, having himself a free one for the most part, which is creating a lot of space for Yuma.
Yeah, I also think he will keep it that way as they find Ahri.
Very nice.
Absolutely a freebie here.
So Whisper, I think he was 0-2 to start, if I'm not mistaken. 4-3 now.
Nice, been having a lot of space, making use of it right now.
And with those drums, with these creeps, gonna force out the fortification on this tier 2. Yuma making an early push for himself. Dragonlance in tow.
Should be a tier 2 gone, especially with the Ancient Creep helping him out.
He does have grip. Gonna start out with the Nightmare, back away. Yuma looking for the catch, but he's already ran away. They will get the tier 2, so 17-minute tier 2 tower, not too shabby at all.
So there's a lot of little things that happen. All of this was very good for LGD, but also look at their gold lead. It is only 2k, and Whitemont got off a very good ward before he TP'd back earlier in the enemy triangle, so they know that Tai Lung TP'd back all the way here, currently smoking up because they know they had to split.
Now the shapeshift and the grip. That's going to be enough to take out the Ench. Meanwhile, Kez in a lot of trouble. He's going to get hook shot with Gusset to start things out. He has no play at all. Just stun locked into a silence. So another big death for Pure. BZM under the cover of his shroud. We'll be backing away as a 2K lead still remains for LGD.
Yeah, Pure was talking about doing some tricks yesterday when he was like overplaying. I think in this game he's found himself in a similar scenario a few times. Rocking up 4 deaths at the moment. Still playing on his aggressive ward from earlier.
Now they're gonna run right into Tai Lung. He's gonna get bushwhacked with the Sunstrike to follow. Lasso comes out though, and they're gonna turn this around to BZM. Gets a deafening blast. It's not enough to kill off Whisper, so the LGD coming out on top of another fight here. They get the support on top of it. Double kill for Whisper, and I mean, we called it. It feels like every game when you give this this young man the Bat Rider, he just goes ham.
It was also clutch. If he wasn't in time there with the Blink Lasso, with that Meteor Hammer connecting, Thailand would absolutely have gone down.
Yeah.
So, LGD.
All right, I like this.
Gonna go for a Roche. I want to see where Yuma takes this here. I guess he already has 1 item, so he did go for the Manta. I'm okay with that. Do think there's an aggressive route with an earlier Aghanim, but he's playing it semi-safe with the Manta into the Pike. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Theolacor creating some good space here. Yuma gets off the Gust and Whisper nearby. That's the death of BZM. They're racking up these very valuable kills. I mean, they were down close to 10 kills at one point. Now have come back with a vengeance. Still only 3K lead though.
Yeah, I mean, 1W have always been very, very good at this. I think they're still able to take a Roche. Should be like fast enough. I don't really see 1W doing too much about this, so they're just gonna keep vacuuming up the whole map, get everything that they do need and want themselves.
And Whisper finds himself a little solo. Whitemon burned to a crisp again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So yeah, will be the first Roche of the game. Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark. Good attempt though. And Yuma rewarded with the first Aegis here.
Okay, so let's see. The thing that LGD definitely want to keep up is continuing to pick off the important heroes, which absolutely are the 3 cores. Like if Whitemon and Ahri are going to take some deaths to their name, it won't really matter all that much. But it seems like for now they're just going textbook style. Tier 2, and to take the outpost, you get the Roche, you're going to get the Tormentor. But 1W, of course, they're going to know this, so they will make some of their own moves. Hard catch though on the Bat Rider. 550 movement speed.
While this is happening, Tormentor for LGD. Sunstrike very close again. Man, BZM.
He's on the
close calls.
This guy knows his Invoker.
KJ will get his shard, so we're going to get to see some Sproink action.
Always like that one. Sadly, it's been nerfed so many times.
Used to be the Ags, though, right?
That was very long ago, but yeah, it used to.
Hook shot. Whitemon. Another easy pick off for LGD. Starting to gain some momentum.
It's definitely all them. Like, they have all the control on this map. You still just see 1W. What they want to play for is continuously get net worth, try to split them up, and then look for their own pickoffs. But LGD, for now, not giving them any chance. And honestly, I do like if they just look for a force. Like, even if you end up hitting the tier 3 for a bit, forcing some heroes back. Definitely wouldn't hate it. We've seen a lot of gems picked up this early on. Like a 21-minute gem right now that's coming out from Theolacor. I like it a lot.
Oh, poor Farvon the Dreamer. Actually will survive just barely.
Don't feed that shit. Bring him back. Very
now
nice.
BKB for Tai Lung, so items starting to come in pretty fast and furious.
I think he's a happy boy. Wouldn't mind if he either goes for like maybe a Blink next on the Beast as well. Like at this point, when you think about it, 1W are never really interested in 5-on-5ing you. So you have 2 routes of itemizing. You either itemize A, items that allow you to go high ground and just end and force, or B, you need items that help you play the map because you know they're gonna just jerk you around. So Gem is a good start. Secondary now, movement speed. Any items that help you catch them is amazing.
Dire's middle tower is under
BZM looking for an opening, shadowing Pure at the moment. This is while another tower will fall. And Zuma not scared.
tower has fallen.
And that's all the tier 2s actually.
Yeah, but I do want to see where LGD take this because killing these last tier 2s, honestly, it doesn't really change the game. If 1W keep getting the space on the map, they're quite happy.
Well, they'd love to burn this Aegis. Still 2.5 minutes to go.
What would matter more right now for LGD is getting kills on the course or threatening the high ground at some point if they find a good way to reach it nicely. Because you can tell that 1W are just trying to be pesky rats by cutting some waves here, pulling some waves on the other side.
Farvon gonna lead the charge here on the tier 3, but Bushwhack Sunstrike not there, not mattering though. It's considerable damage to this tier 3.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to respond at some point.
Can't we heal up Yuma? Like bring some edge, you know, give him some nature's attendance, heal my boy up. Seems like they don't really care. Just hitting up this tier 3 tower with 600 HP.
And for 1W, are they waiting for something specific before they're ready to fight, or?
Honestly, they are happy with every time that they're given. But 33, he's closing in on an AC, not too far away, as Whisper. He's eyeing a bigger
He's got
prize.
the blink, lasso onto Kez. Pure gets hookshot and gusted, dead to rights yet again. Buys the BKB after death, and now Whitemon will be the secondary. Will be burned down by Whisper. He's on a wicked 6 streak now.
Very good plays by them. Looks like KJ found himself somewhere else in the meantime. Nice force off the shapeshift here by Tai Long onto 33.
And 33.
His birds are going half.
Considerably. Axes come out, not enough. Oh, and the rocket.
Who's old? He'll be fast enough.
He has Assault Cuirass now.
Yeah. It's
and
kind of
will
crazy.
be Ags next, so we're going to get to see that.
It is crazy that it's only a 2k lead, because it is all LGD throughout the, honestly, the last 15 to 16 minutes.
If you ask them how much they think they're up by, what do you think they'd say? I don't think they'd say 3k.
I think they would say 5 or 6, but not more.
Yeah.
Because I think they can tell that the 1W, while they're owning them, they have been getting away with some things on the map as well. Like, I'm not going to lie, I think the AC is a huge power spike. And I don't really see 1W wanting to fight until... Like, if they're allowed to farm without needing to go back to the high ground to fight, they will be okay with it.
Well, no power spike coming for BZM quite yet, but 33, you talked about the AC, and Pure, he has BKB.
Nice ward on the high ground here.
Ready to go for him, as Tai Lung will have to pop his instead, but the Fiend's Grip will pierce. Sunstrike to follow with the damage coming out from the Chicken. Is it enough? Tai Lung gets the roar on the Chicken Man as Tai Lung gets deleted by Ari Sharpshooter. My goodness, that was a burst of damage. KJ gets a D-Ward before his untimely death as well.
Found themselves a good smoke timing. The Aegis was expiring and LGD were not together in that moment. Also made Tai Lung use his very, very fresh BKB there.
I feel like this second Roche is going to be very, very important. Yeah, look at this Sharpshooter. Looked like he was going to be fine. It was the boomerang into Sharpshooter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't realize he had Shard. One of the more effective shards for supports in the game.
Yeah, no, it's a very good one. I think also like spell damage overall is very nice to have. Spell amplification, you've got the Invoker with you as well. But Pure also very much racking up in the network as the game is nearly even when you're looking.
It's felt like he's died a lot, but he's still not that far behind first place in the network.
It's definitely the type of play where you can tell that 1W, they're just splitting 3 cores on the net worth, and LGD they're grouping up.
Lasso right on top of him. Whitemon in the area for the Nightmare. Is actually going to dodge the Gust, but it's not going to matter. The damage is too much. And Whitemon, again, we've seen this time and time again. Trying to save Pure, but just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, Whisper beyond godlike. He's like, well, if you guys ain't doing it, I'll do it myself.
Right. BZM gets the cold snap. On to Tai Lung. Sunstrike not going to hit, has to force the BKB.
Honestly, it's crazy damage. The fact that he like threatens a kill on him like that is kind of nasty.
That far away, there was not that much commitment, really. Yeah, he's very close to getting his Lincoln Sphere. So, obviously the Roar and Lasso, the two main things that you'd love to block.
Yeah, it's absolutely the best ones. And they don't have the best Lincoln's breakers, like some long-range stuff as KJ.
Oh,
he got bursted out of this one. Sharpshooter Sunstrike will definitely give you a lot of damage to your face. Yeah, I would assume what LGD are going to be waiting for.
This is feeling like one of those entertaining late game.
Oh, it's all gonna reach there already very soon. Like, I think that actually when you play with like this Lycan Ags, which it should be the first time that 1W really looks for a very aggressive move if they find one. And with how it's going currently, I think they could be reaching that state later at like the second Roche.
Oh, he's actually switching it up. It's not the Ags. He switched it up to BKB.
Okay, looks like potentially thinking that, okay, you know, the second Roche could have been quite early, as it is a pretty long respawn here.
You got me excited for the Chicken Wolf.
I think we'll still get it. Chicken Wolf will be on the menu.
I mean, I have a hard time believing that one fight is going to decide this game. But we've seen so many this tournament that it's hard to...
No, this game will probably drag on even if the Wolf Bite does come out, because Drow Ranger in nature is like, she's a very, very strong hero. And while like Kez in the Wolf form can go kind of ham, Drow can just always keep her distance. But yeah, like you said, he did swap it up to the BKB. Which if you're watching his gold tick, you can tell that he has a greedy enchantment on the Lycan.
He gets one every game, huh?
He does.
Radiant are scanning.
Thank you, observers. Love you.
Should keep track of the percentage of greedy enchantments taken every game for both
It's
teams
so many,
combined.
but definitely the next one he will not take. I think the moment you have the BKB, like the moment the next fight breaks out, you just take gunpowder and just, you know, you call it a day. You do not accept minus 60 attack damage on a Lycan, not in late game, not at the time where you can actually go for a team fight.
Yeah, I guess that kind of just shows he's not interested in fighting yet at all.
Yeah. And it's also the fact that it's not just going to be Wolfbite later. You have Wolfbite and Alacrity. Like, you cannot really buff up a core more than that. Unless you have, like, what, Ogre +5 and some Magnus?
That's right, BZM. Lasso, or rather the Lincoln Sphere does pop.
Yeah, that's the Lincoln's reveal.
So that was Roar, I believe.
Yep. Roar is gone.
Now they know.
BKB now.
You have to play around that. I mean, what kind of Lincoln's Breakers do they have?
Honestly, like, not many. Like, you can't really walk in and, like, enchant him. And Drow Ranger will never use a pike aggressively, so honestly, nothing. Like, enchant, after all, is your best option.
That's pretty bad.
It's
I mean, the
awful.
range on that's very low, right?
Yeah, it's not good at all.
So does that mean you need to itemize?
Like, hooking him and then like pushing him into your own team, I think would be a very nice way of going about it. Because if you get him pushed in and like you slow him with like a Drow Ranger or anything with a multi-shot, I think that's good. Tai Lung though.
Yeah, he has to pop the BKB, but again, the Fiend's Grip finds him. Even within that BKB, nothing to do. 60 seconds on the deck. LGD are actually sticking around. They actually want to fight without their beast. And they'll think twice about it and back away.
This is a very, very big catch from 1W. I'm surprised that LGD aren't together. It's a long road
spotted.
respawn.
It's going to dodge the gust. Surprised that LGD are even remotely close to them right now. Whisper getting gone on. Hook shot to try to save him a bit. Sunstrike's not going to hit. Whisper gets to the low ground successfully. No more casualties here.
Oh, but this is such a big deal. You knew that this was like a 3-minute Roche respawn. It hadn't respawned this entire time. You're not allowed to be split up during that time. Now this is 25 seconds without Tai Lung.
They're actually going to try to contest this. I mean, they do have a clockwork. No hook shot at the moment. Rocket Flare gives the vision needed and actually will roar. As the Olacor with the bowling inside. Pure does get the Aegis. They get the kill on Roche as well. With that, surely the fight ends. No,
Okay,
I say that. They get the lasso again onto Pure. Gonna get the grappling claw off. Now he finds a good amount of distance away. He uses the Raven's Claw, as we like to call it, to get away. As you can see, Whitemon TP successfully. Theolacor not going to be so lucky.
Dude, I can't believe that Whitemon actually got out there. He enfeebled Yuma in the start to live, then sleepwalked himself over the Roche pit, and then hoppity-hopped on the high ground to TP out. But yeah, 1W, very good sequence of events there for them. I thought with that lasso from Whisper as well that they would maybe get at least one life out of Pure. But not quite.
Some costly deaths for LGD, not able to really take a fight full on without one of their cores available.
This is at least one of the problems when you play Batrider and Beast together. They have insane tempo and they can be good together, but eventually they very much do the same thing. They're single target and they both get owned by very similar things. Force Staffs, Lotuses, and Lincolns. Like, you name them and they're all good against both of them.
Yeah. And it's funny because I feel like they could, I mean, Fiend's Grip has been owning them. I don't know what you do against that because he can just use Nightmare and Feeble to take off the Lincolns before Nightmare. I mean, it gives you enough time maybe to get away, but it's felt like there's been 3 Fiend's Grip full duration on Tai Lung.
I mean, absolutely how LGD want to fight, they want to start. You have Batrider and Clockwork, these heroes don't want to counter-initiate, they want to go first. It's definitely one of the things that has not been going their way. As 1W absolutely have recovered this game fully. I would even dare, I mean, the stats say it's 1,000 lead.
I do think when I look at like overall relative strength, they're up a little bit more than that.
How much do you think they can get out of this first Aegis?
I think that they're gonna get space for the Lycan Axe, most likely. And I think then maybe one tier 2, 1 or 2 tier 2s, maybe even a team fight. Still think that Yuma is also ramping up and having a good time. He's got a butterfly, he's got a BKB as well.
The Wolves scouting things out. BZM going to be spotted by KJ. Lincoln's popped. They did use the enchant to get that off.
Ah, he's so quick.
It's going to be back up before they're back into the fight. Pure. Get the connection onto the Enchantress, break him, and now the Sunstrike finishes the job, and now they're going to go right on top of the Drow Ranger. Yuma getting pursued by 33 as well, which means he has to hightail away. Whisper, no lasso to work with. They're going to try to turn this around. Tylon gets a roar onto the Lycan, but no damage follow. Finally, Yuma closes the gap, but now he's gone on by the Wolf, and he's just going to get chopped down into oblivion. As BZM trying to finish the job here, it actually dies to neutral creeps. Don't see that very often at this stage of the game, as Tylon now getting chased by the chicken chaser himself. And that's 3 dead for LGD. Whisper being pursued now by BZM, has everything at his disposal. Sunstrike, deafening blast, even the Meteor Hammer. Not gonna hit, but in the tree line. Would think he still has enough to chase him out.
He will get the blink off.
Okay.
Doesn't have the TP available though, so Whitemon is coming to cut him off on the other side.
Yeah, he
Don't
is.
go this way.
Little horsey grip, and there's the Nightmare.
And he's beyond godlike, so this
And
is even a big
Sunstrike.
streak.
Boom.
Oh man, that kill
Overall,
pushed it from
4 kills.
That pushed it from 4K to 7. And LGD with what they had an incredible early game. I mean, Pure is, his scoreline is 5, 6, and 5, and he's owning right now. Now he's got a Lincoln's of his own. The fights are already difficult. Now they have double Lincolns and Wolfbite is now available.
Oh boy.
Well, you do get to see the chicken wolf instead.
Boy. I do want to see it. He doesn't mind burning this Aegis here relatively shortly. Has Lincolns now to replace. BZM finds himself a little snack in the form of Theolacor. A triple Meteor surprise. Easy pickoff. Has the Shivas now. Pure finds KJ. Tylon in the vicinity as well. They're going to be able to burn this first life.
They can hook
He
him
is
on the
surrounded.
respawn.
Yeah, buyback comes out from Theolacor. Good cogs. They get the roar. And Whitemon, well, we've seen this a million times. Kez just getting picked off by himself all game long.
Nice
now
hook.
big hook shot onto the Invoker. BZM gets forced out to the other side. Tylon with a BKB on the retreat. 33 going to focus on the Drow Range. He gets blocked by the creeps, though, as Whitemon taking heavy damage inside of the cogs. He cannot connect to Drow. So 33 gets rooted, has to pop his BKB now. Trying to finish off this Drow, but he doesn't really have that much damage to work with. Has to use that move speed to just get away. BZM, Lincoln's popped again. Trying to turn this around now onto KJ. The rest of his team not nearby at all. Deafening blast with the Meteor. Taking heavy damage, and they do get the kill from afar. Very weird
just
fight.
weird, yeah. And I was like,
Pure has died 3 times in like the weirdest spots, and it always costs. I mean, 3 of Whitemon's deaths are Pure's fault.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like,
100%.
Pure keeps talking about these tricks where he's like, I don't know, man. I just end up somewhere I'm not supposed to be, and it just keeps happening. But I like that LGD made full use of it, and you can still see they've got some strength in their heroes, absolutely. Like Yuma still, I think. So now he has got a Crystallis. If he gets himself the Shard, like Glacier with a full Daedalus, I think they still have a lot of firepower available. And I do like the buyback here from Theolacor. I think it just makes sure solidify this play, that Pure goes down because he's way too deep. He better pay the price for a play like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Was a good hook too, but Whitemon with a very clutch sleep afterwards.
Look at the creeps blocking 30. That is really unfortunate. And this fight for 33 was not pretty.
You are starting to see some of the problems though. Like while Yuma is still very strong, like he doesn't deal that much damage, at least not to 33. Like he was chonking him over and over again. So I think until this Daedalus comes out, do have a little bit of damage problems on their side. I also like that Yuma did go for the Gust move speed talent on 20, so every time you see him Gust, even if it's on a BKB, it's just to make sure that he runs around hasted on the Drow. Maybe to disengage from both the Kez and the Lycan.
See Whisper, man, he is getting so fat now. Octarine Core. You hear the shape shift. Viola Core inside his own cogs. Look at that damage. Insane.
Here's
Lasso, counter initiation. KJ taken out. As yeah, Pure, the chicken wolf with the real wolf trying to go on top of Tai Lung, but he pops the BKB. He gets to the high ground, and now they pop the Lincolns on Pure. They will retreat. So 2 supports dead versus 1.
They did kill both the supports there. I want to see after like how they want to go about these Lincoln Spheres, because I think Whisper can still do a ton in this game. I mean, he would love to just go, I would say, like Ags into Refresher.
Yeah.
But he might have to go like a Lincoln Sprig on his own, unless you tell Theolic or yo bro, you need to hook in, build a Force Staff, and like break the Lincolns for me. Because Yuma needs to be able to hit. So if heroes aren't going to be roared or lassoed, you cannot expect him to kill them. There's just no way.
Well, you can. How does the lasso? How does the Lincolns work versus the secondary lasso on Ags? Does it also block that?
I think you're dragging the guy. I'm trying to think, because if the guy is Lotus, you do not Lotus yourself. Like if you lasso the first guy who's not Lotus, and the other guy is, nothing happens to you. I think it's similar with Lincolns.
Good amount of damage onto the Ench as Pure gone a little bit too far. Another roar for him. He gets 4 stabbed. A couple more right clicks will suffice though. Lasso comes at the last moment just to ensure the kill, and now 33 has to get the hell out. BZM with an AoE deafening blast. It'll reset things for 1W, but again, Pure getting picked off. He's died 8 times.
Don't you think it's bizarre? Like in this game, Whisper was beyond godlike. They're down 11k gold, and just now Yuma got godlike in this game.
That's true.
It's really, really strange, but Yuma is still, kind of showing that he is in this game. His net worth is very, very high.
Oh, wow.
And he's honestly, he's got good itemization here.
All right, Whitemon somehow gets himself an Aghanim Scepter. I'm guessing that has something to do with the greedy enchantment that he has.
I think it might. He's got the gem, the hoppity hop, lens, and the Aghanim, so of course that is very good for them. He's gonna be the best counterplay like right now, because LGD kind of have to play around Whisper's lassos. So if Whitemon is on the money, I think he can always try to get the grip off. Of course, Whisper does have a Lotus, so he can try to Lotus himself to immediately put a stop to that. It's gonna be the Daedalus complete on Yuma. So eyes on the 3rd Roche.
Yeah, very tense game. I feel like Pure is keeping LGD in this game.
Honestly, he kind of is. I don't even think you're being toxic. I think it's just how it is at the moment.
Feels like if he just played ultra safe, maybe he has a little bit less farm, but they'd be in a commanding position right now. Now they have to worry about Yuma with the Daedalus.
I'm thinking what he should buy on the Kez, because even though when he's in wolf form, if Yuma gets to stand his ground a few seconds, he just destroys you.
33 gets hook shot. How dare you be in your own triangle? The lasso reserved for Whitemon. As 33 pops his BKB, turns the chicken into a wolf, but the roar is reserved for Pure as always. Meteor Hammer to come as well. Pure trying to get off the Raptor dance, but he dies again as Yuma now chased by 33. Finally, I would think 33 can get the kill, and that's a godlike streak ended. Now the combos coming out from BZM on top of Whisper, completely out of mana as 33 still in shapeshift form. He'll be able to get that kill thanks to the cold snap. That's 4 dead for LGD. It cost a buyback coming from Ari.
BZM is starting to cook. Now he's beyond godlike. Like, we're just trading godlikes left and right on everyone. Also 33 got himself an MKB in this fight as well, so it's going to help them to deal with the Drow Ranger. I mean, they're doing so good at dealing with, like, Pure's Kez, but they're still...
Is he even the problem?
He, honestly, with what you can see, he's not. You have Catalyst on the Invoker. BZM's running around with 9,000 gold during all of this.
What the hell?
Like, they're doing a good job when it comes to this, but you can tell that at this point, Yuma still has a little bit of problems, because look at just it. Both supports just evaporated to random AoE Invoker spells. And yeah, it's just difficult for him to run away. Maybe a Silver Edge eventually for him could be good, but it's difficult. He needs to do so much. He has to stay alive and kill everyone. Man can only do so much.
Now, only his 3rd death of the game.
Yeah,
this is turning into the Invoker show, though.
Oh, it is. I mean, honestly, it's about time. It's 40 minutes in the game. I think
Still
BZM
has 7,500.
Yeah, so he did finish the entire Hurricane Pike. He's going to swap out the Meteor Hammer. Looks like he's got a Hex for now. Then I think later you can go for a Refresher.
Roche number 3 looks to be 1Ws unless LGD can snipe it. So Aegis for Pure, I mean, that's surprising to me if I'm being honest.
I feel like it makes the most, he needs it the most. I feel like BZM just doesn't die.
I mean, that's true. BZM has died twice, but now the focus should be on BZM and not Kez, surely, from LGD's perspective.
Yeah, but then maybe that's actually the problem. Like, if they get to put like an Alacrity on him and he's in wolf form, he should be able to shred these people. I think the problem for him is Yuma still destroys him. He has 0 armor against Drow, unless he's next to Lycan, who feeds him the AC aura, but that's about it.
15k lead here for 1W.
Oh wow, even a full Parasma on Invoker. Kind of like that.
Okay.
So more armor into yourself, way more right clicks also.
So opted to not go for the sheep.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a Refresher also for himself. Refresher shard in the backpack. I mean, technically, they just have 3 legit cores on the 1W side. You also see Whisper, of course, still having a very good game. Got his own level 25 talent. You've got a lot of flame breaks going off. So Lotus Orbs also for 1W would be quite nice. Don't have any of those at the moment.
How's LGD's high ground defense?
It's very good. You have
the lasso is crazy.
Yeah, you have Clock and Bat. They're both very good. I mean, Bat is one of the best high ground heroes, both aggressively and defensively. And you have a turret hero in Drow Ranger. And she's ultra happy. You also get some attack range from your neutral. Glacier gives you more attack range. Everything is nice here.
He actually goes for the Prophet's Pendulum.
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind it. Just trying to stay alive to get out. Because the name of the game for them should be you win the fight either A, on a very good lasso, or B, because you get to kite out both the wolf forms. Can never count out a Drow Ranger and a Bat Rider combo.
.33 in the meantime. After the Ags, we talked about the MKB. He's fully loaded. He's going to have to consume this Ags pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Blink into Abyssal Blade.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is a 6-slotted hero. It's 45 minutes. This is not ultra late. Like, these heroes are getting so farmed these days.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Somebody clip that.
That never happened that Cinnamon calls you right. Yeah, I guess you can like talk about the fact that maybe like eating your Ags and then having ultra big blink, maybe that's like the ultra giga late game, but I feel like even that is not correct. Ultra giga late game is like maybe 70, 80 minutes.
Yeah. It's when you just run out of things to actually buy.
Yeah. I would assume that 33's next items is going to be you eat your Ags, you go Overwhelming or Swift Blink into Abyssal Blade. I think that's always very nice.
Yeah, I feel like he's missing Abyssal right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely going to help him out. Of course, he sadly doesn't have a money hack yet, so you'll have to farm it.
Well, they have all the time in the world. They are going to use the Wolf Bite, so we get the Chicken Wolf again. Whisper's actually going to jump in with the lasso, focusing on the Bane. Whitemon dead already, has the buyback. We'll see if he uses it. As Pure taking a lot of damage to just random garbage here. As 33 is all alone, he's going to get roared solo. Pure's going to join him. As Whisper going to be the participant of a little right click from Pure. He's just going to run away with the grappling claw, though. They get the range barracks in the meantime. As Whisper, a little bit away from his team. He gets connected on the good Yules to dispel everything. Whisper now on the run with the Lotus, gets to the high ground just barely. Aegis down and out now. There's the hook shot, finding BZM. That's the biggest kill you can get if you're LGD. Pure grappling claws to the other side of the tree line. Looks like he'll get away.
He's killing everyone.
As BZM double kill with just the Forge Spirits.
He's dead.
It's like, whoa, he bought back, surely.
Yeah, BZM is honestly just putting it in. Okay, got some cold snaps, some bushwhack, some random garbage coming flying out from BZM, of course, with the catalyst and 80 billion spells. But very nice hold from LGD, and you can see the continuous damage that just keeps coming out. Like Yuma, 9k damage, same with Whisper. He's even able to pop out 6k damage. Like, over time, these flame breaks with all his talents, they definitely do hurt. Got a Hex on Ahri and a Blink on Mr. Whitemon.
Yeah, anytime the Aegis is taken out relatively early, we're going to see this get extended quite a bit. We see a replay of the initial initiation.
That was a very good jump by Whisper.
Now let's look at this double kill from...
That's the Parasma hit that ended up getting the Whisper kill initially.
Oh, I see.
And then he barely got this stupid Forges off right before he died. I mean, these are like the small things that you can get going when you're really freaking good at your hero.
The reason he's known for his Invoker. See the Blink Hex, but now, oh my god, the damage is overwhelming. By Yuma, he gets Yules, able to take off that Fiend's Grip, pops the BKB. He's kind of stuck in place as 33 is just pounding upon him right now. The Raptor Next is coming as well. Yuma does fall. It's going to be at the trade-up Kez as per norm. Tai Lung on the run. 33 will be exiting as well. And they'll go each their own way, so essentially it's a carry for carry. Hex finds its way to the Clockwork. 33 easy pickoff. Roche won't be up for quite a while, so what can 1W do with this? That is death number 10 on Pure.
You could try to force a buyback, maybe? I think Pure will overtake Jingqiu from earlier. He's going to have 12 or more.
Unbelievable, and they might win.
Okay, I mean, what can they do? Like you said, Roche is not available. I guess you can just try to like close in the map a little bit, try to have the map in a good state until Pure respawns and then play for the next Roche yourselves. I think Yuma going Satanic is probably the right choice. Like you see him in some of these fights as, okay, Jay, this is not a good choice.
Yeah, he's in some trouble here.
Not a good Wind Waker.
Indeed, but Whitemon is there with the grip, Aghanim Scepter, mind you. And that's going to set up the easy pickoff for 33. I'm going to turn this around with the Bushwhack, able to get the break as a result. That makes the right clicking a little bit easier. And with that, that's an opening for the base.
Uh-oh. Well, at least Tai Lung still has buyback, but this is 80 seconds out for KJ. And they push very fast.
Yeah, you have the Creeps, you have Alacrity, Forge Spirits.
You've got AC Aura, you've got Summon Wolf's BAT talent as well, you've got some Alacrities, you've got Random Invoker full slotted.
Lasso. There's the buyback onto the Beastmaster. They get the hook shot as well into the Roar, but the Nightmare's going to save him temporarily. Can 33 actually get out? He's attempting to TP in their base, right in their face, but the Wind Waker holds him in place. They get the Gust, they get the kill. So at the very least, it took a lot as the Rocket Flare, Tornado, that's enough to take out Clockwork. They get another stun onto the Drought Ranger. How is that up again? Was that the Refresher Shard, maybe? And now that is a ginormous kill. 95 seconds, no Drow is Pure. Focusing on the Whisper. Pops that BKB a little bit prematurely. There's the hook shot. You see two inside of the cogs right now. Alacrity on the Pure. He's going to use that to do literally no right-click damage. Will Grappling Claw to the low ground instead. Taking out the Roche banner in the meantime. Get the Hex onto Whisper with the Echo Slash to follow. Pure finally doing some damage. Buyback instantly. And now Tai Lung looking for a Roar. Gets lifted into the air though. Wind Waker away. Now the right clicks will suffice as Pure continuing to chase. Better not go into the fountain there. There's the hook shot to save Clockwork. Whitemon in the meantime. Flame broken. Looks like he's going to burn to it. Chris tries to go for the Brain Sap. It's not to be. 35k lead for 1W after all of this. They get the top lane.
Oh man, this is honestly a crazy game. You have Yuma who comes with his full Satanic, and he just gets gripped from full to 0 by Whitemon. At least you had to...
That was Refresher Shard, I assume, right? Surely.
I don't think so, because I think...
Is it just the cooldown?
BZM still has it, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, man. Oh, speaking of BZM, forcing out another Wind Waker out of... That's been a very valuable Wind Waker, by the way.
Yeah, both for himself and for his allies. I mean, BZM, this is his element. This is his type of game. This is what you play Invoker for. The 50-plus minute games, you have full slot, Octarine Core, everything. If the Ola Core is dead.
Yes, he is. And it might not seem like a big deal, but that's 100 seconds, no buyback. So once they get their 5 back on 1W, they'll have the numbers advantage. And this melee Rax bottom, it is healing slowly, but it's just the lone Rax in that lane.
No, this is a big deal. He also doesn't even have buyback. You know this is going to be a 4v5, secured. It's also a 40k lead. Don't know if 1W have anything else to wait for other than Whitemon respawning, who's queuing up a Refresher, and he's not that far away from it.
Really? No. Chicken Wolf again.
Yeah.
33 gets the secondary off. They're going to jump right on top of Whisper. Oh, he gets bursted down. Ari takes the kill. That's 2 minutes of no Beast, no buyback. This is going to be mega creeps with this mid lane to come. And look at the push power of 1W. Buyback from the Ench. KJ Only so much you can do. Look how fast those tier 4s fall. Yuma on his Glacier gets gripped.
Yep.
Do they have the damage to follow it up with? They get the Sunstrike, they get the kill, and that should be GG. As it is called, 1W will 2-0 LGD.
No, very nicely played. And I do think that while LGD did lose this game, there's a lot to learn from this game. They played quite well in the early game, very good one. But I think from like this 15 to 25 to 30 minute mark, there has to be more punishment on 1W. They're so good at playing the map. There's a lot you can learn of how to properly shut down the map because you need to be on your A game. You can tell that when you give these guys the type of space. It doesn't matter that Pure has 10 deaths. You know, BZM can carry the game, Whitemon can carry the game, 33 as well. Beautiful Lycan performance again. This team, they're just damn good. You need to be on your A game.
Not to call people out, but
yeah,
Theolacor and KJ together, 0 and 27. You don't see that very often from them.
Yeah, they did have quite a lot of deaths to their name. I will say,
I have to give a shout out though to Whisper.
Yeah, you're stealing
owned
that
this
from
game. Absolutely owned.
No, he owned. Like, sure, he had like 1 or 2 deaths early on, but I think he held it together very, very nicely, even in the late game. Like, good jumps and everything, but you can see, you know, there's some overlap of heroes, there's very single target damage, but I think for LGD, just learn a little bit more about the mid-game movement, because I think that's what 1W showed you. The fact that they were able to hold on to this game and never really bleed a net worth lead that much, you know, shout out to them, and that's what LGD can also take away from this game, to just learn from it.
Yeah, we've talked about 1W being maybe a little bit inconsistent throughout this year, despite having very high highs. They've had some kind of mediocre performances as well. This, so far, it's short, it's small sample size. They've looked as good as they have all year, and this is a great time to peak.
Yeah. No, and absolutely. And I do like also that LGD, they found a way, you know, there are cracks in their armor. You know, when you play this Ench Beast into this Invoker, because it is a bold thing to give BZM this hero, but he was bleeding early on. They are very greedy, and you had a very good early game, so take the good things from this, and yeah, if you're 1W, obviously, if they can learn some things from these games, you know, Pure with some of his tricks, maybe a few too many deaths here or there, but overall, looking very sharp as a team.
As long as the lights are turned down, 1W.
Looking good.
They are looking real good. BZM and company. I don't know. Is there another team that you've seen so far at this tournament that have played as well as 1W have so far?
Probably from what we've seen, P-Vision are another team that I would rate very high. I think also Spirit have looked very good. So those would be kind of one of my top contenders currently. As we do see some of the highlights, because as you can see, like
1 of 10 deaths there for Pure.
Like he definitely did not have a good game.
It's just a highlight of getting killed over and over and over. But
and Whitemon paying the price with him.
How many deaths of Whitemon were because of Pure? That's really the question. And yeah, LGD relishing in each chicken kill. They love fried chicken, that's for sure.
Oh, they should.
Who doesn't? Indeed.
But they do find these ways and like these moments to then strike back later on in the game. And it is the good and the strong feature of a team. Someone can have a quote-unquote off game, and the rest will always pick it up.
That's right. Let's go to Shiva to wrap up this day.
Thank you very much. Let's break it down, because this game, they came so close on LGD. They did so well, came out of the lane successfully so, and the Drow Ranger looked like she was picking up pace, and then there was a chicken. Brian.
It was fried for the first like 20 minutes of the game, but then later on it was Kung Pao chicken, I think would be the appropriate reference. But for me, this game, what impresses me the most about teams like 1W and I would say P-Vision as well is that they stagnate the lead really well. Like you see them down, and like the laning stage was clearly in favor of LGD, and the lead is like 2,000 at 5 minutes. And a lot of times you're like, oh god, a team's down by 2,000 at 5 minutes. Like, is this game gonna be a classic 20-minute stomp? But instead, it's also 2,000 lead at 17 minutes, and suddenly the game turns into this like wonky map play where yeah, they're dying, but the net worth lead never really extends, and it feels like LGD's never really closing it out. Mira.
Yeah, their map play is just absurd, but I also think they have such a strong understanding of the windows that they do have to turn things around and take fights. And there were a couple of moments where it looked like, you know, LGD were doing great, they were getting towers, they were threatening high ground at some point, but then we see 1W smoke around, place a high ground ward on their cliff in their triangle, they get the grip on the Beastmaster and they create the favorable situation. And that's just something they do better than everybody else. They're a very scary team, and I can't even think of another team here with that kind of map play.
Yeah, and if we look at the scoreboard, it looks quite grim on the supports, especially on the side of LGD. It's just so sad. They came so close. They had definitely made some adjustments from game 1 to game 2 that were very strong. Of course, banning out the Lone Druid part 1 was set, and we could probably see this work against a lot of teams, but not against 1W.
Yeah, I mean, when the Lycan's jungling at level 3 and cutting creep waves behind tier 2 towers at level 4, and Invoker's getting pushed back to base at level 4 and losing his tower, yeah, most teams would crumble under these circumstances. And I think LGD did a great job of making these early rotations and putting the pressure on. And that was when I look at the drafts, for me, I was like, yeah, I think if they execute well, they could put themselves at the advantage. But I think the thing that 1W does to you is effectively say, yeah, like Mira said, we're going to just stagnate the game, and then we're going to look for that one window, that one time you step out of position, and we're going to punish the hell out of it.
And they punished it very well.
Yeah.
And does lead into a 2-0 in favor of 1W. It also means that for LGD, that were 3-1 before the series, they're now 3-3. So that's a scary position to be in for Group D, the group of death. But for 1W, it of course means that they are still undefeated. Let's take a look at what happened today. We had 4 fantastic series here on the stage, and every single one of them was a 2-0. We saw a lot of dominant games. I think this time around, I think it's fairly safe to say that the majority of time, this scoreline, maybe apart from Gamer Legion versus Falcons, all those series were very one-sided, Effie.
It really looks that way. I mean, a bit of a difference from the first 2 days where I felt like we were tying across the board. Now it seems like 2 days in, with everyone in momentum and teams having warmed up, the contenders are showing themselves to be the contenders here.
Yeah, shout out to Enigma Galaxy, like obviously beating Team Liquid. I think that was we said that was the first time they beat them in like 4 years.
Yeah, since 2022.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're back.
And they are bringing their own flair on the meta. And Sumail has a cool approach to the carry role. We're seeing a lot of heroes like Alchemist from him, and when I see a team winning with their own identity, I have a lot more faith in longevity of them doing that than just over the group stage.
Yeah, and I think especially in these first 3 days, and now that we see maybe a little bit of a bigger divide between the teams, it's also because the teams are just learning, and we see which teams are better at adapting on a day-to-day basis compared to some of the others. Let's find out what's happening tomorrow, as we have 4 series once again planned for you guys. Still all 2-game series. We're still in the group stages for 3 more days, actually. So we're at the halfway point here. We're going to end the day with LGD versus Yandex. Always look at the end of the day first. I think that's a very hype one. I think LGD definitely learned a lot from this series as well. So that's going to be one to watch. P-Vision versus Mouse. Before that, Aurora versus P-Time. I think that will be my Sony story of the day, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. Extreme Gaming versus BB Team to start the day off. Which one looks most exciting for you, Effie?
I mean, maybe I'm biased because we just did Group D, but it really is the group of death, and LGD having to have faced 1W today, which is one of the contenders, and having to face Yandex, which is the team that everyone said would win. It's going to be a big challenge for them, and I'm excited to see how they adapt.
Same for me. Final thoughts on today, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised about the 2-0s. That's my final thoughts for today, is that the teams are clearly shaping up in their spot in the tournament, and I think we're getting a really keen sense of the top contenders so far.
Yeah, we have 2 teams left that are completely undefeated so far. We got P-Vision and 1W at the lead in their respective groups, C and D, I believe. And curious to see if that will be the same still at the end of the day tomorrow. But of course, that's it for today. We're looking forward to a nice day of Dota 2 tomorrow again. But for now, we are going to leave you with the SDC recap of today.